This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Stalking the Beast, written by Howard Andrew Jones, performed by Dina Perlman.
Chapter 1. The Sorcerer's Wand. Elyana. Melloc screamed in terror as the emerald bolt splattered his bright blue tabard. He stumbled for cover. Elyana dropped, sliced the near-side straps that buckled the leather armor sizzling beneath his ruined tabard. The cackle of the sorcerer who'd thrown the spell was a distant irritation. "Stay down!" Elyana hissed to the young guardsman. His panicked struggles threatened to expose him to more fire. There was precious little room behind the rounded brown stone where he and Elyana had raced for protection. It didn't stretch a full horse length, and if either of them were to rise into a crouch, Onderon could target their heads. While Melloc fumbled with his other buckle, Elyana heard a loud pop from atop the boulder, like grease in a frying pan. Her gaze whipped up. A green glow burned along the stone's rim. Nothing to worry about there, yet. She reached over Melloc to slash his other strap, then rolled to snatch her bow, and sent arrows winging across the distance between them and the mad sorcerer. 3 shafts arced out over the sunlit meadow, disappearing behind the dappled sienna boulder 100 yards distant. She fired 3 more, and then, as the arrows were still airborne, dropped the bow and grabbed the shoulders of Melloc's armor to aid the young man as he wrestled out of the boiling, popping ruin. Once free, Melloc lay panting, his bright eyes intent upon the nacreous green edges of the fist-sized hole in his armor. Steam snaked upward, bringing with it the scent of scorched padding. "Gods!" he whispered. "Thank you, Elyana." Elyana clapped his shoulder. "You all right?" "Fine." Melloc's answer was a little too swift to be true. He felt the white tunic he'd been wearing beneath the armor, then lifted it to inspect the muscled torso beneath. The ends of his blonde mustache trembled as he breathed deeply. "Can he burn through the whole rock? The one we're hiding behind, I mean?" "Maybe," Elyana answered. "But I don't think he will. That would drain the magic in his wand. He was probably aiming for your heart." Melloc paled. "Relax. We have him pinned." She offered a reassuring smile. Grace and beauty tended to be the bywords for elves in human societies, and Elyana was like them in that regard, from slender tapering ears to long limbs. Yet she was far from some primped high society diplomat. Elyana was a warrior woman, with weathered gear that included the worn black sheath that held her long sword, the battered but sturdy quiver slung over her shoulders, and the finely fashioned recurved bow of bone and yew. Loose black breeks tucked into heavy cavalry boots and brown-sleeved armor of interlocking leather plates draped her from neck to thigh, covering all but a hint of the beige cuffs and collar of her shirt. If the sword belt cinching it all off to find her waist and hinted at curves beneath, it was no concern of Elyana's. Armor was for staying alive, not attracting suitors. Though her garb was all but colorless, Elyana herself was crowned by auburn hair pulled tightly back from her forehead. Her eyes were a violet so vivid they seemed almost to glow. Those eyes now left consideration of Melloc, as she peered at the distant boulder where Onderon had taken refuge. No one could hope to survive in the river kingdoms for long without some wildlands knowledge, and Onderon was no novice. But he was not nearly as crafty as he supposed, for he'd managed to be chased into a narrow, steep-sided valley with a dead end. With its lovely wildflowers, colorful red-brown cliffside, and abundant greenery, the area seemed an incongruous sight for a battle to the death. The sorcerer's voice was a dry rasp, yet deceptively light. "You missed me again, elf," he shouted. "But I didn't miss your friend. Did I kill him?" One of several things Elyana liked about Melloc was his composure, remarkable in someone still under the age of 20, but the young man's brush with death had apparently shattered his good judgment, and he couldn't resist an answer. "Still alive, madman!" Elyana held a hand up to him, shaking her head. Melloc's cheeks flushed a little in embarrassment. "Well," Onderon responded mockingly, "I thank you for guiding me to such a highly defensible position. You did fine." He laughed. "I have a better shot at you than you do at me." "Stupid bastard," Melloc muttered. His eyes narrowed. "I'd trade a lot for a good shot at him." "You nearly traded everything," Eliana reminded him. Melloc's gaze locked with her own, and she saw his jaw shake in rage. "We've got him in a dead end, remember?" Melloc nodded reluctantly. "There's nothing he can do unless he gets you angry enough to make a mistake." "Right. If you get killed on my watch, your father will have my head." Melloc grinned at that. "Father's too fond of you to take your head." The Lord Mayor had, politely enough, indicated his interest, and she acknowledged this with a faint quirk of her lips. "True or not, I don't intend to lose you because of an old fool's taunts. We just have to keep Onderon occupied until Drelm's in position." At mention of the captain of Delgar's guard force, Melloc glanced at the steep cliff overlooking the east side of the sorcerer's hiding place. There was yet no sign of the big half-orc. Drelm was not especially nimble, but he was an experienced climber. Eliana expected him to arrive at the summit at any moment. Onderon would be unable to see him from his hiding place. "If you want to trade insults, go ahead," Eliana continued softly. "Just remember why you're doing it." Melloc brushed the ends of his mustache with grass-stained hands. They shook a little, she saw, reminding her this kind of opposition was new to the young man. A year on the ground force had seen him chase off a few wretched river pilots and break up some brawls, but he'd never faced a sorcerer out to kill him. Melloc stared into the blue sky above their boulder. "What finally made you snap?" the young man called. "You get tired of living in the wastelands, old man?" "I got tired of your father," the sorcerer called back. "Lording it over everyone on the river like some prancy Taldan duke." "Course, there ain't any Taldan dukes who'd want an orc in their family tree." Melloc's brows furrowed. "How you feel about that, boy? A green pitchfork in your sister's hay patch?" Onderon cackled gleefully. Melloc fumed and fumbled at his sword. "What are you planning?" Eliana whispered tightly. Melloc pointed at the boulder, in Onderon's general direction. "He insulted my sister and the captain." Eliana stared at him. "Melloc," she said, "when Drelm and Dela marry, they're going to be having sex a lot. You do realize that?" "Of course I do!" the boy exclaimed, then immediately lowered his voice and his head. "But it's no one else's business, least of all his." "You'll be hearing about it for the rest of your life," she told him, "and so will they. Best get used to it." "It's no one's business but theirs," Melloc repeated. "Do you plan to trim the head off every gossip or old prig you ever meet?" Melloc frowned. "Tell me, Eliana," Onderon called to them. "You're good with animals. You ever ride on the orc's green saddle?" He dissolved into titters. "He goes too far," Melloc snapped. "Your sense of honor will get you killed." Eliana liked the boy, but she was losing patience with him. If she'd known they'd end up hunting a fugitive on today's patrol, she would have brought Demid or Garrod. She raised her voice. "What is it you want, Onderon?" The madman laughed. At the same moment, Eliana caught sight of Drelm crawling forward to the height of the overhang, 60 feet above the sorcerer. Her friend was broad and thick, and his skin indeed held a faint greenish tint. As he was on duty, the half-orc would normally have worn the same sort of metal helm still shielding Melloc. This he'd put aside so sunlight wouldn't reflect and reveal his position. The blue tabard of Delgar, too, had been removed, and Eliana supposed that was because her fastidious friend didn't want to mar the cloth with mud or grass. Drelm possessed a fine chainmail shirt, but today he was garbed only in the same light leather burney formerly worn by Melloc, well-browned and matched almost to the color of his hair. A chameleon would have been hard-pressed to blend into its surroundings so well. "What do I want, elf?" Ondarin asked. "I already have what I want." Drelm's head turned toward Elyana, and she knew he was awaiting her signal. He was no great marksman with a bow, but he had a good eye with his throwing axe, and Elyana was sure Ondarin would already be dead if she'd commanded it. But she didn't want the sorcerer dead, not yet. She wanted answers. Why had Ondarin, a cantankerous but pliable old hermit, suddenly launched into a killing spree against every little thing at Hamdan's farm? And when had he ever commanded the kind of power he displayed now? Drelm had wanted to bring Ondarin down like the mad dog he was, and, seeing her friend's precarious situation, she was starting to wish she'd let him. Drelm could easily scale down the face of the cliff, but he'd be well exposed doing so. Elyana signaled for him to move forward on his own call. He raised a hand in acknowledgement, then waited. She'd have to keep Ondarin talking. "There's got to be something you want, Ondarin." Once more he laughed. "Are you offering yourself? All this talk of fornication get you excited, Elyana?" "He's disgusting," Melloc said softly. Elyana's lips twisted in agreement that was not revealed in the tone of her reply. "I'm not up for negotiation." Drelm must have judged the moment right, for he was lowering himself over the side, seeking footholds. She saw he'd removed his usual gauntlets, but retained his heavy boots. She hoped they had good traction. "Too bad," Ondarin's voice called back. "I've had my fill of wine, and the best food that God-forsaken, puffed-up, filthy village can manufacture. Your father ain't lord of much, Melloc." "There's gold," Elyana suggested. "What do you mean?" Ondarin shouted back. "You're offering me gold?" Again came that cackling laugh. "You'll pay me to expose myself to your arrows? How stupid do you think I am?" Elyana's response was immediate. "That's not what I'm suggesting." Drelm inched a little farther down the cliff, then slipped out of her sight behind an outthrust rock. There was a sudden silence, and Elyana felt a stab of fear. If Ondarin were to turn his head, he'd spot Drelm, and that wand would make short work of him. She steeled herself to hear a sudden cry of triumph, and to see the heavy body of her best friend plummeting through the air, half dissolved by a sorceress blast. But the silence continued. Finally, Ondarin asked a question. "What are you suggesting?" Melloc's smile was wry. "I was wondering the same thing," he whispered. She ignored the boy and raised her voice once more. "You know I don't care about backwoods farm rats, Ondarin. What I need is a sorcerer, one who can do a lot of damage." There was still no sign of Drelm. Where had he gone? Ondarin's laugh was shorter this time, not mocking so much as incredulous. "You want to work with me?" "It's not about wanting, Ondarin. The river kingdoms aren't exactly swimming in competent sorcerers. I had no idea how dangerous you could be." Elyana knelt, head low so that it didn't rise higher than her cover, then lifted 3 arrows from her quiver and set one to her string. "Ha! I'm full of surprises!" Ondarin shouted back. "What do you want and what will it pay?" She waited until she saw Drelm's foot and leg extend from behind the outcrop that blocked him. 15 feet lay between him and the ground now. "Answers!" Elyana shouted. "And there are—" Ondarin's voice rose in a strangled cry of fear and surprise. A green bolt of energy soared through the air toward the figure on the cliff. Drelm's body stiffened on impact. There was the briefest delay, and then he dropped feet first. Elyana was already launching arrows, seized by cold dread. It was no easy thing to shoot a hidden target, so she was thankful for Ondarin's screams of outrage. Each time he shouted impossible things about Elyana's ancestry, she had a better chance of homing in on his exact location. Beside her, Melloc was chattering some worry about Drelm, and asking if it were all right to charge, and how she knew she wasn't hitting the captain. She was too busy firing arrows skyward in rapid succession to answer him. 10 were airborne in as many seconds. The moment the last one left the string, she whistled for her horse. Calda galloped up from where she'd been hidden in the thicket behind them. Elyana vaulted into the mare's saddle without touching the stirrups. At the same moment, she heard a scream of pain. Andaran, not Drelm. A single touch to her horse's flank set the animal galloping forward. "He might be faking it," Malak called. Elyana's answer was only a mutter. Not for long. The dun mare raced across the meadow at full speed, but it felt impossibly slow to Elyana until she'd rounded the large boulder and saw an armorless Drelm standing over the prone, motionless body, leaking blood from a gruesome head wound. A hand axe, the proximal cause of all the blood, was buried deep in the sorcerer's forehead. One of her own shafts was stuck through his thigh. Elyana grinned in relief, and her keen sight caught the smoking armor a few paces beyond Drelm, discarded by the half-orc. Arrow shafts sprouted like strange plants in the vicinity of Andaran's hiding place. "Nice work," Drelm said, in his low, deep voice. "He was too busy with the arrows to spell me again." Calda let out a long snort as Elyana swung down. The mare danced lightly with ears erect. "It looks like you and Melak are both going to need armor repair," Elyana said. "Any serious injuries? You could have broken your legs." Drelm patted his left shoulder. "A little scorched. Nothing serious." Elyana knew better than to ask if he wanted her to take a look. There was a thunder of hoofbeats as Melak rode into view, his eyes brightening in relief as he reined in his gray gelding and dropped down. "Are you all right, Captain?" Drelm grunted, and his small eyes looked briefly over Melak. He must have satisfied his own curiosity about the young man's health, for he didn't speak. Melak then joined Elyana in looking down at the body. He let out a low whistle. "I thought we were going to catch him alive." "I planned to," Drelm pointed to the axe. "That would have hit him in the arm, but he ducked." Elyana looked over the body. Andaran didn't look so much like a sorcerer as he did a trapper who'd survived in the wild alone for long years. He wore a furred hat, leather pants, a filthy white shirt, and a threadbare blue vest that seemed mostly fashioned from patches and mud. His beard was wild and thick, its gray shot through with a little brown. Elyana bent to the long, rather elegant black wand that lay beside the dead man's gnarled fingertips. "Is that safe to touch?" Melak asked her. "Likely so," Elyana told him, although she was scanning it now without laying a hand to it. Melak's mouth twisted sourly. "I know you're not supposed to search sorcerers because they trap their clothes, but I'm not sure we'd want to touch him anyway." "I've never met a spellcaster who trapped his or her clothes," Elyana answered. She didn't add that she'd searched her fair share of dead shadow wizards. Her old friend Arsel had once snorted in contempt at the idea that wizards and sorcerers would booby-trap their belongings, as they'd constantly be triggering the traps themselves. "Check the horse!" Drelm pointed to where a black gelding was tethered by its reins to a spindly elm a good arrow flight toward the end of the gorge. Andaran's mount stood in a bed of clover, munching contentedly. The horse had been stolen from Hamdan's farm, and judging from their worn but cared-for look, so had the saddle and saddlebags. Melak hesitated. "Do you think the saddlebags are trapped?" Now the boy was being cautious. Elyana answered without looking up, and kept the rebuke from her voice. "Andaran didn't seem to be much of a planner. They're probably fine." While the boy stepped away, she crouched and considered the blood-smeared face, with its slack, gap-toothed jaw. The protruding haft of Drelm's throwing axe was distractedly just a finger-span off true center. She began the grisly business of searching the corpse by putting her right hand to first his arms, then his chest, then his legs. The battered dwarven bracelet she wore around her bicep was ugly enough that she always hid it beneath her sleeve, but it had served her well for many years. In addition to lending a small enhancement to her physical prowess, the bracelet, by accident or design, thrummed whenever she made contact with any other enchanted item, or a limb favored by one. Ondarin proved remarkably free of any sort of magic apart from the wand. That and the gold in his coin purse were the only clean things in his possession, unless you counted the stolen food and wine in his saddlebags. She stood puzzling over the matter with Drelm, while Melloc brought up the horses and retrieved the half-orc's gear. Drelm had grown accustomed to Elyana's methods over the years, yet couldn't seem to leave off pacing as he waited. He didn't push her to speak until she'd been staring down at the gold she'd dumped in the grass for a long time. Drelm's explanation was simple. "Sometimes," he said in his low rumble, "people are just born wrong. They can fake it for years and then something breaks inside them. All the hate and crazy comes out at once." "Yes," Elyana acknowledged. "There's an awful lot of gold here, though, Drelm." "Surely. Stolen from the farmers." "I don't think so. For starters, Ondarin went on a spending spree in Delgar a few nights ago, remember? Demid told us about it last night, and I'm pretty sure that was before Ondarin killed Hamdan and his family. You saw how recent the kills were." Delm grunted at that. "Maybe he killed someone else first." "Who? A tax collector from Daggermark? This is Livendar's coinage and it's freshly minted. How'd he get it? Everyone says Ondarin's been living alone in that nasty shack since before Delgar's founding." Drelm frowned, and Elyana could almost see him working through the possible conclusions. "Do you think someone paid him to kill Hamdan and his family?" She shook her head. "Not unless Hamdan was a lot more important than we realized." Drelm scratched his jaw. "Well, Hamdan wasn't any kind of warrior or wizard in disguise, but I suppose there might have been a bounty on him." There were a lot of bounties on river folk. Part of the region's draw was how far it lay from civilized lands, so it attracted its fair share of those with prices on their heads. "Even if that's true," she answered, "why pay someone who's not a bounty hunter to go kill him instead of killing Hamdan yourself?" Possibly because someone didn't want to get his hands dirty, she thought to herself. She didn't believe that, though. Melloc returned with Drelm's horse, Charger, and stepped slowly over, clearing his throat to announce himself. "What if Ondarin here got paid to do something else, but needed a horse and some supplies to get there?" the young man asked. "It was just his bad luck we stopped at Hamdan's place to water our horses this morning." "Maybe," Elyana frowned. "We'll let your father decide what to do with the money. If Hamdan has any relatives, I suppose they should get a cut of it." "That sounds fair," Melloc agreed. Drelm grunted appreciatively. As a devout follower of Abadar, god of laws and civilization, Drelm was ever concerned with fairness, though he applied the principles rather bluntly. "Let's gather up the gold." Elyana reached down to gingerly touch the wand beside the dead man's fingers. Its surface was mostly smooth and cool to the touch. Her bracelet hummed gently against her upper arm, as she'd expected. A set of decorative rings was set a thumb width from the wand's slimmer end. There was an unfamiliar sigil carved on its lower haft, but no obvious activation word. "This seems a little odd, too, doesn't it?" she asked. Drelm just looked at her, so she explained further. "If he'd ever had a wand like this before, we would have heard about it." "That's a fair point," Melloc agreed. "There's a lot about this whole thing that's strange." That was an understatement. From the horrifying moment they'd come upon the massacre of man, woman, child, and beast at the farm, through the moment they'd tracked the horse and rider into the wilderness, Elyana had been puzzling over the explanation. Melloc, though, was being groomed for an officer's post, so she wanted to see what he would make of it. "What do you think should be done?" The young man required little time to reach his conclusion. "We should look at Ondarin's shack, and we should approach carefully." "Why?" "In case there's been a visitor, someone who paid him. We don't want to ruin the tracks." Elyana smiled. Well reasoned. A visitor would almost surely have arrived by horse, particularly one who came with gold. Drelm grunted agreement. Smart as his old man, the orc said. Elyana wasn't quite as impressed, but said nothing, as Melloc flushed a little at praise from the half-orc. It was easy to see how much the boy looked up to his father, Avelis. He practically lived for hope of a good word from him. Melloc cleared his throat and feigned composure. What do we do with the body? Leave it, Elyana said. For carrion? Melloc sounded horrified. We'll bury his victims, he can rot. Melloc looked to Drelm for reassurance, but the half-orc was already climbing onto his great war-horse. Elyana slid the black wand into her pack and swung into her saddle. In a few moments they were moving at a good clip over the rolling grasslands toward the Selin River. They were halfway to Ondaren's wretched shack when the screaming started. Chapter 2. The Thing by the River. Drelm. It was easy to see why some people acted without regard. They lacked balance. Drelm understood the struggle for balance because he fought for it every day. Achieving it was no simple matter, and being a warrior, he even allowed that not every battle could be won. What mystified him were men like Ondaren, who'd so clearly decided to give up fighting their baser instincts. If the old wizard had but followed the teachings of Abadar, he wouldn't now be worm food. Such power as he'd wielded with that wand might have been put to some useful purpose. Drelm was a practical man, and usually put as little thought into the death of bad men as he did the end of mad dogs. Yet he'd not been able to shake the memory of Hamdan's 2 dead boys, one with his face melted away. The same horrors had been visited upon a half-dozen geese, a donkey, and 2 draft horses. Drelm's lips curled in anger as he rode out from the sight of Ondaren's end. He was proud to have killed the wizard, but what if Elyana said was true? And what Elyana said was usually true, for she was very clever. Then there was some greater danger. And it was Drelm's goal to make the village of Delgar and its surrounding environs as free from danger as he could. Yet it did no good to worry about what one didn't know, and a warrior was always better served to focus on his surroundings. So Drelm put his concerns aside. It was good to be in the saddle after all, astride his great black charger. He'd never owned a finer animal. The horse was almost tireless. Some horses seemed to live for eating, but Charger lived to move, growing impatient if too many days passed without new sights. Like many of the best things in his life, Charger had come to him through Elyana, who had personally trained the horse. It was good to sit so fine an animal and to ride with his best friend. It was good to have a home where they'd both belonged. Elyana was not the outsider she'd been in Lord Stalon's village, loved by some and mistrusted by others. Here in Delgar, she and Drelm were equally valued. Drelm had known respect under the great Lord Stalon, and he thanked Abadar every morning that he had served so fine a man. Yet Delgar was even a better place. Someone screamed. The sound had been forced from a male voice. Drelm's hand went instantly to the haft of one of his throwing axes. Elyana gestured for them to halt, and cocked her head to one side as the horses stopped and shifted restlessly. She pointed southeast as the scream trailed off, then nudged Kalda. The light brown mare sprang into a gallop. Drelm and Melloc quickly followed, and Drelm had to restrain Charger so he did not race past the elf's horse. The animal was fiercely competitive. Elyana looked over at him as they galloped. Her auburn hair tied off behind her, thudded against her back, and the top of her quiver with each hoof fall. That was an elven voice, she called. Drelm didn't question how she knew. When Elyana said a thing, it was true. The scream resumed at a higher level. At the same moment, a clear horn call pierced the air, sweet and plaintive. A strange fire blossomed in those violet eyes, and Elyana kneed her mare forward to greater speed as they rode past a copse of willows. Drelm never thought of his friend in a romantic way. She was his sister warrior, and his heart belonged to another. But he admired her easy grace. Elyana was like a hunting cat, sleek, agile, a beautiful predator. He had never met anyone quite like her, even other elves. Oh, she might resemble them physically, but she never projected that weary, aloof superiority, and she didn't waste her time with pointless talking, which annoyed him, even though he didn't understand a word of the elven language. He and Melloc followed Elyana through the roughened upland that gave way to rolling grass. After almost 2 years patrolling outside Delgar, he'd learned the countryside well enough to recognize the thick stand of trees that lay ahead. He knew that as soon as they reached them, they'd be on a hill looking down toward the eastern run of the Sellen. Elyana signed for Drelm and Melloc to go left, while she circled in from the right. Drelm motioned Melloc after him, then reined in the eager charger, so he trotted in along the edge of the trees. Much of the woodland of the River Kingdoms was old-growth forest, towering oak and ash. Drelm always liked the crisp, clean smell of the stately old trees, but this day the air was marred by the scent of blood. His horse caught the scent and snorted in warning, ears swiveling back. Drelm shot a glance to Melloc, but the boy was sharp and already had one hand to his sword hilt. They saw the bodies the moment they cleared the woodland. Midway between the trees and the 2 long boats, drawn up neatly on the sandy shore, were the remnants of an elven hunting party. 2 of the corpses lay scattered near the blood-smeared grass north of the boats, but 2 more were crumpled by ash trees at the forest's edge. One of them held a hunting horn. Drelm rode into the midst of the massacre and dismounted heavily, battle-axe to hand. Melloc was there a moment later, and both were bending down over the body, clasping the hunting horn, when they heard the cold, crisp words of command behind them. "Throw down your weapons! Press your faces to the dirt!" The speaker was male. Drelm was fairly sure he was an elf just by the musical quality of his voice. What he didn't understand was how the elves had managed to sneak up behind him. He and Melloc turned their heads slowly, discovering at the same moment that 3 elves had stepped from the woods. They were garbed like their dead brethren, in forest greens and browns, their long straight hair tied back from their foreheads. If it hadn't been already clear from the commands, their expression left no doubt that their anger was barely held in check. Drelm was used to seeing a sort of permanent condescension stamped on elven features, but the eyes of these 3 were narrowed in fury. "You heard me, Orc! Drop or die!" The speaker was unusually brief for an elf. Drelm didn't like taking orders from those outside the chain of his command. He was still weighing his choices when Melloc spoke out. "This is no orc," the youth declared, "but a man, the captain of the Delgar City Guard. He is pledged to the daughter of the Lord Mayor, my sister." Drelm was pleased with the boy's courage. A lot of veterans didn't have the stones to face hostile warriors with leveled arrows, and those that did might have sounded a little more worried. The leader's amber-flecked brown eyes flicked briefly to Drelm, then back to the boy. Neither he nor his companions looked likely to lower their weapons, and the one on the right pulled his bowstring further back. To Drelm, most male elves looked fairly similar. Upon closer scrutiny, though, he observed that the one who addressed them had a slim scar along the edge of his nose. "We came to help," Melloc insisted, "but if you slay us, you kill the heir to Delgar and his future brother. Kionin cares nothing about anyone in your festering dung-heap of a village," the elf said icily. "Drop or die. I will bandy no more words with you." "Kionin may not care, but I do." Elyana's voice came calmly behind the rank of elves. "Do not turn," she said swiftly, then lapsed into the elven tongue. Scar-Nose, all but gnashing his teeth, held a quick, sharp speech with the woman he could not see, then lowered his weapon and, saying something to his companions, stepped to the side. Each of them kept their arrows nocked, though the weapons were no longer trained upon Drelm and Melloc. Elyana strode out from the trees, her own bow held almost carelessly. When the lead elf addressed her, she cut him off abruptly. "Speak, Taldane. The boy wears no tabard because it was destroyed in a fight with a sorcerer. And you can see Captain Drelms. Surely elves of the Keonan Border Patrol know of the half-orc in Delgar's service." It was not so much a question as an insult. The leader's head rose. Slim nostrils flared, and then he returned his arrow to its quiver in one swift motion. "You must be Ilyana Sadrastis," he said coolly. "I have heard tales of you, and the half-orc with whom you ride. I am Captain Elidian. You must pardon our manner, cousin. We did not return in time to aid our friends, and found these two bent over their bodies." Ilyana didn't look as if she felt particularly like pardoning anyone. She whistled, and Kalda trotted around the trees, ears high. "Don't stand talking," Ilyana told Elidian. "Don't you want to find what did this?" Elidian turned to his companions, and after a few rapid-fire elven words, they deployed to left and right and took up posts. At a few more phrases, Ilyana's brows rose in stunned disbelief. "What of tracks near the bodies?" Drelm was wondering the same thing. He again bent down beside the blood-spattered warrior at his feet. There was no missing the huge, splay-foot, lizard-like tracks, complete with clawed toes. "Whatever did it can't have gone far." Elidian's mouth tightened as he returned to speaking a formally accented Taldane. "We aren't fools. The beast seems capable of appearing and disappearing at will. It may be miles away at this time." Drelm directed Melok to examine the bodies closer to the boats, and the young man hurried to comply. His horse was jittery around the smell of blood, and resisted as Melok led him by the reins. Drelm stared down at the bugler. The lower third of the elf's body had been pressed down by a great weight, and his clothes were saturated with internal juices. Insects already swarmed over him, attracted by the foul smell. Drelm's stomach was practically iron, but even he found the sight disquieting. He turned to Elidian before tracing out another large depression in the grass. Was this the sign of a long, heavy tail? "What kind of beast is it?" "No one's ever seen it," Elidian replied, "because it seems to be invisible. It does leave tracks, almost as if it wants to be followed, and then disappears." "And it doesn't eat," Drelm pointed out. He turned from his consideration of the corpse with the horn and looked around at all the dead elves. None of the four had been so much as nibbled. The bugler looked as though his chest had been seared with something not too dissimilar from the effects of Onderon's magical wand, just a little larger. Down by the boats, Melok stared at a body that had been torn nearly in half. "You tracked it here?" Ilyana asked Elidian. "I can't believe you haven't heard of the thing. It's been raiding up and down the River Kingdom's lands for the last weeks. We found its fresh tracks near the riverbank on the Keonan side, then searched the north bank until we saw where it had come out." Ilyana paced away from him, then knelt by one of the ash trees on the edge of the small line of woods. "What is it?" Drelm joined her. Ilyana pointed to the ground, where the half-orc saw the passage of something weighty into the woods via smashed tree limbs and squashed bushes. In the detritus were a muddle of marks, 2 or 3 of them showing a reptilian print wider across than a good-sized ale barrel. "The thing's moving slowly east," Elidian went on. "It's been seen in Timon, and there have been attacks in Lambreath and the Seven Arches as well, and a bold assault against one of our patrol outposts. If it keeps moving west, Riverton or your Delgar are next. It tends to level structures in its path." Drelm turned back to the elf. "What do you mean by level?" "It brings down buildings and kills everyone inside," Elidian replied curtly. "It's mostly impervious to damage, although sometimes a lucky arrow or blade can find a mark. When it returns, it always seems completely recovered." Drelm frowned at the thought of this. "And you think it's moving toward Delgar? How do you know?" "I can't know for certain. The elf's jaw tightened grimly. "But the line of its wanton ruin runs in that direction." Illidian turned away, and Drelm understood suddenly that the elf was troubled by the bodies of his men. With that realization, he knew a sudden pang of sympathy. "I do not have a shovel," Drelm told him. "But if you have extras, I'll help you dig." Illidian eyed him in surprise. "That is kind of you." His voice was strained. "But we will transport their bodies to Keonan for our funeral rites." Eliana was still bent over the marks and called back to them. "It looks as though it has a tail." Illidian nodded once. "It has 4 feet, with clawed toes and a long, tapering tail that it doesn't always drag behind it. I estimate that it must stretch at least 5 horse lengths. Its maw is huge. It can cut a man or a horse in half with a single bite. And it has 2 grasping appendages in front. I spoke with a survivor of an attack who described snake-like movements." Drelm was confused by his meaning. "It sounds more like a lizard, a big lizard, not a snake." "I refer to the 4 appendages." Illidian's tone was curt, as though he were explaining matters to a simpleton. "They may be tentacles. It is hard to say since no one's actually seen the thing." "So it's no kind of natural beast, then," Melloc volunteered. Illidian's look was scathing, and Melloc's cheeks flushed. "It's invisible," Illidian repeated. "It kills for sport," Drelm added. "Few natural animals killed for sport, even those with a taint of sorcery." "Is it some kind of dragon?" Melloc asked quietly. "No." Eliana stood at last. "It is no dragon." She took in the ground to the right, then left. "Drelm," she said, "if what Illidian's saying is true—" "You think I would lie?" Illidian's eyes narrowed. "My kinsmen are slain, and you think—" Eliana cut him off. "If his account is accurate, the thing must still be close." "I told you," Illidian insisted. "It comes and goes as it pleases." "But how far does it go, Captain?" Eliana asked. "You said you followed it. It lured some of you away, am I correct?" "You are." "And then attacked here, when half of you were deep into this stand of woods. It deliberately separated you, then vanished once more. Suppose that it's watching now. It was surely watching before." "That's why my soldiers stand watch." "It sounds as though this thing's a threat to all of us," Melloc ventured quietly. "Has anyone thought we might do better if we were to join forces? Hunt it down?" Illidian looked at Melloc as if noticing him for the first time. "It's easier to herd fish than to loose the river kingdoms at the same quarry." "But you do think it worthy of consideration?" Melloc asked. "My father is a man of reason. I'm sure he would welcome—" Melloc was saying more, but at Calda's whinny, Drelm turned to the woods. Eliana whirled, arrow knocked to her bow. "It's here!" Drelm ripped one of his throwing axes free and perceived the sway of branches where there was no wind, just to the left of the tracks Eliana had been examining. Eliana launched an arrow into the emptiness beside the bending branches. A second and third winged after, as Illidian sentries came running. But the arrows only clattered from the side of some huge unseen object. Eliana cursed and shouted for blades. Drelm launched his axe, his teeth bared in a grin that displayed his lower canines. For all that he strove for balance, Drelm never questioned a righteous battle, and this was surely one of them. His axe stuck in something at roughly head height, and then blood sprayed forth to dye scales hung in midair a deep scarlet. Whatever the invisible beast was came on swift feet. The thing's tread was silent, but the ground rocked as its bulk raced forward. Drelm slapped Charger's haunch to send him galloping to safety, then took up his battle axe and rushed the monster with a savage cry. He was awash with the joy of battle, and he grinned to find Melloc beside him with bared sword. He kept track of the monster's approach by his axe, which seemed to be floating above the bloody scales. Just as the axe drew within striking range, A great weight slammed into his side and sent him flying. When he landed on his back, it did not feel terribly different from the time he'd hit the street from 2 stories up. He immediately pushed up on his arms, though his head reeled. The battle continued, with 3 of the elves firing. Elyana was in the saddle and galloping forward, blade raised. The creature had moved out from the foliage, a fact evident from the axe and bloody spots still suspended in the air. Of Melloc there was no sign, but Elidian, enraged or a little crazy, chopped at some invisible force lifting a struggling elf into the air. Another elf, just to the right of Elyana's mount, was sheared suddenly in half, so that his legs and an arm holding a bow went one way, and the rest of him hung momentarily suspended, within the great invisible mouth, Drelm supposed, then was expelled onto the grassy sward. Elyana's sword carved a long line of blood along the thing's flank, as Calda galloped under her. Still staggered, Drelm climbed to his feet. His battle-axe lay 3 yards distant, but he laid hands to his second throwing-axe and let fly, only to see it sail harmlessly into space. The beast appeared to be moving, and though the ground was shifting under something weighty, Drelm had no idea where it moved until Elidian shouted in pain and dropped writhing, his right arm severed just below the elbow. "Abadar preserve us," Drelm said. He charged forward, passing under the struggling form still held aloft by some unseen force, thinking that he could at least drag the elven officer out of the way. Then suddenly the elf before him dropped. So too did the axe suspended in midair. The bloody line in its side, sketched by the galloping Elyana, disappeared. The beast was gone. Elyana curveted Calda, spun her around and flung herself off the animal to tend to Elidian. The elf captain had clambered to his feet and was paling rapidly as he stared at the ruined bloody stump of his arm and the blood-drenched garments that clothed it. Drelm knew Elyana's healing could save the captain, so he gathered his axe in case the thing came back, then looked over the elf that had dropped nearby. He wasn't moving, and Drelm saw why the moment he bent to investigate. The beast had pulped the elf's rib cage. Drelm rose with a prayer to Abadar on his lips and searched the battle site for Melloc. He found him a few moments later, staring sightlessly at the sky. Drelm let out a long, slow breath. Now that was something he had hoped not to see. What would he say to the boy's father? To Dela? Drelm lowered his battle-axe and leaned against it, staring down at the young man. True, Melloc had spoken before he thought sometimes, and not always reasoned things through, but even a fool could have seen that the boy was meant for big things. He'd been brave and clever, and horse and weapon skills had come as naturally to him as they had to Drelm. You couldn't say that about every man. Melloc looked almost lifelike lying there, except that his neck was a little looser than it should ever be on a living body. The half-orc decided that the same invisible limb that had knocked him flat must have struck Melloc a little higher. It was very sad. Still, Melloc had died on the field of battle, with a sword in his hand. Drelm felt certain the boy's father would be proud. Chapter 3. Too Good to Miss. Lisette. Most of Delgar's buildings were fashioned from rough-hewn timber, lacking exterior plaster or even a second story. Unless you enjoyed the smell of fish scales and muddy water, there was little to recommend this place, although Lisette appreciated the community's nod toward organization. A lot of river communities couldn't be bothered to fashion straight roads or straight houses, for that matter. Delgar, at least, had been built on a grid plan, and as she and Carrag climbed out of the barge that afternoon, she was able to take quick stock of the little town. For the last week of her journey, she'd heard rumors about a hunting expedition jointly sponsored by several of the famously uncooperative river kingdoms. Delgar was to be its launching point, which was probably what had drawn her bounty so far north. Apparently, experienced hunters were to be paid good coin, and the old rogue probably hoped he could pass off as one. She and Carrig blended in fairly well with the crowds thronging the little village, for no one could guess by looking at their gear that they earned their coin hunting men, not beasts. She scanned the faces they passed, taking the place in, ignoring the return appraisals from knots of varied martial types who wound their way through the muddy streets. Dark of eye and dark of hair, which she'd cut to the nape of her neck, Lizette had the pale complexion of a Chilaxian. Her pants were dark, loose, comfortable, and tucked into well-worn calf-high boots sewn from lizard hide. A pair of pistol butts stood out from the sash tied at her waist, weapons of fine iron and dark, highly polished wood. Her single mark of flamboyance was the slim, red feather thrust into the side of her brimmed cloth hat. As Carrig finished unloading their gear, he handed a matching flintlock rifle up to her. She shouldered the weapon without remark, the brown strap sliding across the long black sleeve of her shirt and the rim of her black vest. The burly dwarf hefted a second rifle on his own shoulder, the long muzzle poking 3 feet above his blonde locks. He then lifted a huge leather bag as thick around as himself and propped it on the other shoulder. "Let's get this over with," she said, and they started forward. The two made an odd pair. Carrig was Lizette's physical opposite in nearly every way, for he was blond and pale and sturdy. Where she strode with pantherish grace, he swaggered. If passers-by even recognized the rifle he carried for what it was, they would probably have assumed it was his, but it belonged to Lizette just as much as the powder bag slung across Carrig's back, the rifle over her own shoulder, or the brace of flintlock pistols thrust through her belt. "You ever hear what they're really supposed to be hunting?" Lizette asked him. She ignored the appreciative whistle of a leather-clad barbarian leaning against the side of a building. "It's some monster the elves drove out of Keonan," Carrig answered in his low rumble. "If the long-ears can't be bothered, they'll just chase a beast out and let everyone else—" Carrig's voice trailed off, and Lizette's gaze swung to follow his own. A thick-set man with a full beard had just stepped from the sprawling 2-story building ahead of them and stood now under a hanging placard carved with a leaping fish. The hood of his light traveling cloak was cast back to reveal a balding pate peppered with red hair. Beside him were 2 younger men of similar build, their receding hair heavy with grease. Lizette cursed in disbelief. It was never ever this easy. She'd tracked the man for the better part of 2 months, always staying just behind him. And now he was there before her within a few moments of reaching Delgar. "Velmic," Carrig whispered. Even as her hand swept toward her right pistol, Velmic spotted her. With a deep-throated shout, he dove back through the doorway. His sons hurried after. Lizette wasted no breath cursing. "Back entrance," she ordered Carrig, then leapt to the wooden porch to push into the throng of men Velmic and his sons had stumbled through. The fugitives left a wake through the middle of the tavern's crowded common room, a wide space crammed with long wooden tables and broad-shouldered men and women, many of whom were now cursing, their heads turned toward Velmic. The murderer plowed toward a closed door beside the stairs to the private rooms. One of his boys was ahead of him, the other was looking back at Lizette. His hand went to his belt and fastened not around the sword hilt, but an axe haft. Lizette knew then that she faced Gurn, who had a reputation with his throwing axe. That meant the one starting up the stairs ahead of Velmic had to be the eldest, Hadek, against whom there was a minor bounty. Not half the size of the one on Velmic, and it wouldn't have brought her out to the wilds. But with him so close by, she wouldn't dream of passing up the opportunity. Gurn charged up the creaking steps after the others. "Hurry, Dad!" A man and woman at the top of the stairs froze at sight of Hadek and backed off. Lizette elbowed a gawking servant girl out of the way and pulled her pistol free, cocking the hammer with her offhand. As she brought the muzzle in line with Velmic's broad retreating back, Gurn sent the axe flying at her head. She sidestepped, firing as she felt the passage of the haft brush her hat brim. She missed by only a little, hitting Haddock instead. The man dropped with a girlish scream, and his father whirled. Behind Lizette, the axe smashed into a row of glasses at the bar, and there was an uproar from the bartender and any number of patrons. She thrust the smoking pistol through her belt and drew its twin even as Gurn pulled a second axe. Velmick crouched by his firstborn, who whimpered on the stairs. The older man bared teeth as he faced her, drawing steel. She notched back the hammer of her second pistol and snapped off a shout. She grinned through the swirl of black gun smoke. She'd known, even as the weapon kicked in her hand, that it had been true. Gurn staggered and jerked as a leaking red hole materialized in the center of his forehead. He sprawled. The thunderous pistol shot set women screaming and men shouting in terror. Many dove for cover or rushed the door. Lizette calmly shoved the smoking pistol back through her sash and drew her short sword. Velmick charged down the stairs, eyes mad and rolling, lips peeled back to show stained and crooked teeth. He brandished his long-notched sword like a cleaver. "You killed my boys, you bitch!" Lizette snatched a tankard from the abandoned bar and hurled it at Velmick's head. Her aim was not as accurate with her offhand, but the bald man swerved. The tankard banked off the stair rail, spraying sour-smelling ale. The instant's distraction was all Lizette desired. She lunged forward, slicing rather than thrusting, and cut Velmick across his neck and upper chest. The old fool was wearing leather armor but no neck guard. It was not a deep strike, but it was enough to spoil Velmick's own and set him clawing instinctively for his throat. He looked down wide-eyed as she drove the sword through his hand and out the back of his neck. Blood spurted forth, and Velmick gurgled a bit as he wobbled, then sank, finally flopping onto the floorboards like a fish. His sword struck the stained planks a second later with a dull clang. There came a brief silence over which she heard the labored breathing of Haddock, collapsed with glassy eyes upon the stairs. She wiped her blade on the back of Velmick's shirt. Carrig burst in through the back doorway, panting, and suddenly found every pair of eyes in the whole tavern staring at him and the musket he carried in two hands. The silence lasted only a moment longer, and then the buck-toothed bartender demanded to know who she was, how she dared, and most loudly, who would pay for the damages. "I am a bounty hunter," Lizette told him calmly, "and two of these men are wanted in Andoran, Druma, and Isgar. Carrig will pay the damages." At this, the dwarf stepped to her side, a little red-faced. "They never came out," he explained swiftly, softly, "and I heard gunshots." She had surmised that. There was no real trouble, she told him, so his dwarven pride would remain uninjured. "Bag these two up and pay this gentleman for his trouble. Your pardon, sir," she said to the proprietor with her prettiest smile. "I am afraid I must leave your fine company." The bartender and the others gawped. She didn't mind the attention at all. It might make her stay in the place a little simpler. The crowd broke into low murmurs, talking among themselves and staring darkly. A few were even moving back toward their tables, though they were cautious about it. The bartender was actually scowling. "This is Delgar," he said with a drawl. "You can't just wander into the town and kill people in my bar. We have laws." Carrig stepped up to the counter, his head just clearing its edge. "Lizette has full authority. This is my inn." The barkeep's face reddened. Lizette heard angry murmurs from the crowd behind her. Curious, she hadn't anticipated this at all. Quietly, methodically, she took up one of her pistols and cleaned the inside of the muzzle with a rag she pulled from a vest pocket. From behind came a loud clump of steps and a lull in the mutters as a deep male voice demanded silence. Lizette paused in the loading of her pistol and turned. A peculiar fellow strode through the doorway. At first glance, he was just another broad, powerful man-at-arms. And then she saw so many incongruities that she was not sure which to consider first. It was not so remarkable that she faced a thickly built member of the city guard bearing a sheathed sword. What was remarkable was that he was half, or at least quarter-blood, orc. Even out here in the uncivilized wilds, most folk didn't trust their kind, and there was no missing the greenish hue or the forward thrust of the thick jaw and upward-pointing teeth. Yet here was no coarse brute either, for his garb was immaculate, from polished helm to the glimpse of leather armor she perceived beneath the spotless blue tabard with its black crenellated tower. Her eyes shifted briefly to the tall figure striding in behind him, likewise immaculate, likewise wearing leather armor and a white and blue tabard with a stone tower, but his long mustaches and slanted eyes were merely peculiar as opposed to extraordinary. "What has happened here?" the half-orc growled. "Captain," the barkeep began, and once again Lizette started. "Captain?" The barkeep pointed at her. "This woman just killed those 3 men on the stairs with some kind of magic." The bright, rather small eyes in the half-orc's face shifted immediately to her, then to the gun. "You need to set that down," the captain growled. Carrig stomped over from the bar to stand at Lizette's side. He glowered up at the orc, who seemed careless of the dark look, for he gave the dwarf little attention before focusing again upon the gun. "Who are you?" Carrig growled. The tall, mustached guardsman had stepped to the half-orc's side, and it was he who answered in a mellow voice with a faint trace of a Brevic accent. "You are addressing Drelm, captain of the Delgar Guard, and he has given your associate a command. Put aside the strange wand. Immediately." Lizette's smile did nothing to change Drelm's expression. It remained grim, even as she passed the still unloaded pistol on to Carrig. "I am a bounty hunter," she said, "fully licensed in 5 separate countries and at least as many municipalities, including Timon. 2 of those men were known bandits and murderers, the other was a relative. I was not after him, but he attacked." "Proof?" Drelm asked. Lizette was used to thinking on her feet, but it took a moment longer to decipher the captain's short command. "I have posters for them here," she said. "In my vest pocket." "Pull them slowly," Drelm told her. "Of course." The captain's eyes never left her hand, as she produced 2 quarter-folded pieces of parchment. They crinkled as she passed them across to one large greenish hand. The knuckle on his first finger was scarred with a long, slightly paler line. She watched as his eyes tracked across the likenesses of Velmic and Gurn. Not perfect, but fair enough, and then the words beneath. And she kept the smile upon her lips, knowing that he would demand some sort of fine, or impose some other penalty to enrich himself. She knew better than to object. Here was a man, clearly used to getting his own way by physical intimidation. The curious thing was how the barkeep and 2 barmaids were both focused upon the captain expectantly. She would have thought they would view any interaction with him with fawning politeness, as you had to do in larger cities when the gang shook you for protection money. Drelm finished what must have been a somewhat labored examination of the words, for he was long about it, and handed the papers off to the Brevin. "Compare them." "Yes, Captain." The Brevin stepped around Carrig, walking with a horseman's swagger. His boot heels, she noticed, were silver. "They did a lot of damage." The barkeep pointed to a row of smashed glasses sitting on a dark shelf behind him. Lizette glanced over the bar top and saw a trio of broken bottles lying on the dark floorboards, amid a spreading pool of sweet-smelling wine. "We will gladly pay for the damages," Lizette told them, although all of this was because Velmic's son threw an axe. That didn't hold any sway with the barkeep. "He wouldn't have thrown an axe if you hadn't followed him into my inn." The Brevin had climbed the first 2 stairs and was glancing back and forth between the 2 pieces of paper and the bodies. "Captain," he called, "2 of these look just about right, and the 3rd must be a son of the older one." Drelm's small eyes flicked to the barkeep's. "What will repairs cost?" Lizette could see conflicting emotions warring on the barkeep's face. He looked down at the damage, then back to the orc. 5 gold sales. 3 at best. the Brevin said as he wandered over. "I can smell that wine from here, not exactly high elven vintage." The Brevin was right, but Lizette knew better than to offer any opinion. "3," Drelm said to Lizette. "Pay him. Dammit, collect the coins." "Yes, Captain." Lizette couldn't believe she was getting off that lucky. Drelm glanced once more at the dwarf, who still watched with suspicion, and faced the rest of the tavern's occupants. "Many of you are new faces," Drelm said as he drew himself up. "This is not how we do things here." He tapped his chest. "Those who kill face me. Those who steal face me. Those who hurt an innocent face me. I give this one," he pointed to Lizette, "this one chance. She is new. She is a bounty hunter. She has taken her chance and yours. Next time, you face me. Am I understood?" He snapped this last. A few of the folk, locals probably, were direct with their reply, "Yes, Captain." The others looked away and mumbled. Drelm's lips pulled back in a snarl, and he roared, "Do you understand me? You will answer, 'Yes, Captain.'" "Yes, Captain," the customers called back. "Again." This time the tavern timber seemed to shake a little with the noise. "Yes, Captain." Drelm grunted, then glanced back at Lizette. "No more bounties before speaking with me." "Of course." Lizette tried a smile and produced a gleaming, cold coin. She lobbed it twirling into the air between the half-orc and herself. "For your trouble." Drelm caught it without looking in one massive fist, then addressed the Brevin while staring at her. "Lieutenant Demet, she is new. Speak to her." "Only the mayor pays the city guard, little sparrow," the Brevin said from behind her. Drelm then pitched the coin without once considering it toward the barkeep. "I levy fines for bribery," he said. "There, keep it. Now you profit from the mess." Stranger and stranger. Lizette couldn't quite figure the captain's angle. Only some wet-behind-the-ears eagle knight would be so honest. Certainly no half-orc in a village no one had heard of. "Do you have more targets in Delgar?" he asked her. "Probably not," Lizette answered. There was always the possibility she'd bump into someone else. "Probably not," Drelm grunted, a low, almost thoughtful sound. "If it becomes probably yes, see me before you spill more blood, or you and I will have a problem." At last he acknowledged the dwarf, who muttered under his breath. Something dwarven from the sound, and an insult from his dark look. "I don't speak dwarf," the half-orc said. Then his eyes tracked back to Lizette's. "Tell him threats to me when I'm in uniform are threats to the guard." Lizette's hand tightened on Carrick's shoulder. He tensed under her fingers. She did not leave off smiling. "I'll make sure he knows." Drelm grunted. The Brevins strode past then, coin purses in hand. They had 32 silvers, Captain, and a handful of coppers. "For the treasury," Drelm said. "Yes, Captain." Her first thought was that the half-orc was an idiot and meant to have the lieutenant turn the money over to the city coffers. Then she realized they were saying that solely for the benefit of listeners and would surely cut themselves in for a nice percentage of the money, for Demet had certainly announced fewer funds than he'd actually found on the bodies. Drelm surveyed the room a final time, then turned heel and strode away. "Carrig," Lizette forced almost sickly sweet kindness into her voice. "Make the rest of the arrangements, and keep the captain's warning in mind. I do think," she added, "we'll be better welcome at some other inn for the night." "I suppose you're right," Carrig said, and turned to consider the bodies and the barkeep, who still watched them. Everyone actually was still staring at them, although some had returned to their meals. "My pistol?" Lizette asked. It was evidence of how peculiar the encounter had been that Carrig had not instantly returned it to her. He did so now with an apologetic look, then strode toward the bar. In this place, she didn't imagine he'd be able to drag the bodies to an alley and cut off their heads. One way or another, though, the dwarf would have to decapitate the corpses and drop the heads in salt. It didn't matter to her how he did it, so long as they stayed on the right side of the law, and more importantly, so long as the evidence of the kill was preserved long enough to collect the bounty. She walked out past Demid and stepped to the edge of the raised platform, leaning against the warm building shingles while she checked over the pistol bore and fished around for her pellet and powder. She was not at all surprised to find the Brevin guard following her out, black eyes afire with interest. "You have strange talons," he said, "but are a deadly bird. The dwarf didn't slay any of them, did he?" "No." She pulled out a powder packet and bit off the end with her teeth, then spat it to the side. Demid's lips turned up in a slight smile. "Is there something funny, Lieutenant?" "Demid," he said, "I assure you that I take you quite seriously." She wasn't sure what to make of that, but decided not to press further. "So, what are a Brevin and a half-orc doing on the guard force in a nowhere village in the River Kingdoms? It almost sounds like a joke." He repeated the word doubtfully. "A joke?" "Sure." She pulled free a bullet from another pocket and held it up to the sun. "A Brevin and a half-orc walk into a bar? But I don't know the punchline." "The punchline?" "Oh, yes. No. It's no joke, lady." He waited expectantly. "Lizette." "Lizette? How lovely. I might begin such a joke myself. An angry dwarf and a beautiful markswoman, enter a bar. But I also don't know the—" He paused to make a rolling motion with his hand, then finished. "Punch line." "There isn't one." Lizette put home the bullet and, satisfied, tamped it down. "What is it you want, Lieutenant?" "I am curious about you. Part of my duties as a guardsman of Delgar, you understand." Was he flirting, or was he actually searching for information? The more time she spent in this place, the more unsure she became. She could read men, though, and even though Demid clearly found her attractive, there was a coolness in his gaze. "Of course. For instance, I've never seen wands with handle grips before." "You mean these?" As she tapped the muzzle of her pistol, he nodded. "These aren't wands. They're guns. No magic's involved." "Ah," he said. "I've never seen one before." "But you've heard of them?" "Alchemical, aren't they?" Clearly he wished to hold one, but she wasn't feeling charitable. "Something like that." "I see. And where is it that you're going?" "I wish only to find lodging for the night, somewhere where I might obtain a warm bath." "Ah," Demid clicked his tongue. "That's more challenging than usual owing to the hunt. Are you planning to participate?" "I'm only here for Velmic. I just want a warm bath, a night in a real bed, and then I'll be on the next boat out." Demid listened with interest, then provided directions to a home near the walled city center. "Madame Celine has expensive rooms, and is careful to whom she rents them. Most of these would not be welcome there. Your friend," he continued, "would have to be—" "Gentlemanly?" "Polite," Demid said with a nod. "He can manage that. I thank you, Demid." "Of course." He executed a smart half-bow, turned on his heel, and retreated to the inn. Interesting. He had not been looking for a bribe or romance, but inspecting her, almost as though he were a guardsman in Elmus, a real professional. Well, the River Kingdoms attracted fugitives. Likely the Brevin had some sort of complicated backstory, and probably one less interesting than she supposed. Curious as she was, she decided she was thankful neither Demid nor Drelm were the types who liked to brag about their past. Lizette slipped her gun back through her belt, readied her second, then tucked her supplies away. She checked her appearance in a small glass mirror, finding a few blood flecks which she wiped from her cheeks. Demid's directions and information proved accurate. Madame Celine, a beanpole-thin woman with a personality dry as day-old bread, could have done with some of the Brevin's politeness. Eliana rented a room for a silver wolf. A criminal raid out here in the middle of nowhere, but it came with a warm bath and privacy, and Celine told her the latter was not likely anywhere else in the village this week. The outrageous feast soured Lizette's mood, even after a long hot soak in a sparkling clean iron tub off Madame Celine's kitchen. She was upstairs in the tiny bedroom allotted her, methodically checking over her gear, when a loud rap rang against her door. Lisette reached immediately for one pistol which she put close to hand. She was partially dressed in shirt and pants, although she was uncorseted and barefoot, and her wet hair hung wild about her shoulders. "Who is it?" She expected an answer from Carrick. Still, you could never be too cautious in her line of work. She glanced over her shoulder at the narrow, shuttered window overlooking the street. The afternoon sun cast lines of light through which dust motes drifted, highlighting the polish on the old floor planks. Madame Celine kept a tidy inn. "I have a message for you, miss." The voice was that of a young man's. Lisette lifted the pistol and pulled back the hammer with a faint click. "From whom?" "Someone from the court, miss." That struck her as more than a little curious. "You don't know?" Apparently the message boy thought so too. "I'm sorry, I don't," he admitted. "I was just supposed to find the lady who'd—" There was a brief pause. "Killed those men at the tavern? You're her, aren't you?" Lisette was still wondering how to answer that when the boy spoke on. "I'll just slide this message under the door. No need to pay me. My fee's already handled." The floorboards creaked outside then, probably from the boy's shifting weight, and a small envelope slid slowly under the door. Lisette stared at it from a distance. "I'll be going now," the young man's voice said nervously, and then his footsteps receded hurriedly. Lisette slowly lowered the hammer, put the gun aside, and stepped to the envelope, though long years in the field made her cautious even with this simple act. The letter might be poisoned or trapped, or the letter might be a distraction while something else was underway. In the end, though, it proved just a letter, sealed with wax, that lacked the mark of any kind of seal. The message within promised 20 gold sails for a brief discussion with the Lord Mayor, so long as she understood that she was to be completely discreet about the summons, both before and after the meeting. An unexpected development and a profitable one. Probably the man was looking to drop a criminal the local guard force hadn't been able to kill. Someone too clever for, say, a half-orc. The discretion was peculiar, but compared to some of the requests she'd heard over the years, it didn't amount to much. Likely Lord Avalis didn't want anyone knowing his guard force couldn't handle the matter. Lisette readied herself in short order, pleased that she'd kept one blouse clean, just for these sorts of emergencies. One street over, the wooden buildings gave way to a handful of stone homes, immediately outside the walled enclosure that surrounded the seat of government. The 10-foot wall wouldn't hold off an army for long, but it would keep back the kind of bandit forces that usually assaulted River Kingdom's settlements. She passed through the open gates and tried not to stare too long at the 2 spear-bearing guardsmen. It was odd enough that they should look so competent, odder still that their helms matched and that their hair and faces were well groomed. But beyond that, they were actually wearing clean tabards. One simply didn't encounter that level of organization in River Kingdom's villages, which tended to rise and fall every generation. So far as she knew, Delgar was only a few years old. It had no business being so well run. She understood now that the symbol she'd seen on all the guards' tabards, a small tower with an arrow slit and 4 merlons, was a fair likeness of the tower of the keep ahead of her. Beyond the gate was about what she'd expected, an expanse of rich black dirt and scrubby grass, with various outbuildings and storage sheds. A stable stood along the wall directly west of the gate. All of this, too, seemed finely ordered. There were no sagging roofs or rotting joists, no mismatched roof thatching. How did the lord of this little burg manage such order in the midst of such chaos? He might not be the simple hayseed with delusions of grandeur she'd anticipated. Lisette supposed it didn't really matter, so long as the money was good. As she crossed the compound, the keep's metal-banded door opened wide, and out walked 3 tall, splendid figures. One was dressed in black traveling clothes like herself, and the others in green and brown forest gear. Elves! She'd seen her share of them in various cities, but these were no ordinary citizens. They walked with a warrior's confidence, shoulders wide. Their eyes had a veteran's look, measuring all that they took in. Each gauged her as they walked for the stables, and as one adjusted the strap of his quiver, she realized with a start that his left hand was nothing more than a hook. He was the shortest of the lot, though still half a head taller than herself, and one of the most beautiful creatures she had ever seen, even for an elf. His coppery brown hair was long, straight, and thick, and his dark eyes were dotted with luminous amber flecks. Many elven males struck her as youthful or effeminate, but not this one, whose fine-featured face seemed grimly competent and was marred by a small scar along his nose. She was shocked to find that her breath actually caught in her throat a bit as his eyes met hers. Worse, he seemed to see or hear it, for his gaze fastened on her a moment longer. Then he glanced at the hook upon his arm. His expression hardened, and he strode after his companions. Lizette wasn't used to feeling regret, but she had a mad impulse to follow and tell him that it wasn't the hook she'd gasped at. But what should she care about what an elf thought of her feelings? She found someone else watching, a lean, bearded man in the tower doorway. She returned his scrutiny as she walked closer. The stranger stood perhaps 6 feet tall, with a full head of brown hair. That and his beard were lined with distinguished bands of silver. His face was weathered but handsome, and she guessed him to be somewhere in his late 30s or early 40s. His breeks were brown, his cuffed and collared shirt white and tight over thick shoulders. He had a swordsman's build, she thought, though she saw no blade upon him. Lizette halted before him. "Welcome," the man said in a subdued baritone. "I think you may have come to see me." "Lord Avalis?" "Avalis will do," he replied. "And you are?" "Lizette Demond, of Cheliax." He didn't quite manage to hold in his surprise. One eyebrow twitched. Somehow she was not quite what he'd expected, but he didn't let it stop him. "It was good of you to come so quickly. Please follow me." He turned on one boot heel and addressed someone out of sight within the building, telling them to bring refreshments. Lizette followed the mayor through a common room, then a deep doorway, almost a short tunnel, and into a long, narrow office. Apart from a small, high window, the room lacked natural light, which explained the lanterns hung from dark joists over the desk. There was just barely room for Avalis to slide around the desk, and this he did before turning to face her and gesturing to the chairs. As they took their seats, she noted the well-crafted wooden cabinet under the window behind him. The elm desk was simply but finely made, and the papers on its surface neatly stacked. "Your arrival was fortuitous," Avalis told her. "I've made inquiries about those in your line of profession, but none of them have come." Lizette smiled thinly. "The River Kingdoms is a long way to come for 20 gold sails. I assume you don't want someone local." "You assume correctly." A chubby servant girl knocked upon the door behind them and hurried forward with a platter holding a wine bottle and 2 glasses. "Just set it on the desk, Sirrah. Thank you. Please close the door behind you." "Yes, Mayor," she said, curtsying to him before she departed. The door shut with a heavy thud. "Please, have a drink." The mayor's hand indicated the platter. "You're very kind. After we discuss our business, perhaps." Avalis nodded once, sharply. "I'll cut to the point." He reached under the desk, and Lizette tensed as she heard a drawer being opened. A moment later, Avalis set a cloth bag upon the wood, where it jangled with a heavy thud. He pushed it toward her. 20 gold sails. That's for hearing me out and keeping your mouth shut, even if you don't like what I offer you." "That's right." She loosened the leather tie cord and peered within, then lifted one of the coins to the sunlight. It was Andorran currency with a shine so clear it must be virtually unhandled. She tested one between her back teeth, found it appropriately soft and pure, and dropped it back in with its fellows, before cinching the bag and dropping it into the pack she'd slung over the chair back. "Don't you want to count it?" Avelis sounded amused. "I did," she said. Which wasn't entirely true, but she could tell there were at least 15 sails in there, which was good enough for her. "All right, Avelis. I can see you're serious about this. What do you want me for?" Avelis steepled his fingers. "I need you to kill an orc." She laughed. "Any decent mercenary can do that job, Mayor. And your town is crawling with them. Your guard force looks surprisingly capable." "Oh, it is. But it's the captain of my guard I want you to kill." The expression upon his face was so strange, what with his twitching smile and the burning gleam in his eyes, that she thought at first that he joked. She realized he was serious as he spoke on. "I suppose I should explain that he's partly human." She cleared her throat. He probably wasn't going to handle this well. Avelis seemed like a man who was used to having his way. "I'm a bounty hunter, Mayor, not an assassin." Avelis shrugged. "Is there a difference? I'm putting a private bounty on him." She wanted to ask how large that bounty was, but she was already treading on thin ice. "Has he broken the laws of your community?" "No." Lizette shook her head. "Then that's an assassination. That's not my line." "Oh. You haven't yet heard my price." Now the trick was leaving the meeting gracefully. She offered a few alternative suggestions. "If you want him killed, hire some guards to attack him. Hire some bravos, poison him." "My guards are fiercely loyal to him. They would sooner betray me, and he would kill any warrior sent against him. Poison would be too suspicious. I want you, and I will pay you very well." Again she saw that strange gleam in his eyes and the peculiar shifting smile. She felt a dawning curiosity about the money. "How well?" Avelis reached slowly into an inside pocket to produce a small red silk bag. He undid the drawstrings, cupped his left hand, and poured out a stream of small gems, each the size of her thumbnail. Lizette recognized bloodstone and carnelian, moonstone and onyx. Every one of them is worth at least 50 gold sails, a fortune that transports well. It was far more than what Lizette would have guessed. She had many questions, but thought to keep him talking while she considered the matter. "Pardon my asking, but if you have all of these, what are you doing here?" Avelis's eyes narrowed. "That's not really your concern, is it? Do the job well, and all this is yours." He extended the palm of his hands, strewn with gems, and Lizette reached out to select one. She held it up between thumb and forefinger and directed it into a mote-filled sunbeam. "That's more than 4,000 sails for what's likely to be a week's work." Lizette had been paid in gemstones often enough that she knew a real one when she saw it. She dropped that one back into his palm and chose another at random. It, too, was finely cut, glimmering with color. She'd had good reasons for walking away from her earlier profession, and even finer reasons for permanently keeping her distance. Yet this was good money, absurdly good given the circumstances, and if she played things right, no one would ever know. How would the Black Coil ever hear about the death of a half-orc in the River Kingdoms? With this kind of money, she might finally have the funds to set up permanent residence in Triella in one of those rambling old Chelish-style mansions. There were any number of them sinking slowly into disrepair. Between this and the funds she'd stashed in Almas, she might just be able to lay claim to one and afford the upkeep. The real question might have been why the mayor wasn't doing the same thing. But then, as he said, that really wasn't her business. Maybe he was one of those driven to command. Or maybe he'd done something terrible under his real name and had fled to the frontier to start afresh. She considered the mayor as she dropped the gem back into his palm. "Why do you want him dead?" His smile widened, showing teeth, and he gathered in the gems. "He killed my son, and is marrying my daughter. He will rule after me, unless I kill him." Had he missed the obvious? Some, blinded by desire for vengeance, were too quick to dismiss easier methods. Wouldn't it be easy to forbid the marriage? and bring him to trial? It's not so simple. Avelis's lip curled in a savage sneer before he regained composure. It was no blade that killed my Melloc, but negligence. My son was on patrol with the orc, who didn't have the brains to safeguard him. Most of the village doesn't even think it's the orc's fault. The mayor's eyes burned. He's got all of them fooled. What do you mean? They like him. They trust him. A half-orc? Avelis nodded once. 2 years ago, this community was on the brink of ruin. Bandits and river raiders were a constant threat. Despite my best efforts, the town was lawless and violent. And Drelm fixed all this for you? The orc and his friend, an elven woman named Eliana. They were just passing through, but with their help things quickly turned around. I was grateful, understand. He's been my guard captain now for the last 1.5 years, and Eliana remains a sort of informal advisor. She's very, very good. Lisette managed not to smirk at the open lust in the man's tone. So Avelis had a thing for pointed ears. Then again, given her reaction to the courtyard, who was she to talk? The town has embraced them, Avelis went on. They've even embraced the idea of him. Courting my daughter. But the thought of his blood mingling with mine. The fingers on the mayor's left hand slowly curled inward, and he stared down at the clenched fist, almost in surprise. It began to shake. I should have seen it, he said through gritted teeth. He means to rule after me. Lisette thought she had a handle on the matter now, but she summarized for clarity. Before discussing contracts, she always made sure expectations were clear between her and her employer. You want him dead, but not in an obvious way. And you don't want to anger the village. Or his friend, the elf? Exactly. How is it that a half-orc and an elf are friends? Avelis snorted. They served together over in Taldor. I thought they were lovers for the longest time, or I'd have been more worried when Drelm was near my daughter. He's so proper. I didn't even realize what was happening until it was too late. Well, I don't have any love for orcs, but my reputation is as a bounty hunter. I take on legal cases. I'd like an official contract. Avelis favored her with a long look, then set his elbows on the desk and steepled his fingers. I think the money's good enough that we don't need a contract. Don't you? Papers can fall into the wrong hands. Maybe you should think about hiring someone else then. As I said, I'm not an assassin. Not anymore. And by her covenant, she could not work as one. She shouldn't even be sitting here. Well, I'm the ruler here, and I'll pay a large bounty. I can even turn the paper over to you if you wish once you succeed. I always come through on a contract, Lisette said. I've no doubt. You managed to impress Lieutenant Demid, which is no mean feat. He said that you felled 3 men, and that you used strange weapons that launch metal balls but aren't magic. He was doing his best to change the subject. That's true enough. I want the contract with me. That's really not possible. She thought about walking out, yet, then I want half, now. Half? He spluttered. Unless you give me a contract that will hold up in court. Avelis frowned, and his good look soured. The eyes narrowed, lines curled about his mouth, and she saw what he would look like in 10 or 15 more years, a bitter, angry old man. Avelis let out a pent-up breath. Very well. But there is one more condition. Drelm must die, but it can't be done in a way that alerts anyone, especially not Eliana, whom I would rather remain to serve the town. Her counsel is quite valuable to me. I'll bet it is, Lisette thought, but Avelis seemed oblivious to how much he was revealing about himself. And it can't be done promptly, he continued. You've probably noted the influx of warriors. It was hard not to miss. A deadly beast's killing people up and down the river. One beast? We think so. It was my son's last wish that we band together to launch an expedition to hunt the thing down. I've joined forces with Kyonin, Timon, Riverton, and Seven Arches, and we've scraped enough together to reward those who kill it. Drelm and Elyana are heading the expedition. It must succeed. It was the beast that killed my boy, and I will see it go down. Which means Drelm can't be killed until the thing is dead. He's too good a warrior. Do you understand? More complications. She should have known it would have more complications. So you want me to go on to the expedition with them through the wilderness and pretend to hunt for this thing with them. What sort of beast is it? No one's really seen it. Avelis turned over an empty palm. What we do know is that it likes to kill. It's smashed into homes and outposts and hunting camps up and down the river for the last 6 months. It comes and goes as it likes, vanishing right in front of witnesses. Better and better. She kept the disgust from her voice. I see. Some of the best trackers in the River Kingdoms will be along, Avelis said. I can't imagine it taking more than a week. And at some point, while you're trying to shoot the beast with one of your alchemical wands, Drelm will just get in the way. And he will get in the way. He'll be in the forefront to kill the thing, I guarantee it. And you, with your ranged weapons, will be standing back. Easy. Somehow she doubted it would be as easy as he supposed, and then Avelis opened the bag once more. Hold out your hand, and we'll count out your advance. That is, if you're in. She hesitated only a moment. I'm in. Chapter 4. The Expedition. Elyana. Dawn had come to the little village. Light filtering through the trees clustered along the riverbank, painted the dusty streets in tawny rose. A cool morning breeze stirred the leaves. As was normal on such a day, Delgar's people were already up, moving off toward shops or running errands. Normally the children would be running to start their morning chores, but today dozens gathered to stare at the men and women waiting expectantly in the town square, south of Delgar's keep. Elyana watched them from her doorway vantage point. The throngs that had come to apply for the expedition were even more diverse than she'd expected. The majority were a mix of human river folk, seasoned warrior types with sturdy if battered armor and weapons. But there were dwarves, too, and halflings, and a mix of other races. She could guess that many were mercenaries, come to hunt the beast and collect the coin. Others she knew sought vengeance, for she had overheard talk from Delgar villagers in the last week, and saw their grim faces mixed in with those of strangers. The professionals chatted among themselves with bored disinterest, trading an occasional dark smile if they recognized one another. Those who had lost loved ones or friends to the creature shifted with nervous energy. None of them looked frightened enough, she said quietly to Drelm, who only grunted. The two waited just inside the dry goods shop, he in his armor and tabard, she in her weathered brown traveling gear, her hair pinned back. Lieutenant Demid and 2 other guardsmen were posted at the crowd's edges. Elyana didn't expect any trouble, not yet, but only a fool took unnecessary risks. The 2 clerics had established homes in Delgar. The matronly priestess of Callistria walked now with her single acolyte along the edge of the gathering, calmly offering a kiss and the touch of her 3-pointed holy symbol to any who desired the blessing of her god. Her competition, the most recent addition to Delgar's priestly population, strode back and forth on the east side of the street in his black robe and iron mask, imploring the crowd to seek protection not from the arms of men, but within the arms of Razmir. I'll give him a point for cleverness on that one, Elyana admitted grudgingly. We need a priest of Abadar, Drelm said gruffly. He'd been repeating that for at least a year. He'd written multiple letters to the temple, to the god of the first vault of Riverton, but the head priest of the order continued to politely relay that no one could be spared. Likely none of the priesthood wished to leave the larger settlement, whose civilized comforts were meager enough for this outpost in the wilderness. Last spring the villagers had taken pity upon the half-orc and helped construct a small stone shrine dedicated to the deity Drelm worshipped so devoutly. None of them, however, had joined him in prayer to a deity they privately viewed as a god for rich men and cities. How much longer do you want to give them? Drelm asked her. Another few moments. As Eliana spoke, a tall, thick figure in untanned leather strode in from a side street, trailed by what at first seemed a pack of wolves. Eliana smiled at sight of the raw-boned, powerful woman she knew for Sorel the Huntress. "I wasn't sure she'd come," she said to Drelm. The crowd gave back, warily eyeing the big woman and her pack. Sorel halted a few feet from them and brought her hand down crisply, and all 7 of her animals dropped instantly to their haunches. "It will be good to have her with us," Drelm said, which was almost glowing praise from the half-orc. A native of Riverton, Sorel had helped them a few months back when they'd trailed another murderer into the forest depths. Her command of her dogs and her woodcraft were remarkable. "And here's an oak steward," Drelm said. "I wasn't sure they were really coming." There was no missing the tall figure near the back of the crowd, or the ornately carved staff he leaned against. "Seven Arches has been having its own trouble with the beast," Drelm remarked. "I'm surprised they didn't send more." "I hope he passes muster," Eliana said. "It will be good to have a healer. You can go a little easier on him, I suppose, so long as he can defend himself and has the stamina." "You mean to test even a druid from 7 Arches?" "Everyone," Eliana said. "Even Sorel and Elidian." Her eyes shifted to the crippled figure in the shadows of a tree at the very back of the crowd. Even from a distance he seemed to brood. "Why test Elidian?" Drelm asked. "You know he can fight, and he's the one who pushed hardest for this." "The rest of the expedition needs to know he's skilled, even with only one good arm. He insisted." Drelm grunted. "Is that for their sake or Elidian's?" It was a fair question. Sometimes, even after the last few years, Drelm's astuteness surprised her. "Those who come with us must see what we all can do, if we're to rely on one another." Drelm nodded in agreement. "There, I think that's about it," Eliana said, as the final 2 hurried in from a tavern. These stood out like pups near a wolf den. A young man and woman, scarcely past their 15th or 16th birthdays. He was fair-haired and gangly, and carried a sword a little too big for him. She was dark-haired, her pale face freckled, and wore a beautiful scarlet cloak a little too long for her. Its hem trailed into the street's dust. "The young ones," she said, "are always in the biggest hurry to die." Drelm did not answer this, but she could guess his thoughts. Those who were too weak to win had no business fighting, and deserved what they got. "Let's go meet them." One by one, the members of the crowd turned toward her as she stepped onto the long porch of the merchant's shop, watching as she moved with long strides, one hand steadying the sword at her hip. Closing on 2 centuries, much of it spent fighting, Eliana could assess a man or woman's fighting prowess with minimal scrutiny. She could gauge that the short, dark-haired fellow was more dangerous than the big man beside him in the polished armor. Even after all these years, though, she still couldn't always tell by looking which of the professionals lived for the thrill, which for the love of killing, and which had secret death wishes. Of course, some were obvious. Her eyes shifted back to Elidian, watching stonily from beside his full cousin, both of them in forest green. She had met his like before, an individual so single-minded he would hazard his life and all those he led to quench his bloodlust. She planted her feet before setting hand to sword pommel. Drelm stepped out beside her and stood at her right side. She lifted her chin and raised her voice. "I am Eliana Sadrastis, and this is Captain Drelm. We will lead the expedition." She paused, as though considering the assembly for the first time. "We are the final arbiters of who joins it. We intend to take 16 of you and no more, 18 total. It's not enough that you know your weapons or your spells. We will be living wild. The beast we hunt is wily, it's deadly. We'll have to depend upon one another to survive." "Is it true about the money?" someone shouted from the back. Eliana found him, one of 2 red-haired dwarves armored in leather. She paused and stared at him before surveying the crowd once more. "Something else I wish to impress upon you. is that the captain and I command. For the duration of this expedition, you will think of yourselves as our army and us as your officers. You will obey our orders without question." She paused to let that sink in. "This monster's vicious, and some of us are going to die. If you listen to us, we think those numbers will be fewer. As to the money, the governments of the nearest river kingdoms have pooled their funds, enough to pay each one of you who signs on 500 sails, no more, no less." There were audible groans, even some muttered complaints that they should risk their lives for so little, although others in the crowd chattered excitedly. Most of those watching must already have known this was true, for they showed no change of expression. "Should you perish," she went on, "whomever you claim as your dependent will still receive that money. The Lord Mayor has pledged that they will be paid, and he is a man of his word. So, should we ask you to sign on, be clear about who your next of kin is and where they can be found." She fell silent for a long time. They still watched expectantly. The young cloaked woman had her hand in the air. "I'll take questions from any of you who qualify. Now it's time to see what you can do. Drelm?" The half-orc stepped to her side and spoke succinctly. The applicants were divided into two groups to start with, Drelm studying their melee skills and the ever-polite Lieutenant Demid directing the ranged weapon tests. Alyana observed both groups from the porch and found few surprises. The dwarves proved deadly with their axes at close range, but they weren't very fast. She had judged them woodsmen, not warriors, and they were swiftly outfought in a mock combat. The young man with the overly large sword proved unskilled beyond a few basic cuts and parries. A huntsman with a bad limp was disqualified, despite his excellent bow work, for he would not be able to keep up if they were forced to dismount. He protested loudly that he would have come without guarantee of pay, and Demid had to have him ushered off by the guardsmen Gerard and Tern. Then there were the applicants whose testing was only a formality, like Elidian, his cousin Galerius, and the dark-haired Aladel. The elves outshot everyone without breaking a sweat, and parried every strike with ease. She would have expected nothing less from them. A few had to have special circumstances accounted for, such as the bounty hunter. Alyana had been unimpressed by guns the one time she'd seen them in action, but she quickly saw just how useful Lisette could be, so long as she had the backing of her dwarf assistant to reload weapons for her. She proved more than sufficient with her sword work. The huntswoman Sorel was another for whom she made special allowances. She was only a fair shot and a passable swordswoman, but her command of her hounds was deservedly legendary in the southern river kingdoms. Each of the 100-pound killing machines wheeled, lunged, and halted on the instant. But it was not Sorel's fighting prowess, or even that of her kingdoms, that Alyana most valued. In all the river kingdoms, few could equal Sorel's pack in their ability to track and find prey, and Alyana knew of none who could surpass her. After she confirmed Sorel's admittance, Alyana moved over to watch Drelm put the oak steward through his paces, hoping the half-orc would recall that she'd stressed a healer need only be able to keep up and defend himself. When the druid pulled down the hood of his brown robe, Alyana saw he was older than she'd imagined, with a bald pate surrounded by a fringe of wispy brown and gray hair. His leathered face was seamed with lines, yet for all the look of age, his shoulders were broad if slightly hunched, and the hands clutching his staff were large, knotted, and discolored with scars. Any worries she had as to the man's fitness for travel were put to the test the moment Drelm narrowly sidestepped a vicious whack to his head. The watching applicants gasped, but Drelm let out a harsh bark that was approving laughter. The druid stepped back, lowered his staff hesitantly, then returned Drelm's laugh with a gap-toothed grin of pleasure. "Elf," said a gruff voice beside her. She had to look down to find the speaker, the red-haired dwarf who'd asked her about money. He and his near twin stood frowning. Was it chance that they stood on her left, or were they warriors enough to know it would be harder for her to draw her sword and defend from that side? Unintentional or not, the approach struck her as aggressive, and her eyes narrowed in disapproval. "Elyana will do?" Drelm called for the next applicant, and she glanced over to see the advance of the wiry, dangerous-looking fellow with dark hair she'd noted beside the big man in armor. "That beast killed our cousins," the dwarf said. The knuckles gripping the haft of the axe slung over his shoulder were white. "Me and Ragnar mean to go on this expedition and take vengeance." "You didn't pass the test," Elyana said simply. The other dwarf, presumably Ragnar, spoke up. His nose had been broken, and the long scar through his beard gave him a fierce countenance. Yet he was more deferential than his relative, bowing his head respectfully. "Your pardon. We don't feel we were given a fair trial. We know we're not fast, but we know the woods and we know how to fight." "I'm sure you're right," Elyana told him. "We want another chance," the first speaker insisted. Elyana nodded slowly. "What are your names?" "I am Ragnar, lady," said the more polite one, "and this is my brother Larrick." Elyana bowed her head respectfully. "I'm pleased to meet you." "Likewise." Ragnar bowed his head to her, and Larrick echoed the gesture less deeply. She almost hated to do what must come next. She maintained her politely formal tone. "Do you suppose you would perform better, given another chance?" "I am sure we would." Hope shone now in Ragnar's eyes, which cut sharply. The coming demonstration would be much easier on her conscience if the fellow were an ass. She tried to warn him. "If I allow you to try again, shouldn't I allow all of those who failed a second chance?" "This is different," Larrick said, almost in a snarl. "We were fighting against an orc blood. Everyone knows they hate dwarves." Drelm was above such things, though they were unlikely to believe it. She tried telling them anyway. "Captain Drelm cares only about bringing the monster's head. He doesn't care if you're dwarf, gnome, or halfling, so long as you can fight." "With due respect, lady, my brother and I can surely fight." "Can you move swiftly when the time demands? Can you obey on the instant? Can you be ready for attack at any moment?" "Yes," Ragnar assured her, with another head bow. "I assure you." She drew her sword in a flash of steel. Larrick, more wary, pulled up his axe, sending his brother stumbling back with his offhand. Had he put both hands to the haft, he might have been a threat, but Elyana had already tapped him on the side of his head with the flat of her blade. "Dead," she said. Larrick raised one hand up to the side of his face. "You cheated, and that blow wouldn't have killed me." "It could have," Elyana told him. Larrick scowled. She saw his hand shaking on his axe haft, and knew he was tempted to lash out. It was Ragnar who charged. He came in swinging wildly, foam flecking his lips and beard. Elyana leapt aside from one blow, then another, and when she struck him in the side of the head with her flat, she hit with full strength. Enraged as he was, Ragnar seemed to feel nothing and pressed on, swinging again and again. Around her, she sensed the testing had halted. She heard the mutters of the crowd and the shouts of Larrick for Ragnar to stop. Elyana had fought beside and against berserkers, and knew that Ragnar wouldn't halt until he was stunned or dead. She'd heard the telltale creak of a strung bow being readied, Illydian probably, readying to loose an arrow. "He's mine," she shouted. She didn't want the loss of prestige in the moment before she assumed command, and she didn't mean to kill today. There would be death soon enough. All she'd really intended was a lesson, partly for the dwarves, but mostly for any onlookers. The metal band she wore about her upper arm enhanced her strength, but even with its magic she was unlikely to win a battle of might with a dwarven warrior, so she didn't try to parry, a tricky enough technique against an axe in any case. She sidestepped a terrific blow that would have cut halfway through her, then darted in to smack her blade flat against the right hand, gripping the axe. Even in his berserk state, Ragnar winced, and his grip loosened. She slipped behind him then, kicking hard at the back of his right leg as he pivoted to follow. This set him stumbling, and she sprang forward on his right, slammed her hilt onto the knuckles of his other hand. Eyes burning with hatred, he still tried to cast his weapon. It sailed past her nose and slammed into the ground, perhaps a fingernail's breadth from her boot. She stepped back as Larrick and 2 other dwarves, one of them the markswoman's assistant, rushed Ragnar and forced him down. She found Drelm beside her, chuckling. "Nicely done." Elyana said nothing. She'd miscalculated just how fine a warrior Ragnar truly was. It was luck, not skill, that had saved her toes from being cut off by his final assault. Privately, she wondered if Drelm had made a mistake with the fellow. For the sake of discipline, though, the dwarf would have to remain behind. She sheathed her sword and stepped apart, her demeanor calm. "Get back to it," she instructed Drelm. The other dwarves wrestled Ragnar into submission and led him away. She knew an inward pang as she realized that deep choking sound was the sound of him weeping. "That was needlessly brave of you," said a familiar tenor behind her. Illydian, speaking Elven. Elyana turned to face him. He stood with strung bow braced in the clasp mechanism attached to the stump of his left arm. He looked relaxed now, but she had no doubt he and his companions had stood with arrows knocked through most of the fight. "A berserker's almost as bad as a mother bear," Illydian went on. "I provoked him. I heard the whole thing. You but tested him to prove to him, his brother, and all those who watched, that the captain's judgment had not been in error. That I understand. What I don't understand is why you didn't simply step aside. We could have shot to wound, and there are enough healers here that he would have been mended soon enough." "It was an illustration of command. Some here know me only by reputation. They saw me hold my own." One of Illydian's high eyebrows cocked. "That's interesting. So they would not follow your orders the instant you take command?" "You know it doesn't work like that." "In Kyonin it does." "Yes, well, this isn't Kyonin." "That's abundantly clear." He eyed her for a moment. "You promised me an officer's position, but you did not announce it." For all that she remained uncertain about Illydian, she at least liked that he was far more direct than many of the elves she'd known. "Because," she said, "by your own admission, you wish to demonstrate your ability first." "That's true." Illydian conceded. His gaze darkened. "I wish my people had heard me out. I could have brought a true force here, Elyana, a regiment of archers backed by wizards." "Why didn't they?" He laughed shortly, bitterly. "Because the beast has left Kyonin. The humans are right when they call us cowards." "Another elf would simply say you're cautious." "A convenient lie," Illydian said tersely. He had hinted at all of this before, but she did not remind him. Illydian seemed capable of only 2 lines of conversation, this one and the other about vengeance against the beast that had killed his soldiers and taken his arm. She wondered if he had always been so single-minded. Elyana nodded a farewell and walked back to the porch she used as her speaking platform. Illydian did not take the hint and followed. He stopped at her side as she looked over the combatants once more. "How is it that you got involved?" That struck her as an odd question. "It needs to be done." "I'm not referring to the hunt for the monster." With a sweep of his good arm, he took in Delgar's square and figures assembled within, and the rough-hewn timber buildings beyond. "I mean this town, and these people. How could you possibly be invested in their long-term future?" "I'm not sure that's your business." "Isn't it, cousin? Your temperament is well suited for service in Kyonin's border rangers. I'm told you even briefly served among them." "You would think," she said. "But Kyonin's rangers have no place for my best friend." That struck Illydian silent, but only for a short time. "Are you referring to the half-orc? You name him your best friend?" She was long since ready for this conversation to be finished, yet she managed a thin smile. "You're a warrior, Illydian. You've risked your life beside comrades who would give their life for you, haven't you?" "You are correct." Then you know the greatest test of loyalty comes from those who stand with you in battle. I trust Drelm with my life. He has never failed me."
"That's very interesting,"
Illidian said. She wasn't entirely sure what he meant by the comment.
"That I can understand, then, Eliana,"
he went on. "But why have loyalty to this place? You can see humans changing year to year. In 10 or 20 more, the Lord Mayor might be dead, and then who can say what will happen to Delgar? Without another strong hand, it will go the way of all the wilderness towns. Incompetence will run it into the ground, or bandits will pillage the place, and soon there will be nothing left of it but the ruined keep the mayor found, unmourned and forgotten. I'm not really doing this for Delgar." He cocked his head to one side, with his strange arm momentarily bringing to mind a bird with a broken wing.
"Why then?"
"I'm fond of many here," she said, thinking of Demet and the mayor, and many of the folk she interacted with each day. Eliana looked over to Drelm. "And this is Drelm's chance to have a home, a wife. I mean to help him secure it before I leave."
"You're leaving?"
She wondered why she had told him that. She'd said nothing of her decision to anyone else. Another familiar male figure was making his way toward the platform. Avelis, spare, well-manicured, simply dressed. As usual, he had ignored her standing recommendation and ventured forth without a guard of his own. With all these strangers in the city, he still insisted he would keep no barriers between himself and the community. He raised a hand in greeting, then paused to watch a grizzled archer let fly at a distant target. "That is between the two of us," Eliana said. "Neither the mayor nor Drelm have heard a word of the matter. I wish them to hear it first from me."
"It shall be as you wish."
Illidian followed the direction of her gaze. "I must admit that this particular man seems a cut above the ordinary. I think I understand your appreciation of him as well." "I am glad," she said. "Illidian, you're going to have to command humans if you serve with me."
"If?"
"A commander's responsible for all the lives under his command, elf, human, or whatever else." His lips thinned, his tone grew clipped.
"I take my command seriously."
"I know you do. But I wonder if you'll value all lives equally, even short ones." His head rose indignantly.
"I don't like what you imply."
"I'm not implying, Illidian. I'm telling you that you're prejudiced. If you mean to command soldiers that I've selected, you'll treat them just like your elves or you'll answer to me." The elf's expression darkened further, but the mayor's arrival silenced him. The mayor smiled, favoring her with a head bow.
"Good morning, Eliana, and to you, Captain Illidian."
Avelis rested one hand on his belt buckle and shielded his eyes from the sun, now rising over the treetops.
"How are the candidates looking?"
"I think a number are promising," she answered.
"A few of the applicants asked to see me personally," Avelis said casually, "either out of politeness—"
At this, he nodded to Illidian.
"or because they wished special treatment, or because they wanted to sign on as officers."
Eliana nodded.
"Apart from the captain here, the only interesting one was the markswoman. Have you seen her use her strange weapon?" "I have," Illidian answered. "She's remarkable." "I thought she might be. I was hoping to see her do it, though. Did she make the cut?"
"So far," Eliana replied. "I'll speak with all the candidates before I make my final decision."
"Of course."
Avelis faced Illidian.
"Captain, is there anything else you require? Were your quarters satisfactory yesterday evening?"
"You are very kind to ask, Mayor." Illidian imitated Avelis's own head bob. The mayor's polite formality seemed to engender it in response.
"My men were as comfortable as if we rested in our own beds."
Eliana doubted that, for she had occasionally slept on fine elven linens, so soft she could rub her finger along one and feel no fibers. The mayor brightened at the compliment.
"That's good to hear. I'm so glad you're along. Eliana is never as cautious of her own welfare as might be nice. A good general commands from the rear, not from the front, but she and Captain Drelm constantly risk their lives in the heat of battle. Knowing you'll be accompanying her reassures me she'll be coming back alive." I will do my best to ensure her welfare, Illidian answered. Elyana frowned. All I need from you is to carry out my commands. The elven captain's smile was icy. But of course. Chapter 5. Blood and Bullets. Drelm. The tower's banquet hall seemed a lot smaller now. Light lanced in from arrow-slit windows high along the walls, piercingly bright, but it was the candelabra that painted the shadows on the walls. It was blunt and heavy, suspended by thick chains, and Drelm himself had seen it lowered and hoisted many times as the candles were readied before one of the Lord Mayor's important gatherings. Today, that wagon wheel candelabra hung over an odd and mismatched assortment of men and women. He and Elyana and the crippled elf Illidian stood at one end of the table, and the grim and grizzled veterans they'd selected sat on the wooden benches that flanked it. Drelm had been taught by Lord Stalon to know the soldiers under his command, and so he had already committed their names to memory. He was already acquainted with the slim woman in the blue feathered hat with the dangerous eyes, Lizette. Next to her was the dwarf Carrig, who always returned his scrutiny with a glower. He'd bear watching, because dwarves often made it a point to manufacture grudges. Next to them were two sellswords from Timon. Marika, dressed in furs and boasting a terrific scar along one half of her face, and Grellin, a heavy-lidded blonde with a frontiersman's fringed leathers. Drelm himself had picked these two, and even if he had not learned something of their history, from the way they'd yelled encouragement to each other during the trials, and were always found no more than a few paces apart, it was easy to guess they worked together. At their side was a small, lean fellow with short, dark hair, all deadly speed and sharp knives. Vennik, he called himself. And Drelm had thought him a city creature until he'd seen how softly he moved through the undergrowth in the wilderness trial. There were also the two elves. Galerius was blood cousin to Illidian, with gold hair and flawless skin, both deadly accurate and self-possessed. He had yet to speak a word, but Drelm knew he understood the common tongue, for Galerius had followed all instructions without hesitation. Aladel was dark of hair and eye, and if he was not quite as fine a shot as Galerius, he was a better blade. He wore blacks rather than the Kyonin border patrol's brown and green, and he was different from both Illidian and Galerius in the comfortable way he mixed with non-elves. The next member of their group stood only the size of a half-grown child. Drutha the halfling was dressed fully in forester's green from hat to boots, in an outfit hung with satchels and pockets and holders for vials and globes. She didn't have that merry, friendly, insipid look Drelm had glimpsed on the faces of many halflings, but Drelm still wondered as to her utility, no matter that Demet and Elyana had chosen her. Then there was a rangy human, Calvonus, who identified himself as a farmer, though he'd worn a tarnished helmet and old leathers when he'd fought. There was no missing the martial past in his bearing, or the way he wielded his sword. He said that he'd been farming until the monster had destroyed his home near Riverton and killed his wife. Drelm understood the need for vengeance, and how it could knock a man off his stride, and he respected the man's incredible focus during every trial. Next to him were the two magic workers, flame-haired Vatok, the smiling, paunchy wizard dressed in comfortable traveling clothes, and the old oak steward, anchored to his staff and looking dour and serious, in part because of the graying eyebrows that shaded his eyes. Finally, there was Sorel the huntress, a sturdy woman of broad shoulders, tall or taller than any man at the table. For all that, her hair was short and coarse, and the fact that she was easily twice as wide around as Elyana, she somehow reminded Drelm of his friend. "So here you are," Elyana said. "Congratulations. Take a look around the table, and know that some of us here are going to die." Drelm almost smiled at the startled reactions that spread through the group. Elyana had guaranteed their attention, although a few reacted differently than he would have anticipated. Galerius seemed unfazed, which might simply have been that cultivated elven aloofness,
and Vennick reacted with all the passion of a lizard. Carrig actually looked angry, and Lizette smiled thinly, as though Eliana had shared a private joke that only she was clever enough to comprehend. "We'll raise our odds if you remember who's in charge," Eliana continued, "and follow orders. The three of us." At this, she raised a hand to Elidian and Drelm. "We'll be leading. If you don't obey, you're out. If you feel like you can't obey, you're out. I hope there are no questions on that score." Eliana paused, scanned the group, and continued. "We'll divide into squads in a moment. Right now, I mean to get to business." Eliana put palms down on the table and leaned toward them. "The monster. Over the last weeks, we've gathered all the information we could find on the thing. That's meant sorting through the ridiculous and the exaggerations to get to the truth of what we'll be facing." "Is the thing really invisible?" Drutha asked. Her voice was bright and high, but not guileless. Eliana did not take exception to the question. "It is," she said, nodding slowly. "But we still have a fair idea of its size and abilities. Elidian." With his one hand, the elf pulled a long roll of parchment and set it on the table. He held it in place with his palm while he unrolled it by pushing with his hook. "Hold that, please," he instructed Calvonis, the nearest to the far corner, and then looked over to Galerius at the other. "Cousin, if you don't mind." Galerius grasped the paper, and Elidian then glanced to Drelm. The half-orc didn't want to be bothered with holding a corner throughout what was likely to be a long-winded talk, so he drove his knife through the border, affixing it to the table. Elidian blinked at him in mild disapproval, then apparently decided Drelm's action was unworthy of comment. He put his crippled arm behind his back. "From its tracks, we estimate the beast at least 4 horse lengths long. There is evidence of a tail that likely stretches almost that length. The feet are wide around as a decent-sized tree bole, though a shade smaller than Captain Drelm's waist." The halfling down the table chuckled. Drelm frowned, for he had not seen humor in the remark. Elidian continued. "It has claws upon these feet, and we have seen scales when blood ran from them." The elf's eyes burned. "We have drawn its blood. We can bring it down." Elidian used a charcoal pencil to sketch a vaguely lizard-like form on the paper, complete with tail. "We can't say with any certainty what its height is. There are other challenges in addition to its tough hide. It is capable of spraying corrosive venom." "Corrosive?" the mercenary Grellin asked. "It could melt your face," Drelm answered. He had asked the same question when Elidian had used the term earlier. Grellin's eyes widened, and he exchanged a concerned glance with Marika beside him. "It does not do so continually," Elidian went on, "which suggests to me that it may take a while for the accretion to build, or that it requires concentration or aim. What it does use repeatedly are 2 long, grasping appendages." Elidian sketched out 2 snake-like tendrils extended from the beast's shoulders. "As we have not seen it, we cannot be sure as to where these tentacles are attached, or, indeed, their true reach. But the monster deploys them with great speed and strength. They don't seem to be able to extend more than half again the length of the monster itself." Elidian set down the pencil. "They are capable of squeezing a full-grown warrior to death in a matter of moments. Are there any questions so far?" Someone down the table laughed in disbelief. "You say that you've drawn blood," Carrig the dwarf interjected. "With what? I've heard arrows just bounce off its hide." "Scales, not hide," Elidian corrected. "I have drawn blood," Drelm told the dwarf. "With my axe. A good blade solidly delivered can slice through." "But doesn't the thing just vanish?" the wizard Votek asked. "And then return fully healed? What's the point in attacking it at all?" "We will attack to kill," Eliana said. "And we'll move on to the how of that in a moment. Right now we want to stay focused on what the beast can do. Elidian, The elf resumed his lecture. It can vanish seemingly on the instant. It doesn't seem to return right away once it's wounded even a little. I must also point out that it is almost completely silent. You cannot hear its tread, heavy as it is, although you can feel the ground shake. How is that even possible? Marika demanded. Her voice rose in wonder. Magic, Votek answered, and the scarred mercenary woman looked down the table at the wizard. Votek rested his hands on his plump belly. It's likely some wizard's experiment gone wrong, or else a monster wandered in from another plane. It's clearly no natural creature. The wizard's got to be right, Carrig agreed. But how will we fight it if we can't even see it? And the wizard's right about another thing. If it just disappears, how will we ever kill it? Elyana's eyes glittered, and Drelm knew a sense of satisfaction, for Elyana had told him the answer before the meeting. The moment we know we're in the presence of the beast, Sorel will deploy her hounds. Elyana leaned out across the table to indicate the sides of the drawing. Even if we can't see the beast ourselves, its location will be defined by the animals that smell it. From there, Drutha and Votek will deploy spells that both stain and harm it. In moments, we'll have a better idea of its location and anatomy. Our friend Jorn, she looked down the table at the oak steward, will use his influence over the natural world to slow the beast. That's all well and good, Calvonis said. But what about harming the thing? How do we get close to it if it's whipping around tentacles that we can't even see? Illidian answered. We damage it as much as we can from a distance first. We've taken steps already as far as arrows. He bent down beside him and set a long feathered shaft upon the parchment paper. All the arrows carried by archers in this group will be affixed with stone heads. He lifted the weapon so that it caught the sunlight. They penetrate more deeply and have more stopping power. And these have been enchanted by an elven spellcaster. Votek leaned back in his chair. It sounds as though you've given this matter a lot of thought. Yes. Illidian's answer was clipped. You might say that. The plan, Elyana said, is for the dogs and magic wielders to paint the thing's location, and for arrows to keep it busy. We've acquired toxins to apply to sword and axe blades for those of you who have to get in close. That will include me, she added. Even if the thing vanishes, I hope we can count on its wounds and poison finishing the thing off. Marika cleared her throat and stretched huge arms, finally cracking a knuckle. She looked to her side as if searching for some place to spit, then seemed to think better of it. That's all well and good, she said finally, her voice betraying a faint rolling accent that Drelm hadn't been able to place. But this is a battle plan for perfect conditions. There's no telling where we'll face this thing. Battles are chaotic. The odds of us being able to rally to meet it are... Well, I think it more likely I'd end up in bed with a Taldan Duke. Her friend Grelin chuckled. Drelm was about to object to the comment, then saw Elyana smile wickedly confident. Spoken like a veteran. Good. I'm glad you have no illusions. None of us should have. I have seen your skills at work, and I've consulted with those of you with additional talents. And I've been formulating some plans. What then followed was an in-depth discussion of the sort of details that pleased Drelm most, tactics. After only a short while, it was clear even to Marika and Carrig that Elyana knew her business, and for the next hour and a half, she introduced various situations and how best they could deploy their forces in those circumstances. Whenever one of the others, like Calvonis or Marika, would suggest something Elyana seemed not to have considered, she would immediately suggest a counter, or a slightly different arrangement of squads, so that Drelm could not be certain whether she had already thought of the matter or was just incredibly quick on her feet. Knowing her as well as he did, he knew both were possible. Finally, Elyana dismissed them to find lunch and stretch their legs, ordering them to meet again at the keep come afternoon, to practice working together. Drelm turned down an invitation to join Grelin and Marika for lunch, but pointed them toward the best inn in town, then left the keep in good spirits. Immediately outside the wall, though, he found the young man and the woman in the scarlet robe he disqualified that morning. Both crowded forward. "Captain Drelm," the young man said with a bow, "I hope you will indulge me.
I would like another word with you."
Drelm frowned.
"You're not ready for this kind of venture, neither of you."
He started past. "Won't you at least listen?" the girl demanded shrilly.
"I have already judged," Drelm said simply. "It's too dangerous for you."
"But we've got to come with you." The girl tugged at his arm, and Drelm struggled against baring his teeth in a full scowl. Her face was twisted in anguish. "My brother and I swore we'd kill the monster. It killed our parents and our uncle and our baby brother. I know my brother's not that practiced, but he's very quick and he's a fine woodsman, and I know magic. You have but the one wizard."
"No," Drelm told her.
The girl still clung to his arm. Her brother watched behind her, pimply face mournful in despair. "We'll do anything," she insisted. "You need people to help carry things, don't you? And don't you need people to cook? I can cook. And my brother knows the woods. He can hunt."
"No!"
Drelm showed more teeth as he repeated the word again. He didn't understand why that word was so unclear. She raised shaking hands just shy of Drelm's chest, as if she were resisting an impulse to grab and shake him. Drelm sighed.
"You didn't qualify. You would die, your brother would die. Or get in the way so more of us die."
Drelm deplored weakness, although a sad woman always engendered a protective spark with him, so he added just a little more.
"We will kill the thing," he promised. "Don't worry. Stay safe and pray for us."
He ignored the final sob and strode off down the street. Rejected applicants and the curious looked out from storefront porches. People needed to better understand their destined roles. The boy might become a decent warrior, but now was not the time, and this was not a campaign for seasoning the green. Only veterans would return. And the girl needed to go set up a potions shop or work magic in the farm fields. She was no huntswoman. As he rounded the corner, Drelm discovered a small crowd had gathered about a black-robed figure on the steps of Delgar's largest inn, the Rambling Badger. Drelm frowned, slowing his step to look over the situation. 10 people were arranged in an arc below the wooden porch, now serving as an impromptu stage, staring fixedly at the robed figure in its iron mask. Drelm knew by sight that the fellow was the new Razmiri priest. They always wore iron masks. Usually they wore gray robes, but this one, for some reason, was in black. Drelm halted to learn whether the man was trying to incite trouble or violence. Like a lot of priests, though, he was preaching the opposite.
"Is not the answer,"
he was saying, in a high, piercing voice.
"You can no more kill this kind of monster than you can wield a sword against a flood or wrestle the winter wind. No!"
The finger raised one pale hand toward the overhang above him.
"If you desire safety, you must pledge your heart to Razmir, the living god, he who walks still upon Golarion."
There was considerably more in this vein, but Drelm had already lost interest. He lingered just long enough to decide that no one was apt to start throwing rocks or fighting as a result of anything the Razmiri said, which was all he really cared about. He'd heard of Razmir. It was hard not to have heard of the living god, because his priests were all over the river kingdoms and had even built a temple in Delgar. But Drelm had no real interest in any god but Abadar. He was willing to accord most gods his respect, but any god that preached fearful, bovine obedience rather than right-minded balance, which Drelm took to mean appropriate steps at the appropriate time, struck him as unworthy of attention. Anyone who thought their god would personally protect them against the beast was a fool, but that was their lookout, not Drelm's. He could protect the people of Delgar from a lot of things, but not from being stupid. He moved off. Drelm hadn't encountered the beast personally since it had killed Melloc, but he had come upon its massacres twice. The torn and mangled bodies, the smashed homes, the scattered limbs. Grown men had died with their swords unbloodied. Only a handful reported ever laying a blow against the thing or witnessing one, and only one other apart from Elidian and Eliana and himself had seen blood. But then, mostly the creature attacked at night, and most survivors only relayed that it was invisible. Now, though, they would have their force and put the monster down, and then he would be free to marry the woman Abadar had placed within his path and filled with love for him, Dela. She was almost through her mourning for Melloc. He would kill the beast, avenge his friend, and then take the woman to wife. Even now she waited for him with a meal she would have insisted upon preparing, for she took special pleasure in readying his food. She would understand that his duties had delayed him. He did not know how he had become so blessed. His attackers timed their movement perfectly, for at the same time that he heard a scuff behind him, he saw two figures slide into the street ahead. No bandit would be foolish enough to assault him in this town. It was obvious even to him that these men were after something else. Drelm slipped quickly to the left, drawing his throwing axe as the crossbow bolt intended for his throat struck his armored shoulder. He scarcely felt its bite. The two in front loped forward, cloaks spilling open as they pulled short swords. The one on the right had a near lipless mouth that formed a ring of surprise in the moment before Drelm's axe embedded in his face. He dropped like a stone, even as Drelm whirled with his second throwing axe. One of the two assailants who'd come from behind led slightly, and it was this one who caught the axe in his chest and doubled up, his sprawl setting his companion stumbling. Drelm spun forward once more, pulling up his largest axe. But that attack came to a sudden end with a single crack of thunder. A red and bloody hole appeared just above the man's nose, and he sank to the ground. Drelm grunted. Abadar be praised, it was the markswoman's work. He'd seen her shooting and knew the sound and the kind of holes her attacks left. Where she was now he could not see and did not care. He spun to face the final assailant. Robe belling behind him, the wiry fellow rushed forward with twin swords, eyes slitted. Drelm showed his fangs in a roar. He didn't wait for the attack, for an axe is a poor defensive weapon and Drelm lacked patience. He came forward swinging. The human ducked his first blow and stabbed furtively. The sword glanced off Drelm's armor. The captain caught the second strike on the haft of his axe, where it scored the leather beside his thumb. Drelm kicked out, but the swordsman sidestepped and came in low. Drelm took the strike on an armored elbow, then crashed through a weak guard. The axe bit through the man's shoulder blade and neck. Blood rained. His opponent sagged, vomiting blood and screaming, until Drelm finished him with a blow to the head. The battle had been invigorating, and Drelm smiled in satisfaction. It was only after that he frowned, realizing he'd have to delay his visit to Dela until he'd cleaned up. Only a little of the blood had stained his clothing, but it wouldn't do to show up with droplets of it on his gauntlets, arms, and tabard. He'd discovered high society women didn't approve of that sort of thing. After Melloch's death, Dela had been unduly worried every time he rode out on patrol. What would she say if he wandered in to eat with her looking like this? As he scanned the street for further opponents, he saw the markswoman, walking slowly down the side street while reloading her rifle. "Friends of yours?" she asked. Drelm bent and wiped his axe blade on the cloak of the man at his feet. He then kicked the body over and considered the fellow's face. "Never saw this one before." He walked back and forth between them, the markswoman keeping pace, and considered each. None looked familiar. It wasn't the first time someone he didn't know had tried to kill him. "Galtons, probably. They send someone after me or Eliana every few months." He bent to retrieve his throwing axes, cleaning each in turn on the dead men. The woman looked puzzled, then bent over the man Drelm had axed in the face. She seemed untroubled by the gruesome wound. "They don't look Galton." "The Galtons probably hired them," he said, then added, "That was a good shot. It saved me some time." He hadn't really needed the help, but he thought it would be polite to voice his appreciation. Her answer was careless. "I was in the area. We need to get used to watching out for each other." "What'd you do to anger the Galtons?" "Long story," Drelm said, "and I'm already late. I'll have to change now." "Do you think there will be more of them?" "Someday," Drelm answered. "They'll need better luck." He took note but withheld comment, as the woman looted the men's coin purses. He grunted in appreciation when she turned them over to him. "For the city coffers?" she asked. "Always." He raised a hand in farewell, then trotted out of the alley. He'd send a patrol back to do something about the bodies. By the time he'd told one of his men about the corpses and changed clothes, another half-hour had fled. he found Dela waiting in the walled garden outside the wooden brick house where she lived with the Lord Mayor, just beside the keep. She brightened as she rose from the bench, and Drelm was reminded anew how unreliable his memory was. When he was away, he recalled that she was beautiful, but whenever he was once more in her presence, it was as though he looked upon her again for the first time, like a man brought forth from a darkened cave into dazzling sunlight. Dela was small and lush, broad across the shoulders and hips, narrow through the waist. She was no fragile city-bred girl, but a buxom country lady with an unruly bob of blonde hair that she was constantly pushing from bright blue eyes. He forced a tight smile, because he knew he was intimidating when he showed all his teeth. "I had started to worry," she told him. Dela's voice was husky, though not at all unfeminine. She stepped forward and held his hands as he looked down at her, drinking her beauty in. She tossed her hair out of her eyes. "Is everything all right?" "Just a little trouble in town. Nothing to worry about. We've weeded out the worst applicants. What is there to eat?" She laughed. "The only details you like to hear are about food." She released his left hand and indicated the bench. She'd covered it over with a blue blanket, and a basket with wrapped foodstuff sat on the other end. "Have a seat." He chuckled a little at her. He preferred to hear about weapons and battles, but he liked that she took such pleasure in making his meals, so he indulged her while she displayed each item, the bread, the boiled eggs, the jams, the broiled fish. She was excited, too, about the Galton wine she'd gotten from some river trader. Drelm had pretty much given up on all things Galton, and disliked sweets, but he grunted in appreciation because he knew it would make her happy. Once he was munching, she grew more reflective. "Did you find some good people?" Drelm nodded. "I think they'll do." "How long do you think it will take?" He swallowed. "I can't say, but I will come back to you as soon as I can." "For the food?" she asked with a faint smile. "For your company. And the food," he added, to which she laughed gently. "Now, tell me about the dress. Did you sort things out?" "I'm surprised you're interested. I'd rather hear about the people you'll be hunting with." He waved that away. "I would rather hear you talk." "So you can eat," she chided. "So that I can remember your voice while I'm away." Her expression softened then, and she touched his hand. In truth, the details about her wedding dress were eye-glazing. Apparently there had been some kind of trouble about the cuffs and collar. There were 3 kinds of lace that would have suited, but the local dressmaker had used a 4th that Dela thought the worst possible choice. Also, she was thinking about redoing the neckline. It was very dull, but she was so pretty that he enjoyed watching her in motion as she spoke even about such things as this, for her face lit, and her hair moved, and she was pleasant to look upon from so many angles. It was a good life. Chapter 6. New Friends. Lisette. The courtship was as boring as everything else about the half-orc. At the keep, Lisette had seen Drelm speak briefly with a man at the gate before unceremoniously turning over the coin purses she'd lifted off the assassins. She was positive Drelm hadn't put a stubby finger on a single one of the coins, which led her to believe he might really be as stupid as he seemed. After that, Drelm had disappeared briefly into the keep, to emerge in another clean tabard, the blood washed from his arms, hands, and face. He'd strode forth stiff-backed once more. No one could accuse him of bad posture, this time knocking at the wooden gates set in a high stone wall of one of the town's nicest homes, which really wasn't saying much. Finding a good way to look in on his doings there had been tricky until Lisette realized there was a barn loft with a decent vantage point only a few 100 feet off. She was planted there now beside a hay bale. The loft door below the roof winch opened just far enough for her to watch events. And Drelm was as dull and respectable as dirt. Almost any other man she'd ever met would have had that plump and bosomy, peaches and cream piece bent over a bench and moaning the moment the garden door shut. But Drelm was taking his lunch with her like a country squire. Apparently the only important thing Lisette was going to learn about her quarry was that he was good in a fight, which she'd already guessed. Drelm probably hadn't needed her help in the side street, even outnumbered 4-1. He had heard, seen, or smelled those four coming. She couldn't quite remember if half-orcs had a superior or inferior sense of smell. However, he'd been alerted. He dispatched them with blazing efficiency, presumably by instinct, because there was little intellect or curiosity on display once he'd done the killing. He was likely one of those trained monkeys people dress up in clothes in the South. Someone had taught him civility, and so he went through all the motions, whether it be turning gold over to the authorities, slicing up your food, or, and this part amused her the most, keeping your wick dry until you reached the marriage bed. He hadn't even tried kissing the girl. The galling thing had been shooting the Razmiri rather than the half-orc. It would have been an easy shot into Drelm's back, and she could have been out of the town before anyone asked any questions. But Avelis had hired her to carry out the job in a certain way, and she meant to earn the rest of those gems, so she was resigned to carrying out his wishes. She hoped protecting Drelm from other assassins wouldn't be a regular part of the affair. Almost she had asked him why a Razmiri might want him dead, but after he dismissed the discussion of Galtons, she didn't think she'd get anywhere with that line of questioning either. She'd found the little golden mask symbol around the neck of the one Drelm had axed in the face. Were Razmiri now sending assassins, or had an assassin simply taken up the faith? The mayor might be able to tell her, but she wasn't about to approach him again. Bad enough that so many had seen her speak with him. The two had an explanation ready for that should there be future inquiries. A second conversation would be more challenging to credulity if suspicion were ever raised that the mayor had hired her. She would just have to handle it on her own. That afternoon, the expedition members trained together and grew familiar with one another's capabilities. Lord Avelis watched much of the proceedings, and Lisette was amused to observe how close he stayed to Eliana. She couldn't tell if the attraction was mutual. The elf seemed all business, though she was unfailingly cordial with the mayor. Eliana set the group working through tactics for well over 3 hours, long past the time for dinner, then had them sit down at a table with the Callistrian priestess, her acolyte, and a whole lot of papers. A larger settlement would have had bureaucrats on the payroll, but Delgar had only one, so the aging but still rather saucy priestess donated her time, being more educated than most. One by one, the expedition members sat down to identify their next of kin, so their earnings would be sent on if they failed to return. Lisette invented a relative in Absalom that the expedition reward money could be sent to, and put her name to the form. Once everyone was through with the paperwork, Eliana spoke briefly about what she expected come the morning, and the mayor spoke a little longer about honor and pride in the pursuit of vengeance in a noble cause, and interspecies cooperation, and other rot like that. Lisette tried not to let her eyes roll. Half of the expedition folk hung on his words like he was a newly anointed saint come back from heaven. Afterward, she and Carrig retired to an inn close to Madame Celine's, and sat at a table in the back of the common room, slowly nursing a decent home-brewed ale. There were plenty of seats due to the locals having some big celebration outside, a farewell and good luck party near as she could tell. The idiots could stay up late drinking if they wished. She knew there would be hard days ahead, and she meant to spend a final night lying on a comfortable mattress. Carrig dined with her. He'd been in a sour mood ever since he'd returned from mixing the preservative for the heads last night, now stored in a chest in Madame Celine's cellar, sealed with one of their locks. It wasn't the head chopping or body dumping that had angered the dwarf, but the thought of having to take any kind of orders from a half-orc. Carrig had been going on about how his brother and some of his uncles had been killed by orcs ever since. She'd never seen Carrig so emotionally invested in something apart from dog races. After Carrig was through with the pile of greasy sausages and the salty cabbage, he pushed his plate aside and took a long swig from his third mug of ale. Then, finally, he cast a sidelong glance her way and took an awkward stab toward dinner conversation. "So, who'd you sign to have your money sent off to?" Lisette smirked. "My dear sister, in Absalom." That got his full attention, and his eyebrows rose.
I didn't know you had a sister.
I don't. His brow wrinkled. I lied, she said softly, then sipped from her own mug. Carrick shifted uncomfortably in his chair, then frowned.
I don't know why you'd do that. I signed up my cousin Atrek.
What had gotten into Carrick? Usually he'd be chuckling at this. She stared at him hard to make sure he hadn't suddenly developed a dry sense of humor. He hadn't. First, she said, I don't plan on dying. Second, do you think these country rubes will actually get Atrek the money if you end up dead?
I think they might, Carrick said defensively. And Atrek could use the money. He's on the outs with the rest of the family.
She leaned back against her chair and took another long sip. You're just full of all kinds of private details this week. First you went on about the orcs jumping your family. Now it's all about your hardscrabble cousin. Carrick's look was baleful. I don't know what you're worried about, she said. But if you plan on kicking off, I can make sure the money gets to him.
My cut for the other job, too, he said darkly. His eyes locked onto hers. Some of my family's got magic. I expect I'd have ghost powers to haunt you if you didn't keep your word.
Her laugh dropped short as she realized he was deadly serious. Sure, Carrick. She took another swig. Carrick set down his mug.
I'm going to go listen to the music.
If you like, she said, and the dwarf hopped down from the chair and stomped away. There was a brief rise in the sounds outside as he pushed the door open. Some low-voiced man was leading a number of others in a sing-along about Darwin the hero. Lisette thought she could live the rest of her life without hearing another song about the plucky young man and his adopted halfling brother. But everyone up and down the Sellen seemed to be requesting the tales these days. The sound dulled once more as the door swung shut. She ordered another ale, for she liked the taste, and she wanted something to keep her throat wet while she dined on the local fare. It wasn't especially good, but she didn't really care. She was dead tired of fish, which seemed to be served with most meals here along the Sellen. She was finishing her food when Vennick, the little wiry fellow from the expedition force, wandered over with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. There'd been no missing him all through the competition. Vennick had professional killer written all over him. He was small and dressed in drab colors, with a plain face and a shock of black hair. Apart from the good shave and the well-trimmed nails, there wasn't much memorable about him. Just the way a good assassin would want things.
Do you mind if I join you?
He asked. Even his voice was nondescript. He had a plain, mild tenor with no regional accent. Why not? She answered. He hooked a foot under one chair leg to pull it out and sat down beside her. He watched as she worked another helping of stewed cabbage onto her fork, then drove a knife into the cork and worked it free of the bottle. He sucked in a sniff and a smile passed briefly over his face. He poured a drink into one of the glasses, pushed it toward her, and poured himself another. I've had enough already. He flashed a toothy smile. Indulge me. We two are some of the chosen. Let us drink to our success. I don't like Alton wine. That brought him pause. He shrugged, then raised his own glass to her. Then I will drink to the beauty of my dinner companion. He raised it a modicum higher, then brought the glass to his lips and sipped. I know who you are, he said softly, leaning a little toward her. Of course you do. I am Lisette Demond. He smiled. Everyone in Delgar knows that. I mean, I know who you really are. Your reputation precedes you, for instance. He pointed at the right sleeve of her jacket. I know that if I were privileged enough to glimpse the flesh along your wrist, I would find the tattoo of a small black snake. A snake? She said, feigning amusement. What she felt instead was a cold, blind rage. Who was this man? They say you're the only one who ever left the Black Coil alive. This was very bad news. How could he possibly know so much? I'm a bounty hunter, not an assassin. He smiled thinly. You need not be coy. Only an idiot would be going on this journey to actually kill the beast, and you and I aren't idiots.
I thought, given our shared profession, and likely overlap of goals, that we might provide each other a certain professional courtesy. He swirled the wine in his glass and leaned forward conspiratorially. His voice was low. This is not, as they say, a target-rich environment. For instance, I'll get paid if my targets drop. It does not matter really who strikes the bullseye. So there's no need for competition between us. Inwardly, Lizette groaned. Outwardly, she pretended to consider his words before looking up at him through her lashes. This isn't the place for this kind of talk. Of course. Perhaps we should retire to my room at Madame Celine's down the street. Bring your wine, and see if there's anything for dessert. In this place, it's possible, I suppose. You take the wine and the glasses. I'll follow shortly. Complications. She didn't need complications. She'd hear him out and decide what course to take, although she was inclined to simply kill him and have Carrig drop another body in the cell-in later in the evening. It astounded her sometimes how discreet the dwarf could be about such things. Madame Celine's was but a short walk away, and she told the woman's nephew lounging in the front hall that she was expecting a male guest. The young man fought down a smirk, managed a nod, and promised to send him up. Only a few strands of weak evening light filtered in through the window of her room now, casting the meager furnishings in shadow. There was a single bed, a bedroll for Carrig, and the small chest with its grisly contents. Apart from a worn dresser, a chipped bowl for washing hands, and a tarnished metal plate that served as a mirror, there was only the lantern. This she lit. She then slid one of her pistols under the pillow, divested herself of her gun belt, and undid the top button of her blouse. She was not especially well endowed, but she had curves, and a flash of that flesh was enough to distract many men. She took a moment to fluff her hair. Women always strove so hard to get every hair into its perfect place, but she'd learned men preferred a wilder look. Surely it had always worked on Kerrigan, whose dark eyes had lit with desire when she thought herself at her most ill-kept. She worked through the sudden pang deep in her chest at thought of those strong brown hands. She had loved his hands, no matter that they were perpetually powder-stained, just as her own were now. She thought him plain at first. She frowned at herself and pinched some red into her cheeks. Stay on task! She poured a little of the wine into a glass and set the bottle and the other glass on the floor beside her. The knock came on her door, and she called for the man to enter, then lowered the wine as if she had just taken a sip. She hadn't detected the scent of anything in the wine, but why not have him thinking she'd consumed some? Vennick flung the door wide and considered the room carefully before striding inside. "Were you expecting a surprise?" Lizette asked. "In our line. Shouldn't I always?" Vennick glanced behind the door as he shut it, then returned his attention to her. "I thought you didn't like Galton wine." "Sometimes I like different things." He stepped to the dresser and set down a chipped platter supporting a round pastry. "Pie," he explained. It looked fresh. "I noticed. Blackberry pie. But what I don't know is your own name. Your real one." He smiled wryly. "I am Devin Merville." She didn't know him at all, but she allowed a twitch of one eyebrow, as if she had recognized the name and tried not to show her true reaction. "So you've heard of me." "You seem clearly to have heard of me." "Oh, I surely have." "Did you really kill an Alkenstar marksman after you made him your lover?" People were saying she killed Kerrigan? She worked hard not to let her anger show. "Is that what they say?" "That's what they guess." He moved forward and sat down on the bed, leaning close, but setting his hand beside her knee rather than upon it. "They say that you have no loyalty but to money." "What a little bastard." "No good bounty hunter does." "Assassin. And you're supposed to have been one of the best." "I'm flattered people think so." "I'd prefer they think of me as a bounty hunter. It comes with fewer complications." "Does it?"
Why don't we get down to it, Devon? Who are your targets?
The elf and the half-orc, of course.
Both of them?
They have enemies.
What sort of enemies?
Does it matter? What of you?
Just the half-orc. Devon's eyebrows lowered.
That's strange.
Why do you say that?
The elf is the smart one. Kill her and he's just another warrior.
Oh, he's more than that. I saw him fight today. You didn't mastermind some other attempt on him, did you? His surprised look seemed genuine. She paused, lifted up goblet and bottle, and poured him a drink.
"You're not playing with me?" he asked. "There are 3 of us after them?"
"There were 4 of them," Lizette said. "Galtons, I think."
"Galtons!"
At that, his nostrils flared. Good. She'd pegged him right. He'd been bought and paid for by the Galtons, and was incensed that his masters had dispatched someone else after his quarry. "He killed all 4 of them in a trice." She snapped her fingers. His eyes flicked alertly up to study her own.
"How close a look did you get at them?"
"Very close. I was following."
"You were following him, but didn't slay him while he was distracted?"
"I have very specific instructions," she admitted slowly. Then was not the time to act.
"Very interesting. And what are those instructions?"
Her smile was coy. "What of you? What haven't you acted yet?"
"Obviously, it will be far simpler to kill them on this expedition and have it look like an accident."
"Obviously."
"Is that what you're waiting for?"
"Somewhat." She pushed at her hair, showing off her slender neck as she adjusted her posture. "And you're saying that you get paid regardless of who does the killing?"
"So long as they end up dead, and I am in the vicinity."
"And you?" "I think my contract would be honored if the beast managed to kill him off."
"What do you think about the monster we're to go hunt?"
"I don't much care."
"You don't?" Devon snorted. "Haven't you listened to the gossip?"
"Talk is free, and I don't care enough about the matter to learn the truth."
Once more he studied her. "You're planning to kill him as soon as possible, aren't you? Maybe the first night?"
"No." "You?"
"I'd just as soon get it over with. The beast, whatever it is, and I think it's probably some kind of demon, kills indiscriminately. You did hear about that entire river hamlet it demolished, didn't you, on the East Selin?"
"No."
"How incurious of you. Well, I think it would be good if we could arrange to kill them at the same time. You please your employer, I please mine, and we both get paid. I just need to make sure they're both dead."
Lizette tapped her lip, blinked at him. "That might suit. I've got to know, Devon. However did you hear about my past?"
Devon laughed, a short, sharp sound. "Did you think you'd completely erased your past with a name change? You're too memorable. It would be better for you if you were plain, but you're a beautiful woman and your weapons are too distinctive."
"They are. They ensure I'm remembered as a bounty hunter, not an assassin. One works within the law, the other without." Kerrigan's words, and she could almost hear his voice as she said them. She was surprised at herself for speaking them. She didn't need to justify herself to this man. He took a long sip, then swirled the wine in his glass. He seemed to think that an essential action while drinking.
"The weapons merely ensure you're distinctive. They always told us not to stick out, didn't they? I wonder if the reason you switched careers is that you got tired of not standing out. Understandable, I suppose, if somebody looks like you."
He was wrong again.
Whatever his name might truly be, he was blunt and obvious.
"I've lost count of the number of compliments you've given," she told him. "Compliments are one thing, but if you really want to please a woman—" She paused to cross her legs, leaning just a little toward him. "You should learn to give her what she wants."
"Which is?"
She saw his eyes slide involuntarily down toward the gap in her shirt. "I took special pains to erase my past in Chiliax," she told him. "I would very much like to know how you knew my name and the order I served." He chuckled.
If I told you, I'd reveal my employers.
That's no secret. It's the Galtons. What do they want with me?
How did you...
She smiled fetchingly. Don't worry. Your secret is safe. It was that moment that her hand came up with the pistol. He was accomplished enough that he batted her hand aside. With a flick of his other wrist, a blade slid into his hand, but Lizette was already rolling off the bed and avoided his knife thrust. He cursed at her and came off the mattress. Lizette spun and crouched now, cat-like, pistol extended. But when she pulled the trigger, the weapon clicked. Misfire. Devon drove in quickly. Lizette was no stranger to knife fights, but neither was Devon, who wielded his blade like an extension of his own arm. She thrust the hand aside as it jabbed at her rising form, then rabbit-punched him and stepped to his left. Devon grunted and stumbled, and she reached for her weapons belt. Her hand closed on the pie plate instead. Her master had hammered home the lesson that you use the weapon you have, not the one you wish for, so she didn't grab again for the haft of the other pistol. Devon had recovered and was advancing until the berry pie plate hurtled at him. Nimble though he was, half the dessert caught him on cheek and jowl, and the plate slammed against his forehead. Not a fatal blow by any means, but a fine distraction. He struck a half-second later than he might have, partially blinded by warm berries and their juices. He missed. Lizette had dropped, bracing herself with one hand, while her legs swept him. He fell, cracking his head on the bed frame, before he slammed into the floor. He was still lying there, partially stunned, when she came to stand over him with her second pistol. She cocked it. "Last chance!" "How did you know who I was?" "My hair has changed. My weapons have changed. My dress has changed. I have left the West. No one should know." Lizette put her foot on Devon's dropped knife and dragged it closer to her. While he moaned and felt his head, she crouched for the knife and rose with it in her left hand. "I'll count to 3, she told him. That gunshot would bring attention, he replied weakly. "You'll be too dead to care. 1. You won't risk controversy. You were trying to rape me. 2. You'll shoot me anyway. No. On that you have my oath. Tell me what I wish to know. 3. Okay. Lizette's finger did not tighten on the trigger. "Speak, then. My order has word of you. I think all assassins' guilds have word of you. From the Black Coil. I left with their blessing." Why would he dare lie now? Lizette's lips twisted up in a near snarl, despite herself. "I don't think your old master sees it that way. Your description and your choice of arms have gone out to all of us. We're to report any sighting back to the Black Coil for payment." Lizette almost hated to ask. "Why?" Devon's eyes met her own reluctantly. "I don't know. But I do know that if you are seen to be acting as an assassin and not a bounty hunter, it's to be carefully noted." "And rewarded?" "No. Just noted." Lizette puzzled over the information only briefly. Of course, the only reason they wouldn't reward for word of her working as an assassin is that her old masters wouldn't want lies, just information. And she knew likewise why they'd care. If she practiced her old trade, she'd face a bounty of her own. Before, she'd been playing it safe. Of course, they were actively watching her. The smart thing to do would be to find Carrick and disappear into the night. But Avelis had half a fortune left to hand over, and Lizette meant to earn it. Besides, Lizette despised anyone telling her what to do. "Well?" Devon asked. "Did you learn what you needed?" "I did." She lowered the gun. Devon smiled in relief. "I wasn't sure I believed you." "Oh, I keep my word," she told him, then dropped on him with the knife. Chapter 7. A Final Word. Elyana. Elyana was grooming Calda in the stables in the hour before dawn, when the guardsman Stefan came to see her with a young man in tow. She stepped out of the stall, bringing the lantern with her. She hung it from a nail, set her brushes on an overturned bucket, and brushed the horsehair from her hands. "Good morning, Stefan." Gray-haired Stefan always looked tired, but was dependably to be found at the postern gate every night. He preferred the hours.
"And good morning to you, Lady Eliana."
Eliana didn't particularly care for the title, but Drelm had insisted upon it. She held no formal rank in Delgar, and the half-orc thought it undignified for the guards to address her by her first name. She had tried that for a while, but the soldiers seemed generally more comfortable addressing her with an honorific.
"You have a visitor,"
Stefan indicated the boy behind him, then moved aside. The young man stepped forward, and Eliana's eyes tracked to the folded paper he carried in one hand.
"Your pardon, lady."
He sounded as nervous as he would addressing a real noblewoman. Eliana smiled as gently as she could, then knelt so she might greet the boy eye to eye. Men of all ages seemed intimidated by her appearance. She understood they found her attractive, and knew too well how ardor made fools of those who desired her. She had long cultivated a distant manner toward most men, but was kinder to youngsters. It was hardly their fault she looked like their ideal, and she didn't wish to seem cruel. "Do you have something for me?"
"A letter."
He met her eyes, then looked down.
"From the gentleman known as Mr. Vennick, m'lady."
Belatedly, he extended the paper toward her. She took it, curious, and studied the wax seal. The stamp lacked any kind of sigil. It was just a round pattern to smash the wax. Carefully penned lettering addressed the note to her, Lady Eliana Sadrastis. It must be a farewell note. Probably Vennick had decided to resign via this method, rather than face the more pronounced shame of a face-to-face meeting. What else could it be?
"You've delivered your note,"
Stefan said behind the boy.
"Best be on your way."
"There's something more," the boy said, as Eliana fished a couple of coppers from her coin purse. "Oh?" Eliana arched an eyebrow and held back from giving the tip. The young man nodded briefly.
"I wasn't supposed to hand that to you unless he didn't come back last night. To the inn, I mean."
Eliana studied the boy. He couldn't be more than 10, lean and sun-browned, with a band of freckles across his nose. He seemed uncomfortable in the scrutiny and shifted a little. "So he didn't return?" Eliana asked.
"No."
"Strange. Did he say where he was going?" The boy shook his head.
"All he said to me was that he'd be going out, and if he didn't return I was to give this to you before dawn. He paid me before he left."
"I see. And you're sure he didn't make it back last night? He might have checked into his room while you were sleeping?"
"No, ma'am. I looked at his room this morning very carefully."
Eliana smiled wryly at the last. "I'm sure you did. All right, young man. Thank you for doing as you were told." She dropped a handful of coppers into his hand and nodded to Stefan, who led the boy out of the stables. Eliana broke the seal and stepped closer to the light. Vennick's hand was even and unremarkable, rather as he was.
To Eliana Sadrastis. I go this evening to speak with a member of our expedition about her past. My sources inform me that the woman presenting herself as Lisette Demond, the bounty hunter, was once a member of the Chelish guild known as the Black Coil. If you have not heard of them, it is because their activities are usually confined to Cheliacs. They are murderers for hire. It is my fear that Ms. Demond is targeting someone within our expedition, and I urge the utmost caution. I strongly suggest you ask her about my whereabouts this morning, if I do not arrive to speak with you before departure time. Vennick of Gralton.
"Marvelous," Eliana said to Calda, who had her head down as she contentedly munched some hay. Vennick's cool manner had troubled her from the outset, but she'd put that aside when she saw just how competent he was with his blade. Who was she to turn talented help away? He wouldn't be the first or last River Kingdom's dweller with a dark past, or the first washed-up warrior looking for a chance to earn some gold. Yet his letters stretched credulity. If Vennick had been worried about Lizette's identity, Why confront her by himself rather than coming to Ilyana beforehand? Especially if he thought her some kind of elite assassin. And who exactly were his sources? If Venek were here now, he might claim he'd wanted to give Lisette an honorable way out. But that explanation didn't wash, and so Ilyana was left with an ugly little mystery, and the seed of discord. There were several possibilities. The first was that Venek was simply looking to trouble the expedition. The second was that someone else was looking to trouble the expedition and had played an elaborate scheme with Venek as a pawn. Either of those options suggested there were some who wanted the expedition to fail, which made no sense, unless the beast's rampages had a purpose, which required a great deal of conjecture. The third possibility was that Venek had written the truth about Lisette's profession. Yet Lisette Demond was a bounty hunter, come to Delgar in search of another quarry entirely before throwing in with the expedition when she learned of it. Why would an assassin pretend to be a bounty hunter? Assassins survived by remaining hidden, and Lisette was hardly that. The more Ilyana turned the problem, the more she became certain someone was out to jeopardize the expedition. Lisette's marksmanship was phenomenal, and at close range her guns had better stopping power than arrows. Moreover, she was a seasoned veteran. To lose her would weaken the group, and the more Ilyana thought about the matter, the more she thought that must be what Venek wanted. Why he sought to bring trouble was a question she didn't understand. Come dawn, she was sitting saddle upon Calda as the expedition members filed into the keep's walls. Drelm, Demid, Illidian, and the elves were performing a final check of the foodstuffs. Only a faint trace of light colored the sky, but it was enough for Elvin's sight. As Sorrel sorted the gear in her saddlebags, her dog pack lay at ease, lolling with deceptive calm beside her horse, each with its head on its front paws. The oak steward was quietly performing a dawn prayer near the eastern wall, and the red-haired wizard, Votek, was in a quiet but animated discussion with the halfling. Drutha's dog sat beside her. White and brown spotted fur hung with packs and storage gear. Calvonis, Grellin, and Marika were looking carefully over their stock of arrows. Lisette and her dwarf were adjusting the saddles on the horse and the donkey they'd been loaned by the mayor. Neither looked any more suspicious than anyone else, but she supposed that if Lisette were a trained assassin, she wouldn't have any tells. Venek made no appearance. At a sudden thought, she called out for the wizard. "Votek!" The man heard his name and turned, then walked quickly over. He smiled affably up at her. "Good morning." Ilyana noticed for the first time that the haft of a lute poked up over the wizard's right shoulder, tied somehow to his large shoulder bag. He must be strong for all his paunch, for she had noted earlier that it bulged with gear. "And to you, Votek. Tell me, do you know any spells for learning the truth?" Votek rubbed at his wild shock of red hair, looking chagrined. "I'm afraid that's outside my line of specialty. Why do you ask?" Disappointing. But then, she'd never found magic the easy answer promised in stories. "Just curious. Tell me about this." She reached behind her, rifled through her saddlebag, and brought forth Ondaren's wand. She handed it down, being careful not to direct it at him. Votek grasped it cautiously. "What's this?" A man used it to murder every man, woman, child, and farm animal he could shoot, a few weeks ago. Votek's eyebrows rose. "What does it do?" "It fires some kind of acid, but I have no idea how to activate it. It would be of great use against the monster we hunt." "It certainly sounds like it. Do you know the trigger word?" "No. I was hoping you could help me with that." Votek scratched at his hair again. "This is a matter that requires study. Maybe when we stop this evening." He turned it over. "I don't recognize the make," he admitted. "But maybe if I examine the magical signatures on the thing." He turned it over once more and ran a hand over the banding. "Do you mind if I hold on to it? I might be able to try a few things whenever we stop for a break." "By all means, just be careful." He bowed his head with a theatrical hand flourish. "Fear not, my fair captain. I know what I'm about." She nodded to him, then scanned over the assembled folk once more and glanced to the closed postern gate. Roosters crowed outside the wall. From somewhere near at hand she heard the bleat of sheep. There was still no sign of Venek. Eliana straightened in her saddle and called for attention. Gradually, everyone ceased their activities and turned to face her. "Have any of you seen Venek since yesterday evening?" Lisette answered almost immediately. "He had a drink with me last night," she smirked. "He tried to follow me to my room." Eliana hadn't expected such an easy answer, but let no surprise show on her face. Had he been drinking? "Oh, yes. He's probably still lying in the gutter," Marika said, then laughed slowly. "Or under some fat whore." "None of that talk," Drelm growled from behind Eliana. "There are ladies present." Lisette grinned at this. Marika traded a startled glance with her friend Grelin. Eliana raised her voice to address them all. "Has anyone seen him? At all?" The expedition members looked back and forth among themselves. Finally, the halfling piped up. "Should we send someone out to look for him?" "I'll go if you wish," Demet volunteered. But the Brevin was too useful to send on an errand boy's outing. She looked down to the attentive officer, speaking quietly. "No, thank you, Demet. This is Venek's lookout. If he doesn't turn up, he doesn't go. And if he doesn't go, he doesn't get paid." She faced the others once more. "Finish checking over your gear. We'll leave in a quarter hour." Shortly thereafter, Drelm called for everyone to form up and began handing out the supply packs assisted by Aladel. Eliana wasn't quite sure how that had happened or why, but the dark-haired elf had taken over the clipboard as Drelm turned over the bags and wine sacks. He still wore his own gear rather than the traditional garb of the forest rangers, though Elidian had told her he'd served on the border decades ago. He seemed to have a good head for organization, so she let him be. The expedition members moved swiftly through the line, then carried their belongings to their mounts. Eliana watched every one of them with great care, trying not to make her scrutiny of Lisette too obvious. Damn Venek and his stupid letter. Demet drew up beside her stirrup and cleared his throat. "Eliana?" She found the handsome Brevin smiling confidently at her. "You're a man short," he observed, "although he was a short man to begin with." Eliana acknowledged the cleverness with a faint smile. "We will make do without him." "Allow me to volunteer my services." Demet brought his heels together and straightened, clearing his expression. Eliana shook her head. "No, Demet, you're in command of the city guard until Drelm returns. Garrett will handle things just fine." "Garrett will manage things." Eliana dropped her voice and leaned out toward Demet. "But he will not lead. The gods forbid it. But if something awful should happen, the guards need a leader." Demet nodded reluctantly. "I thank you, though," she added. "It was noble of you to volunteer." He dismissed the compliment with an easy wave and a broad smile. "These walls are no place for a cavalryman. Someday I'll have that money saved up." "I'm sure you will." More than once the Brevin had wistfully discussed his wish for land in his native country, where he meant to raise horses, but had disclosed little else about his past. The longer she knew him, the more certain she was that he had once been an officer in some army, and probably a nobleman to boot. If Demet wanted her to know the details, though, he would tell her. There were far more pressing matters to worry over. Finally, everyone was mounted, the halfling on her dog, Carrag on a mule, and everyone else on horses. With the barest nudge of her knee, Eliana set Calda forward along the line of them. "The beast was sighted west of town 2 days ago. First thing, we're all looking at the tracks." She resisted a sudden impulse to set Calda curveting. "No need to show off. Fall out." She led them down the central street past the long lines of homes and shops. Many of Delgar's residents turned out to wish them well, and the priestess of Callistria shouted blessings upon them as they passed. So too did the masked priest of Rosmir, in his way, calling that if they took succor in the faith of the living God, no harm would befall them. The Lord Mayor and his daughter waited at the very end of the road. Avelis raised a hand and told them to go with the blessings of all the gods of justice and mercy. Dela stared forlornly at Drelm, but if she looked for a final acknowledgement of love or tenderness, she searched in vain, for Elyana knew that the half-orc believed showing such things while on duty reduced his dignity. He allowed himself only a raised hand in farewell before he faced forward. At this, Dela reached up to wipe tears from her eyes. The half-orc, Elyana thought, had much to learn about women. After a half-hour, the sun was fully risen and filtering through the trees by the riverside. Much of the River Kingdom's woodland was old growth, so there was enough space between the trees for riding. The shade beneath the boughs of oak and pine gave everything a false twilight. She didn't have to remind anyone in her group that they needed to be on guard. She had picked only the best. She set her squad of 5 on point, with Drelm's group flanking to her right, and a Lydian squad a quarter-mile to the left nearer the river. With the elven captain was the oak steward, who she assumed would be treated with respect even by Kyonan elves and Calvonis. Riding with Elyana were Sorel, the huntswoman, Votek, Lizette, and Carrig. Sorel's hounds ranged ahead. Elyana and Sorel rode point. In addition to the hounds, the thick-set huntswoman had loosed her hawk, Balak, as they left the town, and Elyana knew from their previous venture that Sorel's distant look was her communing with the mind of the animal, a power granted her by a ring passed down from her grandfather. Elyana's squad arrived at the most recent tracks in just under an hour. A half-dozen hounds milled about the site, their noses to the ground. Elyana raised the horn and gave 3 swift bleats, the prearranged call for the other groups to hold position, then slid down to examine the area once more. Votek joined her, his eyes settling apprehensively upon the shadowy woodlands. Sorel walked with her hounds. "You two, keep watch," Elyana called to Lizette and the dwarf, then stepped over to Sorel, now bent beside one well-defined imprint. Her lead hound, a gray-black beast named Scouter, stood nearby with his ears cocked to attention. His immense head reached Elyana's thigh. "Have you ever seen a print like it?" Elyana asked. "No." The huntswoman shook her head, bemused. Her voice was a low alto and bore a faint rolling accent of the far northwest. "It's even larger than I imagined." Elyana had seen 3 sets of tracks in the week she'd spent stalking the beast, and these were among the clearest. They were as large as a wyvern's print, and similar in that 5 pads were clawed. But this monster seemed heavier, displacing more ground as it walked. She broke off the examination to eye the surroundings, surreptitiously checking on Lizette and her dwarf. Both were faced away, and shifting appropriately to take in their surroundings. Votek finished with a complicated set of hand movements, then dropped his eyes from out of the magical world so that they met Elyana's own. "There's nothing magical here." The wizard sounded almost embarrassed. "No residue. No nothing." As she expected. "It's interesting." Sorel stood and peered off into the woodland, shading her eyes with one large hand. "There are no signs of droppings anywhere." "I've never found any," Elyana agreed. "Any idea when these tracks were made?" "I'd say 4 days old," Sorel continued, which jibed with Elyana's assessment. "Probably." Sorel fell silent in mid-speech, stilling utterly as she listened. A dog barked, and she looked over to Elyana. "Barton's found something." She headed east at a quick trot, doubling back to parallel the route by which they'd entered the little woodland. Elyana snatched her bow and followed, motioning the others to remain where they were. "Keep track of your horse," she snapped at the paunchy wizard, for Votek's animal had wandered off to nibble at a mulberry bush. 2 of Sorel's hounds came with her, loping to either side of Elyana and Sorel. 100 feet out, Elyana saw a third, presumably Barton, with his head lowered beside a juniper bush. Elyana kept watch while the huntress examined the site. "Horse tracks," Sorel relayed to Elyana, "unshod. From about the same time as the beast's prints." "Probably another victim," Elyana said glumly. "Let's be sure and find out." Eliana assumed they'd find a body or a skeleton picked clean by scavengers. But after they trailed the horse prints east for some 20 minutes, they learned the prints paralleled those of the beasts. For several leagues, the tracks lay very close to one another, up until the ruins of a dead forester's fortified home. Here the unshod horse seemed to have waited in the distance while the monster rampaged. Eliana and Drelm had searched the ground thoroughly a few days ago and buried the poor forester and his wife, but Eliana had not looked far enough out to find the hoof prints. A careful examination of the situation took more than an hour, and Eliana was none too pleased with what she learned. She stood contemplating the nearest run of trampled dirt, where she'd located the beast's prints. A few 100 yards away, those same prints disappeared into a bog. She stood with the others, studying the unwelcoming terrain. Insects whined and frogs croaked. A dragonfly flitted past and settled onto a rotted stump. Eliana had seen enough to shatter her earlier suppositions about the beast's nature, and she wasn't liking the directions those lines of thought led her. "What's troubling you?" Lizette asked. "This is good news, isn't it? The more we learn about our enemy, the better our chances." Sorrel answered. There were some weird bits about all this." She scratched a spot of dried mud off her cheek. "Eliana, you notice that there aren't any horse droppings?" "I did." "And the horse wasn't shod," Sorrel continued. "Even I can see that," Lizette admitted. "But a lot of frontier horses don't have horseshoes." "It's a ghost steed," Votek said softly, and Eliana looked over at him. "A ghost? What are you talking about?" Sorrel sounded both troubled and confused. "It's not really a ghost," Votek said, a little apologetically, "but a spell. An old spell and a useful one. A wizard, or a sorcerer, or a witch, I suppose, can call up a magical animal and ride it." "Like conjuring a demon," Lizette offered. "Well, not really," Votek said, then waggled his hand a little. "I suppose it's a little similar. The horse isn't a demon, though. It's just a spell that functions like a horse. Anyway, an illusory steed would leave prints, but it surely wouldn't leave droppings because it's not alive and doesn't need to eat." The wizard shifted his pack, then eyed Eliana. "I think you guessed this the moment you saw the horse tracks." Eliana shook her head. "Not until we saw the horse tracks alongside those of the beast. But I've been wondering for a while whether or not the beast had a reason." "A reason?" Lizette prompted. Eliana frowned. "Somebody has a reason for making it attack. It has a handler, or a wizard. Maybe it really is some kind of demon. I'm wondering now how many other times there were horse tracks near one of the attacks that I just didn't see. I wasn't focused on looking for horse prints, and there usually are horse prints near settlements." "In this line of work," Sorrel said, "you've got to look at what's there, rather than what you expect." Eliana nodded. "Well said," and something that Eliana should have known, given her own long years in the wild. Until recently she'd been assuming they tracked some kind of sorcerous abomination, out on its own and killing like a rogue bear or dog. So it's probably being guided. "The question is why," Votek said. "Why would anyone want to do this?" He turned a pudgy hand toward the splintered logs of the cabin. Eliana didn't answer. She was thinking back to the horse tracks they'd found when she finally got back to the sorcerer on Darren's miserable shack, a day after Melloch's funeral. Many days had passed since Drelm had axed on Darren by then, but she'd discovered the trace of an unshod horse's prints in some of the loose soil a few yards from the weed patch that passed as the sorcerer's vegetable garden. Could those too have been made by a ghost steed? Sorrel shook her head in disgust. "So, assume someone is commanding the attacks. It seems like an awful lot of effort to kill a bunch of folks that don't own anything worth taking." "Some people get a real thrill from killing." Lizette's lips were downturned. Eliana eyed her keenly, wondering if she spoke from experience. "I've seen all kinds of bastards over the years," Lizette went on. "Oh, Some of the men I hunt, they just got real angry one day and took it out on someone. But some of them, they get a taste for it. I suppose wizards can be like that too." Carrick had been standing silently at watch for the whole of the conversation. He hadn't said a word since before dawn, and the only sounds from the dwarf had been him occasionally shifting his foot in the undergrowth as he watched the distance. Now, though, he turned, put a leg up on a log, and declared, "It's a summoner." "A summoner?" Sorel repeated. Eliana had heard the term, although she had no personal experience with any practitioners from that branch of magical study. Lisette looked just as surprised as Eliana to hear an opinion from the dwarf. Either the bounty hunter was a fine actress, or the dwarf's words had caught her off guard. Might that mean she was somehow involved in the beast's attacks and didn't want Carrick revealing anything? Or just that Carrick didn't normally know much about magic? Once again she cursed the added complication of Vennick and his letter. She had enough to trouble her without constantly having to worry about Lisette's true motives. She turned to Vatok. "Is Carrick right?" The wizard folded his hands over his protruding belly and tapped it rhythmically. "He has a point," he said, then added sheepishly, "I should have recognized that personality earlier. It makes a kind of sense, absent motive, of course. Summoners have to stay close to the creature they call, which would explain the tracks." "It's the only good answer," Carrick declared truculently. "What's a summoner?" Sorel asked. "A magic worker who's linked to a creature," Votek explained in that same amiable tone. "Like you are to your animals." "Except a summoner calls something up from the pits of hell," Carrick said with a snarl. "You sound as though you speak from experience," Votek said to the dwarf, not unkindly. The dwarf's expression grew even more sour. "My uncles had to face down this bastard who could conjure up a leaping, fiery thing that looked like a skeleton horse with a scorpion sting. Except that it put out waves of heat and fear. He was extorting a silver mine. Almost 20 warriors died fighting him before it was all over." While Eliana listened, she caught sight of Lisette's intent expression. She wondered if the bounty hunter had heard the tale from the dwarf before. "Is there anything we need to know to fight a summoner?" Sorel asked. Carrick pressed his lips together in thought for a long moment, then nodded. "The summoner will hide. But you have to remember, if you kill him, like any wizard, the spells stop." "That's not necessarily true," Votek started to object. Carrick looked as though he were about to explode. "Certainly a dead magic user can't cast any new spells," Eliana said quickly. "When we attack, we need to make fighting the summoner as much of a priority as the beast, if not more so." "Which will be tricky," Votek added, "especially if he's invisible, which seems likely to be the case." "How do you figure that?" Sorel asked. "It only stands to reason." There was a note of pride in Votek's voice as he spoke on. "No one has ever reported seeing a steed during any of the attacks, have they?" He looked to Eliana for verification. "No," she admitted. "So there you are. He can make himself invisible, he can make the monster invisible, and he can make his magical steed invisible. A summoner can call his beast to him too, whenever he wants," Carrick said, "or make it vanish. The summoner's been toying with you, then calling it back to him." Votek cleared his throat. "I still want to point out that this is conjecture, not certainty. It takes an inordinate amount of effort each day to prepare spells like those I use. I'm not a summoner, but I'm sure the training is similar. Why spend years honing your craft just to go hunting people in the river kingdoms? We lack a reason." "You haven't seen what I've seen," Lisette said darkly. "Where are you from, wizard?" "Grolton." "I'm from Sheliax," Lisette pressed on. "And believe me, there are people there who put a whole lot of thought into just how people should be killed. And have you ever heard of the priests of Zon Kuthon?" Eliana winced a little at that. She'd never faced one directly, but she'd dealt with the traps they left behind. There was a nervous quaver in Sorel's voice. "You think we're dealing with some of them?" "No," Elyana and Lizette said as one. They then looked at each other. They'd be a lot more obvious about it, Lizette explained. And there'd be a lot more blood, Elyana went on. Lizette nodded. Sounds like you've dealt with them. Once or twice. Once was enough. That's the truth, Lizette agreed. She might have meant to reassure Sorel as she addressed her. If this was the work of those rat humpers, you'd find their victims staked out half-skinned. They would have lived for days in excruciating pain. The people the monster kills died too fast to make the Kuthite priests happy. Sorel shook her head in disgust, then spat and muttered a prayer to Callistria. Elyana decided a subject change was in order. It's not them, and I don't think we're going to find an explanation right now. There aren't any stories of anything important going missing from the attacks, are there? Votek asked. Do you think this summoner, if that's what he is, might be looking for something? Nothing's ever missing, Elyana said. Not even the people or the houses. They're just shredded. Maybe that's why he keeps doing it, Votek suggested. He's looking for something and hasn't found it yet. Even if Votek remained doubtful, Elyana was convinced they faced a summoner, and supposed he'd been watching, perhaps even listening, as she and Drelm and Illidian met that first time beside the bodies of Illidian's patrol. Where would the summoner have been, though? When Drelm and I fought the monster, she said, the summoner would have seen how outclassed we were. We'd hurt his monster, but I don't think we'd done any serious damage. It could have kept on killing. Why did he stop? If he, or she, Lizette said, gets his jollies killing and frightening, it helps to have a few survivors now and then, so people can hear just how scary the monster is. Maybe you heard it more than you realized, Sorel said, or he was afraid you had. They rendezvoused with the other squads, and after updating them about their findings, spent the rest of the day searching for any sign of tracks that had exited the bog from another direction. They found none. The last sign of either beast or horse was a large hanging bough that had been bent to one side. No backtracking turned up anything more, except leeches that Grelin acquired while dropping into an especially deep water hole. Elyana was in a dour mood that evening as they set up camp. One day was gone, and while she now had a better idea about the nature of their enemy, she had no idea how to find them. So she decided on a different course. She led them to dry ground in a small hilltop clearing, surrounded on three sides by trees. Her thought was they could better see if something came toward them, for the monster would set tree limbs swaying. She set Drelm and the mercenaries to arranging wooden spikes in the gentle slope that made up the fourth side. She sent Illidian, Galerius, and Aladel out on a long-range patrol to search for tracks and paths, and appointed sentries while the rest of the expedition prepared the camp. She then pulled Votek aside. "I see you have a lute," she said. "I do. I'm a fair player." He smiled slyly. "Play for us, then." "For morale?" "Something like that." Votek looked surprised. "Wouldn't you rather I look over the wand?" She shook her head. "Not just yet. I want you to play." Elyana had never met a musician truly reluctant to demonstrate his gifts, and Votek proved no different. But he likewise proved better than Elyana would have guessed, with a low, sweet voice. Soon he was strumming one of the ballads of Fife and Darwin, and Sorel, Drutha, and the old oak steward, who were overseeing the cooking, joined in happily with each chorus. There was no missing Drelm's thin-lipped disapproval. He rose from his work with Marika, Grelin, and Calvonis, and was striding directly toward the wizard when Elyana called to him. The half-orc's large head swung slowly, then his eyes widened into almost comical surprise as she motioned him over. By the time he'd reached where she stood brushing Calda, he'd regained his composure. "I want him playing," Elyana said softly. Drelm cleared his throat. "Shouldn't we make smokeless fires and silence the music?" "No." She waited for the half-orc to work through it. His jaw moved, almost as if he were chewing over the possibilities. After a long moment, his expression cleared.
You mean to draw the beast to us?
Yes. He chuckled, then smacked her shoulder in delight. Eliana pretended it hadn't hurt.
Brave Eliana,
Drelm chuckled once more.
I should have guessed. Baron Stalon always said you should make the ground fight for you.
A lot of people say that, Eliana pointed out. It was basic tactical doctrine, and, much as she was fond of Stalon, Drelm should know the motto had not originated with him, any more than prepare for the morrow by planning today had come from the mayor. The half-orc cherished wise maxims, but always seemed to think they originated with the person speaking them.
The Baron said it a lot,
Drelm countered, then strode back to his work, whistling the same tune Votek played. At the footfall behind her, Eliana turned slowly, hand dropped to her knife. She'd set Carrig up to watch 10 paces back, but this wasn't Carrig. It was Lisette, polishing the end of one of her muskets with a gray rag. The markswoman kept the wood so clean it could bear reflection, and the metal portions of her weapon gleamed. Eliana had only ever seen guns in use one time before, in a siege, and hadn't been especially impressed. Until she'd seen Lisette, they hadn't seemed particularly useful in combat. She dismissed them as a way for normal men and women to simulate the powerful attacks of wizards, with less accuracy and more complexity, and didn't expect them to last. Lisette's skill had her questioning her earlier judgment.
You're really trying to lure it in?
The bounty hunter asked. Eliana returned to brushing Calda's flank. Never let your enemy choose your battleground. Lisette stepped to her side and smiled knowingly.
And you're not sure which way to go anyway, are you?
That's right. So I'm presenting a target, a juicy one. Lisette gestured to the encircling trees.
Suppose he's out there, watching, right now.
Let him.
But won't he know what you're doing?
Eliana returned the brush to Calda's saddlebag and patted the side of her nose. The animal snorted in response, lowering her head and tilting it. Eliana chuckled and scratched behind the offered ear.
Aren't you afraid he'll know what you're doing?
Lisette pressed. We're facing someone very arrogant. Even if he sees our preparations, he'll think us overconfident. I'm hoping he'll be tempted to show us his power. He can see us making these spikes and setting our sentinels, and think that we feel perfectly prepared, especially if we put on a show.
And then you'll hit him with the plans we've laid.
Exactly. Lisette shouldered her weapon.
Suppose our fat wizard is right and we've got an invisible summoner.
What's to have kept him from sneaking in and hearing all the plans you told us back in Delgar? It was a fair question. She doubted someone could have done it, not with guards and wizards and dogs so close, but that was the problem with wizardry. It defied normal limits. Perhaps more interesting, though, was Lisette's manner. If she really was an assassin, what better time to attack than during a monstrous assault? It would be easy to claim she'd shot her target accidentally. Why then make it so obvious she was thinking about the tactical situation? Possibly because Lisette wasn't in league with the summoner, and because she wasn't really an assassin. Yet she'd identified herself as hailing from Cheliax just as Venix's letter claimed. But as Eliana's foster father had once told her, the best lies were always grown with a sprinkling of truth.
You're the bounty hunter?
Eliana said at last, finally ending Calda's long scratch.
What do you think? I think killing a wizard's harder work than you think.
So you've killed some before?
Maybe I have. A few more than you, I wager.
Eliana smiled grimly. I think you'd be surprised.
Maybe I would, at that, Lisette said after a moment. I have a hard time getting a read on you.
A read?
I can't usually tell what you're thinking.
That's what humans always say about elves when we're not doing what they want. Lisette allowed a faint smile and reached over to pat Calda's side.
So, what is it you want out of this, Eliana? Seems pretty clear the mayor has something for you, but you don't return it. And I don't believe any of that talk about you and the half-orc.
What talk? You know very well. But I don't think he's ever been your lover. So what is it that keeps you in the middle of nowhere? Eliana wasn't really interested in a personal dialogue with Lizette, but didn't want to seem unfriendly either, so she kept her answer simple. Sometimes a thing just needs doing, and you're the only one who can do it. You strike me as smarter than that. Do I? Maybe I'm just lucky. No, I think you're like me. You make your own luck. You make your plans, surround yourself with the best, and wait for your enemy to slip. When they do, you're ready to spring. That might be. There you go, being mysterious. Elidian's voice rang from the woodlands. Eliana! It was not a cry of alarm, but a warning that the patrol returned. In a few moments, the elves were leading their horses uphill, and they hadn't come alone. Lizette cursed softly. Eliana merely frowned as she caught sight of the young sorcerer and her brother who had failed the expedition trials. They too led horses, and both humans and mounts were splattered with mud. The boy tried to look resolute and stolid. The girl's lips were pursed in anger. Her fine scarlet cloak was hardly recognizable, so thick was the dirt and filth. Elidian called to Eliana in Elven as he neared. I found them skulking a few leagues to our rear. You can't make us not hunt the beast. The girl tugged her drooping mount forward. Her eyes blazed defiantly as she stopped before Eliana and Lizette. Don't think you can make us stop. I didn't say I would. Elidian halted to her left, an amused and contemptuous smile flitting at the corners of his mouth. Then tell them, the girl looked fiercely over to Elidian, to release us and our weapons. That would be a death sentence, Eliana replied. Especially, she thought, given that the summoner and his monster have almost surely honed in on the expedition by now. She felt certain the summoner would not allow the expedition to advance much further without demonstrating his murderous powers. But she didn't say this to the girl or the young man. If you're out there on your own, you're liable to be killed. Even a strong hunting party's in danger from the beast. Then we will join you, the girl told her, free of charge. Lizette laughed. That's rich. We can't be distracted looking out for people that barely remember to wash behind their ears. I'm a trained warrior, the boy objected. Your captain saw me. He knows I can handle my blade. You two can barely handle a mud bath, Lizette said. Eliana held up a hand. Lizette fell silent, but this merely left an opening for the boy to continue his pleas. We don't wish to be paid, he continued. We just want to help. That thing has to be stopped. Most of the applicants agreed with you, Eliana reminded him, but they had the sense not to follow. Tonight you'll bed down with us and help keep watch. First thing in the morning you must return. We won't, the girl said. We'll still follow you. Eliana frowned. We'll see. She looked to Elidian. Give them back their weapons and find them a spot out of the way. The elf's reply was laconic. As you command. Eliana addressed the brother. You, what's your name? Poole. And your sister? I am Melius. Well, Poole, Melius, you'll have to take care of your own horses and eat from your own supplies. We expected to carry our own weight, Poole insisted. We're just asking you to give us a chance to prove we can do it. I'm giving you a chance to sleep in as safe a place as we have out here. Almost, she spoke on about how she was certain the beast and its master were aware of them, and might even be seeking them. But she held her tongue. If the beast had a human master, mightn't the master have human informants? Suppose the boy or the girl was the summoner. Either was too young to have mastered the level of proficiency this kind of magic surely required, but she well knew that powerful spellcasters could alter their appearance. She sighed to herself. Go on. Elidian, get them out of here. Leave your horses here with ours, Elidian instructed. Galerius walked with him, shooing Poole and Melius away, almost as though they were lambs. Aladel lingered, though. "Would you like me to picket their mounts?" the dark-haired elf asked. "Kind of you," Elyana replied. Aladel bobbed his head. "The boy and girl are exhausted," he said. "I thought I'd save them the time." Was there anything strange about them, Aladel? Elyana regretted the question almost the moment she said it. The black-cloaked elf arched an eyebrow. "How do you mean?" "She's wondering if they really are who they seem to be, I expect," Lizette explained. "We're chasing a magic worker." "Of course," Aladel answered, then gave Elyana a brief nod. "I didn't see any surprising sign of competency, if that's what you mean. They were astonishingly simple to ambush. And even if you were pretending incompetence, why make yourself miserable by backtracking into the bog?" "Maybe if you're working hard on your part," Lizette suggested. "It may be," Aladel allowed politely. "But I think they're nothing more than they seem to be. A boy and a girl driven by vengeance and grief." "Thank you, Aladel," Elyana said. She considered him with a little more care, for his judgment had impressed her. He offered a brief smile, bowed his head, then clicked his tongue and led the horses off to where the others were hobbled a few paces back. She watched him retreat. Lizette smirked. "I can guess what you're thinking now." It took a moment for Elyana to change the track of her thought. Of course, Lizette assumed she was admiring Aladel's physique, despite the fact that his cloak obscured it. Humans had such one-track minds. "Do you mean I'm thinking that if someone had to follow, I wish it had been that berserker dwarf?" Lizette laughed and stepped away. Chapter 8. An Unexpected Guest. Drelm. Drelm hadn't said a word of complaint, but Marika had teased him good-naturedly as they finished their work, for his stomach had been growling for the last quarter hour. If Marika had been under his direct chain of command, he would have reprimanded her, but seeing as the woman was working hard with the planting of spikes, he let the matter lie. Still, when supper was ready, he didn't join Marika and Grelin, sitting instead by the huntswoman Sorel. It wasn't that Drelm didn't mind a good joke, he just didn't enjoy being a target. Through most of his life, all jests aimed toward him had been malicious. Those on first watch had already eaten, and the cool twilight of the woods gathered around them like a cloak, bringing with it the fresh scent of pine, unfortunately seasoned with a hint of wet decay from the nearby bog. Already he heard the hoot of an owl and the chirruping of insects. The croaking of frogs had grown into a cacophony. The bread had been freshly baked this morning and was a welcome treat, even if the bakers of Delgar routinely baked chewy rather than crisp loaves. Drelm wondered if he could have Dela make him crisp loaves when they were married. He preferred the solid crunch of them when he bit down. He was tearing into a strip of dried venison when the halfling sat down near him. Drutha gave him a polite good evening and then dug into her pack to remove an elaborate assortment of individually wrapped ingredients, slices of mushroom and tomato, a flaky-looking bread in a sort of grayish-green paste that she spread over its top with a small black knife, some crisp young chard, and several slices of mutton. Drelm couldn't help staring. Finally, Drutha set everything upon the bread, then folded it in upon itself and took a bite. It was only then that the halfling noticed she'd gained an audience, and stared by turns at Drelm, Sorel, and the grim-looking Calvonis, who had just taken a seat on the grass at the halfling's right. "I didn't plan on being the evening's entertainment," she said lightly, then took a small, neat bite. Drutha was a creature of browns. Curling brown hair, large brown eyes, brown vest over a whitish-brown shirt, brown leggings. Her feet were likewise topped with curling brown hair, so thick it almost seemed fur. Now that he considered her in detail, it occurred to Drelm that he didn't usually see halflings looking so prosperous. Surely they rarely ate so well. Sorel laughed. "It's good to see someone who appreciates a decent meal. You look as hungry as I am." I wish I'd packed a sandwich that looked so good. Sorel, like Drelm, was eating the expedition fare. Drutha chewed and swallowed. Well, I thought I might not come back from this one, so I splurged a bit. I've had enough dry meat. The good humor faded slightly from her eyes. And gone without too many times. I hear you there, halfling, Calvonis said gruffly. The lanky former soldier still wore his battered helmet and armor. Wish I'd planned that well. For all that he said he was 25, Calvonis looked as if he were in his late 30s, for his frame was gaunt, his skin leathery. He'd handled both sword and bow well, but been reluctant to say where he'd seen service. So said many in the River Kingdoms. What brings you along? Sorel asked. Calvonis's dark eyes flicked up. The beast killed my wife, he answered tonelessly. He was fingering a little silver necklace that Drelm recognized with a start as a Razmiri mask. He'd thought Razmir only attracted cowards and fools. Did you see it? Drutha asked, taking another nibble before continuing. The beast, I mean? No one can see it, Calvonis returned. He ceased rubbing the mask and let it hang loose in front of his armor. But no, I just found the evidence. I returned from hunting and... He fell silent and savagely tore off a hunk of dry meat. It needs to be stopped, friend, Drutha said into the awkward silence. I don't mind the pay at all. I assure you. The halfling woman offered a brief smile. But I'm for the cause myself. I'm with you, Drutha, Sorel assented. Where do you hail from anyway? You don't hear tell of too many halfling woodswomen. Wood halflings. You know what I mean. I rode from Mivon. We have a small community south of Jovox. Her eyes took on a dangerous light. We're not all wee little city folk begging for work. I never said you were, Sorel replied amiably. She took a long swallow from a large wine sack at her side, then wiped her lips with the back of her hand and offered the drink to the halfling. Drutha brightened, gave a nod in thanks, and transferred her sandwich to one hand so she can take a quick bolt. Wow! Quite a kick there. You're from Riverton? I come from there now, if that's what you mean. Sorel received the wine sack, and the halfling resumed work on her sandwich. I hear you've a way with all beasts, Calvonis said to Sorel, his voice sounding lonely and remote. That you can tame anything that comes your way. Sorel chuckled. People do talk, don't they? I'm good, but I'm not that good. It's not just a matter of snapping fingers. It takes years to train an animal upright, even if you do have the touch. Drelm found himself nodding in agreement. Elyana surely had the touch, but it took her long months to ready one of her horses for the saddle, and longer still to ready it for battle. I was just wondering, Calvonis said, whether your powers could control or confuse the beast. Sorel shook her head. No, lad. I've got no delusion about mastering it or even distracting the thing. Calvonis had been staring at her wine sack. Is that corn whiskey? It is. You want a swig? Sorel offered her wineskin. I do. She passed it over and Calvonis took a belt. Drelm saw a cold smile spread over his face as he closed his eyes. For a brief moment he seemed at peace. He then returned it. You must have a stomach on you, Sorel said. That's a pretty potent mix. Just right, I think. Drelm finished up his own meal and stood to wipe breadcrumbs from his clothes. What of you, Captain Drelm? Drutha asked. What of me? How did a tiny little spot like Delgar rate you and Elyana? Drelm wasn't sure how to answer that. Don't be modest, Sorel said. A lot of folk around here have heard about Elyana's feud with a pack of shadow wizards in Taldor, and how you rode into a Grey Gardener stronghold in Gaul to save one of your friends. I haven't, Calvonis said. I have things to do, Drelm said, and moved away, ignoring Drutha's plea to tell the stories in his own words. It wasn't becoming to speak of oneself like that, and Alyana's past wasn't their business unless she wished to speak of it. Drelm was pretty certain that she didn't. Drelm knelt down near where the horses were picketed and made his nightly prayer to Abadar. As was lately his habit, after bowing his head and reciting the prayer of balance taught to him by Baron Stalon, he thanked the god for leading him to so many opportunities and strengthening his will so he might better find balance. Lately he'd added a new innovation, for the matter of Abadar's worship in Delgar, or lack thereof, nettled him. "I'm no great speaker, Lord," Drelm said, "but if you guide me, I'll show the folk of Delgar that you're more than the god of rich men. I would lead them to you and share your teachings, if I could find a way to be a better man." Abadar was the lord of civilization, and that meant patience and balance. It also meant laws. Drelm put great stock in laws, for without guidance society would descend into chaos, just as he himself would. So far as Drelm understood, Abadar held sway over nearly everything that was good in life, and Drelm remained grateful to him. It continually saddened him that Drelm hadn't been able to bring the Lord Mayor to Abadar's worship, for Avelis reminded him in many ways of Baron Stalon, the man who had first introduced him to Alyana. Both men led by example, and both loved wise words, the mayor even more than the Baron. Drelm closed with a final request. "If you but steady my hand, I will slay the beast in your name, and bring you even greater glory. Amen." After his prayer, Drelm appraised the spots where he and Alyana had posted sentries, then relocated Grelin to one of the lower branches, because without a stronger light source, a human was fairly blind up there. After that, he walked a circuit a quarter-mile around the camp with Sorel and 2 of her hounds, looking for spoor. They found many signs of wildlife, but nothing that seemed related to the summoner or his ghostly horse. "Maybe he's steering clear of us," Sorel suggested as they made their way back to camp. "Maybe he's waiting," Drelm responded. And wait he did, until the dead low hours of the morning, near 2 bells. Drelm was on watch when the monster came, along with Drutha, Calvonus, and Aladel the elf. The dim glow of the firelight showed him the sign of the beast's passage as it dashed up from the trees, for it set limbs swaying and trampled the undergrowth. The ground shook as the beast charged up the grassy slope. It knew by scent or some magical sense where they'd concealed the spikes and the shallow pits, and bypassed them all. Drelm shouted the alarm and sent one throwing axe flying before dropping from the tree. He was glad for the fight. "Sorel, send out the hounds!" The hounds were already barking, of course, but the huntswoman was supposed to dispatch them to seek the summoner, sure to be lurking somewhere just beyond the campsite. Alyana was awake and shouting for a volley, and that was good, because it meant Drelm need no longer worry about the overall conflict and could focus on the battle. That's what he preferred. He had a score to settle with the beast. With Abadar's grace, he would avenge young Melloc. A flight of arrows came streaming overhead, and he heard them sink into the beast's side. 2 of the 3 shafts stuck quivering in what seemed mid-air. A third sailed past it on the right. As Drelm's second axe tumbled forward, Votek dashed up beside Drelm and threw his hands out while shouting an incantation. The wizard's red beard and hair were matted to the left, and he wore no shirt. But he looked far from ridiculous when his fingers glowed, and energy streamed forth from both palms to strike the oncoming beast. In moments, the wizard's spell had defined the left side of a large, lizard-shaped skull, and much of a huge, turtle-like body behind it sparkled with golden dust. "Good!" he heard Elidian's distinct voice shouting. "Fire at will!" The rest of their group was up and moving in the dim firelight. And as Drelm lifted his battle-axe, he heard war whoops from Grelin and Marika. Sorel's hounds raced into the woods to the east, barking furiously. The beast lumbered on. The oak steward stepped up to Drelm's left and swept his staff around as he sonorously expounded a spell of his own. Before he could finish, A gout of burning liquid sprayed from a space out ahead of the sparkling dust, presumably where the thing's mouth was. "Down!" Drelm shouted. He and the wizard dropped. The oak steward did not, and his spell was disrupted by an agonized scream. Drelm scrambled quickly to his feet, even as he heard the distinctive pop of gunfire and the dull twang of additional bowstrings. The oak steward went down in a smoldering heap. Drelm spared him no time. He would either use magic to recover or he'd die. Nothing the half-orc could do would change any of that. And then beside him, something flamed into existence. Drelm spun, axe raised, and found himself staring at the back of an immense, horned ape, half again his size. The creature's fur glowed red and fire rolled along its edges. Votek screamed in agony as the beast's massive hands clutched his chest and face. The sound of sizzling flesh rose into the air, along with an awful stench. Drelm's axe cut deep into the muscles of the thing's back, and it roared and spun, wielding the limp wizard like a whip. Drelm sidestepped as the sizzling, screaming wizard's legs flailed into the ground beside him. Drelm swung again, but the monster was nimble and leapt back. It bared gleaming black fangs and roared at him, then flung the wizard to the earth and jumped on him, caving in his chest. Poor Votek let out a final cry of pain, and then fell silent, as his clothes caught fire from the monster's burning feet. The half-orc had never seen a burning monster like this before, but he wasn't afraid. The line of dripping blackness that crossed the creature's torso showed he had hurt the thing. And if he could hurt it, he could kill it. When the creature pushed off hind legs to charge on all fours, Drelm timed his swing against the moment its left hand touched ground. He took the limb off at the elbow. The thing screeched and tumbled. Drelm dodged too late, and was bowled aside by the creature's smoldering body. Calvonis was beside him then, waving a sword and shouting something about the heat. Lisette was braver. She screamed at the monster as it searched for footing. "Look up here, goat rutter!" It showed black fangs as she fired both pistols, one a split second after the other. Both bullets hit, and one eye socket disintegrated into red ruin. The other bullet blew out the back of the monster's blazing head. Still it surged forward, screaming and reaching with both its claw-like hand and its smoking stump. Drelm knocked Lisette clear and brought the axe down across its shoulders. There was a spray of black ichor, and then the thing vanished in a flood of black smoke before it struck the ground. Only the trail of burning grass and the broken, blackened body of the wizard testified as to its existence. Sorel's hounds had come back up the slope and now harried the larger beast's back legs. One invisible tentacle had snatched up the little sorcerer's brother, Poole, who stabbed weakly at the limb he could not see with a dagger. Drelm hefted his axe and charged. He sliced his axe into what the wizard's glowing dust showed as a thick neck, and was rewarded with a spray of blood. Partly blinded, he nonetheless swung again, for the ichor had defined a larger patch of the monster's scaled flesh. The half-defined lizard face turned, and he smelled a fetid reek. Drelm leapt to the right as another gout of smoking acid sprayed, but was unprepared for the heavy object that collided with him. It was the other tentacle. He'd almost forgotten about them. A thick serpentine mass suddenly constricted his waist, even as it lifted him bodily into the air. His angle was bad, but Drelm twisted and struck deeply, and there was a satisfying gush of foul-smelling blood. He was raising his axe for a second blow when the thing whipped him free, and he sailed helplessly through the air. Drelm released the axe and threw his hands in front of him, thinking he might catch himself and roll. But he found he had no control while airborne, and in a moment he was upon the ground, stunned and groaning. He could not be entirely sure where he hurt, because everything was in pain. He heard the barking of dogs and screaming, but it all seemed to be far, far away. He wasn't sure how long he lay there, his vision going in and out. It seemed a very long while before someone with a weak grip raised his head to pour something down his throat. Drelm drank without hesitation and immediately felt renewed vigor. He sat up blinking and found himself regarding the curly-haired halfling. "I thought that might bring you around," Drutha said. Drelm reached for his axe, then remembered he'd let it go. His eyes now working properly, he searched the darkness for sign of the monster. But he didn't see anything. Votek's spell must have faded or the monster had vanished. He staggered to his feet and ripped his knife from his belt. There was the pile of rags that was the druid, still smoking. Nearby, a shirtless, red-haired form lay twisted on its side, licked by flame. The girl who'd claimed to be a sorcerer was weeping over the twisted corpse of her brother, a little farther off. But no one was fighting anymore. He turned to the halfling. "Where's the monster?" "Vanished," Drutha reported quickly. "It just up and vanished, right in the middle of taking a bite out of Marika. It seemed to be taking some real damage, finally." Drelm then realized a number from their troop were missing. "Where's Eliana?" "She's out looking for the summoner, along with Sorel and Aladel." "Casualties?" "Our healer and wizard are dead. So are Marika and Poole. Illidian and Galarius are wounded." The half-orc grunted and sheathed his knife. It was worse than the halfling had told him. Of the wounded, Illidian's cousin Galarius was best off. A bloody bandage wrapped his forehead. He was tending to Illidian, who lay on the forest floor near the fire, breathing raggedly. The captain's shirt was heavy with blood. Lizette and Calvonis were on guard, watching the distance. Drelm had no personal regard for Illidian, but he respected the elf's fighting prowess. They'd need all the swords they could get to take the thing down. He stepped up to Galarius to get a report. "How bad is he?" Galarius glanced up. "I have successfully stopped the bleeding," he said, his accent rather thick. "But I am not a true healer. He is very weak and there is little I can do for him." Drelm frowned. "Drutha, you have any more of that stuff you had me drink?" The halfling trotted up. "I gave you all I had," she said, adding, "You looked worse than he did." That was saying something because Illidian looked pretty bad. "Drelm has a penchant," Illidian said weakly, "for getting knocked down by the beast. We share that much, don't we, Captain?" The elf offered a death's head's grin. Drelm nodded. He respected a warrior who could take a few blows and keep fighting. "Who's watching the perimeter?" he asked. Lizette spoke up quietly from beside him. "Carrig, Calvonis, and Grelin. You're welcome, incidentally." Drelm really didn't understand why warriors needed to hear thanks, but now, after the battle, was a time for praise. "Nice shot with the monster." Illidian tried to prop himself up on one arm, wincing. "The summoner targeted those he thought were the most dangerous. The wizard, you, the druid. He toys with us to show his power." "I didn't know he could call up other monsters," Drelm said. "Now you do." Illidian gritted his teeth and sank slowly back against the grasses. "Let's hope he doesn't have any more surprises." "Eliana had best return shortly." Galarius looked up at Drelm. "You should sound your horn for her. Illidian's heartbeat weakens." The half-orc lifted the horn to his lips and let out a blast. He noticed then that his own breath seemed a little short. As if he himself had conjured her, Drelm heard the clomp of hooves, and Eliana rode in, trailed by Sorel, Aladel, and a pack of hounds. 3 of the dogs, Drelm noticed suddenly, were missing. "Illidian needs you," Drelm said, as Eliana dropped down beside him. Eliana was splattered in dirt and gore. Her brow wrinkled as her gaze swept over Drelm. "Gods, you look terrible," Drelm grunted. I'll see to you next, Eliana said, then bent down beside the one-armed elf. Galaria spoke rapidly to her in Elven, and so too did Illidian. Though his voice was so low, Drelm wondered if he was understandable even to his fellow elves. Drelm had seen Eliana work her healing magic before, and it was often interesting to watch. She knelt over Illidian, closed her eyes, then rolled up the blood-soaked shirt and set hands to the naked flesh of the captain's chest. Drelm suddenly realized what he'd assumed was a bunch in the bloody fabric was a spot where one of Illidian's ribs had poked up the shirt. As Drelm watched, the bone sank into its proper place. A muscle wound itself around the bone, and then skin grew suddenly across the rents and tears in the captain's chest. Eliana sat back, gathering her own breath. Illidian's eyes focused upon her own. He spat out a question in Elven, and Eliana answered curtly. Whatever she said sent his eyebrows arcing up his high forehead. Quickly, though, he mastered himself and answered with a short phrase of his own. Eliana then rose and turned to the others. "We will bury our dead and rest, then move out at dawn." "Move out where?" Drutha asked. "What if it comes back right now?" "It's wounded," Eliana replied, "and its summoner is a magic user like any other. I've fought wizards before. They don't have unlimited reservoirs. They need rest and time to prepare new spells. I don't intend to give this one time. Drelm, come with me." She then led Drelm away over by the edge of the circle, several paces apart from where Grelin kept watch in a tree. That odd hiccuping noise, Drelm realized, was the sound of Sorel sobbing as she dug a hole for one of her hounds. The rest of her animals assisted with the hole by concentrated effort with their front paws. Eliana made Drelm sit and then gingerly removed his helmet before tossing it down. He didn't remember it being so tight. "I don't think you'll be wearing that thing again," she observed. There was only a slim trickle of light from the campfire this far from it, but there was no missing the huge dent in the back of the helm. "Drutha gave me a healing draft." "Good thing." Eliana laid cool hands to the side of his face. He watched her close her eyes, and the thought of Dela came unbidden to him as her expression relaxed. There were significant differences between the elf's high cheekbones and Dela's round softness, but they were both pleasing to look upon. Other aches he'd barely noticed were gone then, as well as a ringing head pain. Eliana sat back, breathed out. "You'd fractured your skull. And here I always thought it was rock hard." Drelm grunted. "Why bring me here?" he asked softly. There'd been no reason to perform her healing anywhere in particular, but she had deliberately brought them as far from any other member of the expedition as possible. What with the sound of digging and the calls of night animals, they were effectively out of hearing range of anyone, so long as they whispered. "We circled the campground for a half-mile out," Eliana said. "Aladel, Sorel, and her hounds. It's possible one of us missed spoor in the darkness, but Aladel and I are pretty old hands at this, and Sorel's hounds turned up no interesting scents." Drelm thought he understood, but he wanted to hear her explain to make sure he hadn't missed something. "So, the summoner wasn't there? Maybe he was up in a tree?" "Possibly. But wouldn't the dogs have caught scent of him? There would have been tracks up to a tree." "He's a wizard, right? Couldn't he fly?" "Carrig says he, or she, is a summoner, and it seems true. I've never fought one, but from what I've heard, most of a summoner's spells are about conjuring monsters. Like that flaming thing you fought? It didn't occur to me that he could summon more than one thing at a time, but I won't make that mistake again." Drelm nodded. "He might know some other spells, too." "He surely does. Remember how close the tracks of his steed were to the monster? I think he must have some kind of control range or communication limit. Or maybe he just wants to stick around and watch." "All right." That sounded reasonable to Drelm. Think on this. The summoner's beast knew its way up through our spike traps. He or she targeted our wizard, who was probably our best chance against the monster, and killed our healer so we'd remain weak. I can keep us going, but I'm easily tapped out. The summoner knew exactly where to strike. And there were no tracks outside the camp showing where he commanded from. She paused then, watching him, and he knew that was a hint to puzzle things out. Her meaning came to Drelm in a flash. "It's someone inside our group," he growled. Chapter 9. Fallen Friends. Lisette. The job just kept getting worse. Lisette had crept silently up on Elidian's tent. She'd understood the elven words passed between the captain and Eliana while Elidian lay wounded, knew that when he'd asked for tracks, she'd answered they must talk, and understood that Eliana was worried about something new. Elidian and his underlings were the only expedition members who slept in tents. Galarius and Aladel shared one, but Elidian slept alone. That made creeping up to listen in on the conversation a little simpler. Once Lisette had heard Eliana's speculations about the summoner's location, she wondered why she hadn't thought of the issue herself. Of course, the summoner would infiltrate their group. It wasn't as though the expedition organizers had been secretive. They'd apparently advertised for it up and down the Sellen's Run through the River Kingdoms. Lisette lay there in the darkness as the elves debated the likely suspects. Both Eliana and Elidian were able to concede to the other that neither of them was the summoner, and Elidian agreed it couldn't be Drelm. But Eliana refused to be dead certain about Galarius or Aladel. Lisette had never thought of herself as charitable, but she was willing to believe the other elves were free and clear. A good commander knew her or his operatives, so she could discount Eliana, Drelm, all 3 elves, and herself and Carreg. 7 eliminated and 3 dead left her with few suspects. The halfling Drutha, the huntswoman Sorel, the warriors Calvonus and Grellin, and the girl, Melius. Lisette, like the elves, had seen almost every one of those 5 involved in some aspect of the combat, whether it was Calvonus screaming as he swung at the monster's flank, or Drutha peppering the creature's side with flasks that broke to scatter smoking blue fire, or Grellin dragging his dying friend to safety. She supposed one of them might have been faking. It might be that the summoner was planning to slowly thin their ranks and to sow more fear. If nothing else, with both the wizard and the healer dead, the expedition had been fairly well crippled. The girl hadn't managed much of anything besides launching some sort of ineffective dart spell while her brother died. How could it be her, though? Surely no one but a teenager could be as naively self-centered and stubborn as Melius had been so far. The summoner's identity as a mole was an unpleasant knot, and Lisette was cursing herself for being so foolish as to get involved in unraveling it. It was bad enough that once again she'd helped her eventual target. Avelis didn't want Drelm dead until the monster was finished, and she was holding to that both because she honored her contract and because she was starting to suspect they needed every hand possible against the monster. She lay silent, then felt a cold chill as Eliana revealed something completely new. The Galton assassin Lisette had killed had arranged for a note to be sent to the elf in case of his disappearance, and it had exposed her background as an assassin. Lisette's mind spun with her possible courses of action, even as she wondered why Eliana hadn't already acted against her. She then realized that naturally Devon hadn't known Lisette's target when he'd written the note. How could he, seeing as how she'd killed him shortly after he'd learned? So Eliana didn't know who Lisette was after, and, as she told Elidian, wasn't convinced the accusation was true. Eliana was inclined to believe the letter had been meant only to cause trouble. "You should have said something to me about this earlier," Lisette heard Elidian reply to Eliana. I had no opportunity, and I wish to observe her." Lizette used an old breathing exercise to force her racing heart down to a normal speed. It was not yet time for flight or fighting. "I have observed Lizette," Illidian said, "and she's had ample opportunity to attack one of us. She hasn't taken it." Lizette smiled at that. The mayor's complicated instructions had at least bought her a little more time. How could anyone think she was after Drelm when she'd risked her life to defend him? Eliana seemed inclined to agree with Illidian's opinion, and in the end both she and the elven captain decided that while Lizette might bear watching, she was not likely to be the summoner, or in league with him. Eventually they too turned their conversation to Melius. Like Lizette, they doubted she could be the culprit. Illidian, though, was wondering if she might be rendered useful. "Let's see how capable she is," Illidian suggested. Eliana sounded doubtful. "You've seen her spell work. She's a rank beginner." "Even a rank beginner can work a wand. I saw you give that one you told me about to Votek. Did he learn how to work it?" "Not that he mentioned to me." "Show it to her." "I doubt she'll make any headway with it." "You're probably correct, but what harm will come of it?" Eliana was quiet for a long time, and Lizette strained to listen in, wondering if she were whispering. Finally, though, she heard the woman sigh. "Very well. It will do no one good if it's just tucked into the wizard's rucksack." They then fell into a long discussion about the wand, and the mad sorcerer who'd wielded it, and Eliana's pet theory that the summoner and the sorcerer's efforts might be related. Illidian then relayed tales he'd heard of other killing sprees within the river kingdoms, and condescendingly suggested that because humans frequently murdered each other, there need not be any connection whatsoever. Lizette would have had a hard time arguing his point, but she couldn't help wondering if Eliana was on to something. Almost, she shook her head. She really shouldn't have gotten involved in this one. What was it Eliana had said just a few hours ago? Ensuring that you chose the ground of your battle. Lizette hadn't done a very fine job of that. Lizette crept back to her bedroll as she sensed them finishing up. Carrig was asleep near the fire embers, and she slipped out of the darkness to lie beside him on her own bedroll. Carrig had always been a little touchy when it came to dwarven matters, but Lizette didn't quite understand what had set him off this week. He hadn't really minded at all when she'd told him they were going to target Drelm. It was only over dinner last night that he'd started acting strange. She was just closing her eyes when she heard his voice. "You learn anything good?" he whispered. He then rolled to face her. With his back to the fire, she could see very little of his expression. His breath smelled sour as of ale. He had a limitless capacity for the stuff, and had probably packed several wineskins of it on the side of his mule. Lizette checked to either side. Drutha was closest, about 5 feet over, and snoring loudly. "They think the summoner is part of our band," she told Carrig softly. The dwarf shook his head. "This is a hell of a thing you've gotten us involved with." "I know." His eyes flicked up. "Seems to me maybe you should have talked with me before taking this job." It didn't matter that she herself was regretting the job. She was the one who paid him, and he had no right to question her. It was time to remind him of that. "You work for me, Carrig." "Aye, for the bounty hunter Lizette." He jabbed at her with one thick finger, then lowered his voice. "Not for Lizette the assassin, or whatever else you sign on to be." She sneered. 2 years we've worked together. It's a damned inconvenient time to grow scruples." Carrig was a long time answering. He rolled over to stare up at the canopy of leaves above. His voice was pitched so low she could barely understand him. "I've been thinking, maybe all the money I want out of this is what I get out of that beast's hide, from the mayor. But then, I think, much as I hate orcs, maybe what I want is an even split. It's not like I'm doing a third of the work now. I should get half." Lizette kept her tone light, not revealing her boiling anger. You figure? That thing can tear either of us apart. There's no telling with magic or monsters. I'm not just her backup on this one. It's bad form, she reminded him, to renegotiate in the midst of a mission. I figured you'd say that. I'd say it's bad form to take on a job that's so different without bothering to consult me. 60-40, Lizette offered. I'll think on it. Think on it fast, she hissed and sat up. She stuffed both pistols through her belt and left the dwarf brooding near their blankets. She had never expected this from Carrig. They'd never been friends exactly, but she and the dwarf enjoyed a certain morbid camaraderie. She was realizing now just how much she'd begun to depend on him, which made her even more angry. He'd become an expert with the loading and priming of weapons, as good as she was herself, though not as fast as Kerrigan. Of course, it would have been hard to be as fast as Kerrigan. Those big, powder-stained hands of his had been remarkably capable. At thought of those fine hands, her frown deepened, and she found herself striding away, off toward the tree line. The figure moving on her left she identified as Eliana, just now leaving Lydian's tent. The elven woman didn't walk for her bedroll, but to where the horses were picketed. She was always doing something with the damned horses. She was worse about them than Lizette was about her powder and guns. A second figure had stepped forward from Lydian's tent as well, one who, by his profile, watched the elven woman drift gracefully away before raising his face to consider the stars shining high above the clearing, framed by the dark treetops that surrounded them on three sides. Even by darkness, Lydian was beautiful. As she stepped closer, she could not help noticing he didn't reek of man-stink and boots, even after a long day in the saddle. He smelled of leather and blood, and the sweet musk that was elven sweat. His head turned to her as she drew near. She was not sure really what she intended, but even as she questioned her own motives, she halted before him. "Don't you need rest?" Lydian asked gently. "Don't you?" "I have trouble sleeping." His hand fell to the elbow above the empty sleeve, for he had removed his hook. "I frequently do, but it's no struggle for an elf to go without sleep." "Sometimes a woman can go without sleep." She felt his gaze settle keenly on her then, and he faced her more fully. "You're not so blunt in your speech as many humans," he said. "Do you find that interesting?" Lizette stepped boldly closer to him. "I find you interesting," he said softly. "Very interesting." "And why is that?" He touched the curls of her hair. "I can sense that it is the hunt that fires you, and that you thrill to a good chase. You are deadly and seasoned, yet you are beautiful." "Beautiful for a human?" "Beautiful by any standard," he said, and not missing the hint of her upturned lips, he kissed her. She returned that kiss without revealing the burning turmoil she felt within. With a man, this union would be folly. But with an elf? No, there was no good reasoning about it. She was in a foul mood and knew two ways to relieve it. She wasn't about to get drunk. Lydian, though, she had wanted him from the first moment she'd caught sight of him, so she took his hand and led him through the canvas flap to his own bedroll. Soon she knew him very well, forgetting her anger and loosing her desire in one swift and glorious flood. As she rode him, he muttered nonsense words in Elven, praising her beauty and wishing in a forlorn way that such beauty would not fade so swiftly, because he did not think she understood him. Something uncoiled within her as he spoke, and she told him how beautiful he was, though she kept from saying that sight of him had brought her heart to her throat. She was no little girl to say such things even if she felt them. After, she lay with her head upon his shoulder, and he stroked her bare arm and traced fingers along the surface of her naked skin. "How did you come to be a bounty hunter?" His question was so casual, she didn't think she would have been suspicious if she hadn't just overheard his talk with Eliana. Her preference would have been to say as little as possible, but she meant to allay his fears. I used to have a different line of work, in Chiliacs. I didn't have any choice in the matter, she added. I was sold into service and worked my way up.
What kind of service?
I killed things, she said. She wanted him to understand that she wasn't in another old profession.
If you're saying what I think you're saying, he said delicately, then those sorts of careers aren't easy to leave. How did you do it?
I had a series of assignments with a marksman from Alkenstar, a kind of noble, if you will. We became close.
Was she saying too much?
She just wanted to hint that she used to be an assassin, so it would seem she hid nothing.
Why then did she feel compelled to keep talking?
And he had the pull with my organization to help me see clear. He told me I had too much conscience to do what I was doing, but I suggested we join forces to do similar work. So we did.
I'm sorry, he said, and kissed her gently on the cheek.
She did not understand at that moment why the action touched her so. What was that for?
She asked quietly. Her heart trembled a little even as she scoffed. He's dead, he said simply, and you cared for him very deeply. I heard it in your voice. She pressed closer to him then and kissed him, and he kissed her back, and before long they took greater time to explore one another until they lay exhausted together. She did not creep back to her own bedroll until shortly before dawn. She fell swiftly asleep once more. When there came a touch at her shoulder, she smiled at first, her dream self recalling the touch of her elven lover. It was a rude shock to find Carrick's hairy face frowning at her. The sky over his shoulder was touched with a hint of amber. Ilyana means to move out in the next quarter hour. Best grab some food. I let you sleep as long as I dared.
Why didn't you wake me sooner?
I saw you had a late night of it.
Lizette scowled and sat up.
Carrick spoke on as the rest of the camp bustled to life. I've decided I want a 55-45 on account of you not telling me the game was different this time.
You push your luck, she snapped.
You push yours without me. We're partners. Hell, the elf treats her orc better than you treat me. Lizette didn't know how to respond to that. You can see the way he talks to her, Carrick continued. They're real friends, Lizette.
Friends? I thought we were business partners, not spit swappers, you stupid dwarf.
She rolled out of her blankets.
You remember that time I dragged you out of Druma with blood running into your beard, or the time I swung back to shoot those bastards when your mule went lame?
Carrick only frowned.
Did I need to hold your hand when I did that?
She jabbed at him with one finger.
If I can't count on you, I'm dead. But I tell you what, if I think we're outnumbered and going down, I'll save a bullet for you, because we're close.
She ran through a string of curses in her head as she methodically checked her gear once more, then stepped away to the fire, where the stupid half-orc was bent over a bowl of oats. He saw her and passed up a wooden bowl, indicating the cooking pot slung over the fire. She snatched it away, instantly regretting that she revealed her emotions, but the rudeness of the gesture didn't seem to register with the half-orc. She served herself, then crouched down on a rock beside Melius, who looked like she'd just come through another crying jag. She sniffled so much Lizette found herself wishing she'd taken a seat beside Relm. Halfway through the meal, Ilyana and Elidian paced into view, chattering at each other in the musical language of the elves. Ilyana and Aladel had been out on an early patrol and discovered tracks of a horse heading west, and she and Elidian debated now whether those tracks were recent or if they'd been in place the night before. She caught Elidian looking over at her, and she felt herself brighten a little at his attention, even though she kept her expression bland. Soon they were in the saddle and riding west, split once again into 3 groups. Melius rode with a central party, presumably so Ilyana could watch her. Drelm had been placed in charge of Lizette's squad with Carrick and Calvonis. Ilyana and Elidian, having decided she was no threat to Drelm, had made it that much easier for Lizette to get close to him. She was looking right at Calvonis's helmeted head
when the fanged, long-armed thing swung down from the trees and grabbed hold of his horse's skull. The mount screamed in terror while the hairy monster showed fangs in a roar. The creature wrenched, there was a loud snap, and the horse dropped. Lizette's horse reared in fright, and Carrick's mule shied backward. Drelm spun his great war-horse with an elegant curvet and drove in, swinging his axe one-handed. Lisette fought for control of her animal. Cursing her mount, kicking it, wrestling its head to the left, all did no good. The stink from the beast was too much for the animal. She calmed it long enough to leap down, and then she was rushing forward with a rifle for a clear shot. Calvonis struggled to push the horse's carcass out of the way to free his trapped leg. The thing roared at Drelm, who just cut a broad slice into its furred chest. It raised one titanic paw and clouted him in the head, staggering him. Lisette shot the animal through the chest, where its heart should have been. This set it spinning but didn't drop it. Once more it roared, swinging again at Drelm, who ducked. Carrick ran up with her second rifle. Just as she was drawing a bead on the creature, a second one dropped from the trees behind Drelm, and she shifted targets. It was damnable bad luck she was supposed to ensure the half-orc lived until the summoned beast was dead, for she might have shot him accidentally at any point in the exchange.
"It wasn't there a moment ago,"
Carrick said, as he rapidly readied her first rifle.
"It just popped out of nowhere. It's that damned summoner." "That's magic for you,"
Lisette snapped, and dropped the second rifle beside him. She pulled a pistol from her sash. Calvonis freed himself from his dead horse at last, cursing. Drelm dropped his axe into the second ape's shoulder. Lisette fired, missed, as the thing drove suddenly forward. She tossed down the pistol as she drew its replacement, fired again, caught the beast in its shoulder blade. It was in mid-roar as Drelm split its skull in half lengthwise. Blood and brains splattered out in a wide arc, flying far enough even to catch Lizette's shirt sleeve. The monster slumped to the ground twitching, and Drelm lowered his body axe. A moment later the creature vanished in a puff of smoke, though its blood still coated their clothing and gear. A limping Calvonis joined them, his sword dripping blood to the hilt.
"Finish the other one off,"
he said, panting. The sounds of barking, snarling dogs and the shouts of battle rose from the right, where the other squads were hidden by the trees. Calvonis raised his sword.
"Follow!"
He dashed off at a good clip, still limping. Drelm ran after. Lisette grabbed both rifles from Carrick, handed off her pistols, and followed. She had just caught up to Drelm when the ground gave way beneath them, and they tumbled into darkness. Lisette landed heavily on Drelm's shoulder, knocking the breath from her lungs. The half-orc had hit the dirt floor of the pit trap only a heartbeat before. Lisette slammed her head and elbow into the wall, and briefly saw stars. It took a moment before she realized the cracking noise she'd heard was not her aching arm, but the bore of her best rifle, which had broken off.
"You all right?"
Drelm asked gruffly. One huge hand steadied her as she struggled to her feet. She glared at him in answer. He only blinked back and looked up out of the hole. The rim, perfectly rectangular, lay some 18 feet overhead. She expected to see Carrick leaning down with a rope, but there was no sign of him, only the tinny clack of weapons and distant shouting.
"Lisette!"
Calvonis was there, leaning over the edge, weakly defined against the white square of light he now blocked.
"We're all right,"
Lisette shouted up. At the same moment, Drelm roared to grab a rope. Calvonis pulled back his head.
"Hang on," he called. "I'll get help."
"A rope, not help," Lisette shouted back, then cursed to herself.
"Idiot!" "The summoner planned this well," Drelm said. "He must have called beasts to dig traps and lure us here with the tracks."
"He's toying with us," Lisette agreed.
"Can you climb to my shoulders?"
"I could, but it wouldn't get us far." Lisette looked up to the hole above. "How could he have dug this in a single night?"
"I don't think he did," Drelm told her. "These have been here a while. Look at the sides."
Lisette put her hand to the flat side of the wall and found it dry to her touch.
"Abadar watches over us. Drelm said. "We're lucky the summoner planted no spears." Lizette sourly regarded her ruined rifle. "The next time you see Abadar, tell him to luck us out of the hole entirely." At that moment, something large tumbled into the hole, blocking light in the brief moment before it slammed into them. Something hard and cold and metallic bashed her face, spraying her with warm liquid. Blood. She spat it out in horror as she heard laughter from above. Carrig. It was Carrig who'd fallen on them, limp, bloody, and dead. The light shaft caught on one of his blank, staring eyes. Someone had pushed a very dead Carrig into the hole. Drelm helped Lizette wrestle her comrade off her, and she fought down a surge of fear as she looked up to find the source of laughter. Once again, the rectangle of light framed the figure so that she couldn't see features, only the limbed outline of his head. But there was no mistaking the man looking down at them. Calvonis. "I'll bring more help," he said. "Just as soon as I can." He laughed again and was gone. Chapter 10. The Wildwood. Eliana. Eliana happened to be looking at Sorel when the ape swung out of the trees and knocked the huntswoman from the saddle. The creature landed heavily beside the groaning Sorel and was reaching for her head, when Eliana's sword stroke left a deep red furrow along the black fur of its back. It spun, showed its fangs, and roared, only to take a kick to the face as Calda reared and lashed out with two heavy hooves. The ape staggered. Sorel rose to one knee and jammed a thick-bladed knife deep into its side. There was no missing a second cry of alarm to the north, and another simian rose from farther off. Closer at hand, Melius shouted something that was a mix of scream and incantation, and Eliana heard a thud as of something heavy falling just behind her. Sorel's dogs came running back, barking furiously. They'd ranged right past the tree the ape had dropped from only a few moments before. She didn't think they'd missed it. It hadn't been there. The apes had to be the summoner's work. The creatures were hardly native to the woodlands of the river kingdoms. The ape was not yet dead. It clawed at Sorel, who rolled, taking only a glancing blow to her shoulder. Eliana leaned out to drive her sword through the back of the creature's throat. Blood spewed twice, once with a thrust, and twice as it roared. The mercenary Grelin arrived at a sprint, and then cut the thing almost in half with one mighty cleave of his gleaming longsword. As the body dropped, it vanished in a puff of smoke. Grelin leapt back in astonishment. "Glad you could make it," Eliana said, though on voicing the words they sounded harsher than intended. "I'm not much on horseback," the mercenary said, panting, "or I'd have gotten here faster." "See to Sorel." Eliana started after where she'd heard the second ape. Melius's mount had fled into the deeper woods, and the girl was crawling backward through leafy detritus when Eliana reached her. Another ape stalked the girl on hairy knuckles. Eliana ducked a low tree branch and goaded Calda to speed, but two hounds beat her there, shooting forward to latch onto the monster's legs. The beast roared, swatting at them. They danced back, snarling, and the monster stomped after, swinging heavy arms. Eliana dropped her sword point first into the forest floor, where it stood quivering as she whipped up her bow and nocked an arrow. The first shaft thrust through the monster's cheek. The next two ended up in its chest, and it wailed for a moment before it dissolved into black smoke. A quick scan revealed her own squad was mostly unharmed, but there were still sounds of shouting from the others. In response to her assessing look, Sorel managed a breathless, "I'm fine," even though she was wiping blood from her mouth onto the back of her hand. "Get the girl's horse," Eliana commanded Grelin, "and get yourselves mounted, fast." She snatched her sword and rode north. Calda easily threaded around the wide tree boles, and within moments Eliana was in sight of a second battle. Drutha warily sat her dog, watching while Illidian knelt upon the ground holding a rope. It was a strange sight,
until Elyana realized that the rope hung into a square pit in front of the elf, and she halted Calda in mid-step, for she saw that one of the horses lay contorted nearby. Aladdin's gelding had been too large to plummet into a second pit, but when the ground had given way, the horse must have broken its neck, for it lay motionless with its rear haunches pointed toward the trees, and its front end rammed into the pit's far side. Darkness gaped below. She felt a sudden stab of regret. Was Aladel dead? She'd rather begun to like the competent, well-spoken elf. She showed no emotion in her orders. "Round up the others," she told Drutha, "and check on Drelm." Drutha nodded once, and, with but a light touch, her dog turned and ran south. Illidian glanced up at her. Clearly he was having some difficulty holding a rope with a hand and a hook, but he was too proud to ask for aid. Wordless, she stepped to his side and took up the rope, which he had anchored around a nearby tree bole. "What happened?" "Those monsters popped into those trees at the same moment we hit the pit traps. Galarius and his horse dropped into one. Aladel managed to dive clear of the one he triggered. We killed the monsters, and Aladel climbed down to check on Galarius." "I'm coming up," Aladel's voice echoed hollowly from below. She tried to show no relief in her posture or voice. As a leader, it was bad form to show favoritism, especially when Illidian's own blood cousin Galarius might be dead. Elven vision was adept at piercing darkness, but there was little to be seen apart from a mass beneath the elf, now climbing up via the rope and handholds in the pit. When he reached the edge, he nimbly pulled himself clear, then undid the rope from his waist. The gaze of the dark-haired, black-garbed elf was sober. "Galarius is on the bottom under his horse," Aladel said quietly. "They will not be coming up. I'm sorry, Illidian." He eased saddlebags off his shoulder and set them heavily upon the ground. He traded a quick glance with Elyana, smiled grimly. Illidian loosed the rope and stood stiffly, then stepped to the very edge of the pit and stared inside. For a moment, Elyana was afraid he meant to pitch himself after. "I grieve with you, cousin," Elyana told him. Drelm's horn call split the air from somewhere to the south, and Elyana cursed. "Walk lightly," she said. "There may be more of these damned traps. Ride double and follow my tracks." Elyana wished she might have trodden more carefully herself, but the best she could do was lean slightly to the left so she could eye the terrain as she guided Calda. Could they really have missed the summoner last night? Or might he still be a part of one of their squads, sending forth a summoned horse to lead them to these pits? Sorel's hounds were baying somewhere south ferociously, as though they had a strong scent and meant to chase it to the ends of the earth. Swiftly the sounds ebbed westward. Elyana arrived at the site of their first battle with Sorel's ape, then followed the tracks of her companions to where they were hunkered around another pit. Grelin was steadying the rope, while Drutha kept guard, and Melia stood nervously clutching the black wand. She was wide-eyed, almost dazed, and Elyana wondered how she could possibly survive much longer. The hazards of the expedition were far beyond her level of capability. Of Sorel there was no sign. "Who's in the pit?" Elyana asked. Could all 4 of Drelm's squad have been walking so close that they'd plunged in together? "Calvonis is the summoner," Drutha reported, her eyes bright and a little mad. The halfling's dog, sensing her mood, growled. "Drelm and Lizette are down there, and they're not hurt too bad. But Carrick's dead." "Calvonis?" Elyana repeated. Drutha's voice was low, bitter. "He's a fine actor, isn't he? Lizette said he dropped Carrick's body into the pit after them." Elyana's mind cycled back to the moments when she had seen Calvonis in action. Had there been some moment that she'd missed? Some statement that she should better have understood? Lizette was scowling as she clambered from the pit. A large bruise stood out along one cheek, and her face was blood-spattered. She glared at Elyana, then at the surroundings in general. Drelm came up more slowly, the dead dwarf slung over his shoulders. Eliana and Drutha stepped closer to drag the blood-drenched corpse from him. "He's heavier than he looks," Drutha said, then added quickly, "No offense meant to the poor fellow." Eliana had a hard time believing anyone had ever called Carrig a poor fellow before that moment. Even in death he looked mean. Judging from the bone and brain-splattered back of the dwarf's skull, Calvonis had struck from behind. Drelm pulled himself up, fastidiously brushed some dirt off his tabard, then reported the sequence of events in more detail. As he finished, Sorrel returned, her horse snorting in greeting at the others. "My hounds are still after him," she said, breathless, "but can't outpace his spectral horse. I've got Balak watching him from above." Eliana nodded. She pushed through the shock and anger. There was no time to wonder what might have been done differently. "His horse spell has to wear out eventually," she observed. "Casters need their rest to work their spells, and he's gotten no more than the rest of us. We must keep after him." "But why is he doing it?" Melias asked. "It makes no sense. He was sitting next to me just this morning at breakfast and handed me some bread." "He's cracked, girl," Grelin told her. "I wish I had a better answer. He needs killing." "We're in complete agreement there," Drutha replied. "Why would he reveal himself now, though? It doesn't make sense." Now wasn't the time for debate. Eliana turned to Elidian. "We must pursue. If you'd like to remain behind to bury Galarius—" "No." Elidian cut her off with a short chopping motion, made with his remaining hand. "Galarius would want us to hunt this man down." He slipped into Elven. "All that he was in our world is gone now, and anything I do for him is more for me than him." Aladel had come up behind the grieving captain and put a hand to his shoulder, but Elidian shrugged it off. "Let us be on with it." Lisette waved off any suggestion that Carrig needed burial, though judging by the scowl etched across her face, the dwarf apparently had meant more to her than Eliana realized. The markswoman rummaged through the dwarf's gear and added what she wished to her own saddlebags. Then Drelm eased his body back into the pit, where it landed with a sodden thump. Lisette claimed not to know what god the dwarf worshipped, saying only that he took a lot of their names in vain. "I will ask Abadar to guide him then," Drelm said, and bowed his head at the side of the pit. Eliana would not have thought Lisette could look more angry until she glowered at the offer. Drelm, though, seemed oblivious. Like most of the half-orc's prayers, it didn't take long. Eliana sent Aladel and Sorrel ahead with Grelin. While Drutha and Drelm oversaw the consolidation of their remaining supplies, she took Melias aside. "You're stuck with us now, girl. You claim to be a sorcerer, but I haven't seen you manage much. What spells can you handle?" The girl met her eyes only briefly, before looking shamefacedly down at the forest floor. "I can conjure some magic bolts," she said softly, "and slicken up the forest floor, and I can start fires and do a few other little things that probably aren't that useful right now." That was about what Eliana had expected. Demid had rejected her, declaring her an amateur, and the girl's self-assessment bore that out. "Are you having any luck with the wand?" Lips tight, the girl shook her head. "I can sort of see the number of syllables the incantation needs to work, but I haven't been able to find them yet." "You keep trying," Eliana said. "That might be the only thing standing between you and a monster. But make sure you keep it pointed away from us while you practice." She wished she hadn't had to add that caveat, but there was no telling what a rank novice would do. Weakly, the girl nodded her assent. A few moments later they were mounted on the remaining horses, and within half an hour they'd completely left the tree cover to venture across open and rolling hills. They caught up to Sorrel and her hounds, and the huntswoman reported that her hawk still followed the summoner, headed north and west. "He's on a coal-black, glowing mount," the huntswoman reported. "I don't know how we'll catch him. It doesn't ever slow." She leaned down to pet the side of her foam-flecked mount. Eliana looked over her shoulder. What she wouldn't give for a real wizard. "Melias, any idea how long this kind of spell can last?" The girl shook her head slowly, her eyes down. It will depend upon how skilled the caster is, Illidian said. But even a skilled caster can't ready more spells when he's in the saddle, can he? Eliana asked. No one seemed to know for sure, but all agreed that was likely true. Then we keep pushing him, she said. Illidian's teeth showed in a savage smile. What if we're just doing what he planned, though? Drutha asked. What if he wants us to chase him? Eliana looked down at her. The halfling could not help but look faintly comical perched there atop her dog. What are you saying? Grelin asked gruffly. The halfling looked up at the graying mercenary, who'd stopped at her other side. Eliana and Drelm think Calvonis set those traps a while ago, she said, and the only way he could have done that is if he planned to lure people here. I'm tired of debating this, Illidian called from ahead of them. He toys with us. He thinks this is a game. The elf nearly spat the last word. We follow, Eliana said to Drutha's searching look. We push until he breaks. What if we break first? Drutha muttered. Eliana pretended she didn't hear. Come late afternoon, Sorel reported that her hawk had seen Calvonis cross a wide river, then dismount before a forest on its far side. The summoner's horse had vanished, and then he had walked into the woods. So thick was the canopy that the hawk could find no sign of him below. Drutha pointed out that Calvonis surely knew they would be following, and might even have known that Sorel's hawk would see exactly where he entered. It's probably another trap, she added, as if that weren't already clear. They reached a hill overlooking that river, the Selen on its southward run toward Callus Lake, by early evening. Illidian cursed in Elven the moment he looked down upon it and the forest on its other side. Eliana understood his fury. The river was wide and the ferry lay on the far shore, so they'd be obliged to swim. The trees on the far side were thick with foliage. They would be hard-pressed to lead horses through that tangled mess. Still, they could track Calvonis easily through the woods, and the large beast he summoned would have a hard time maneuvering where the trees were so thick. To her questioning look, Illidian showed his teeth. Don't you see? He asked. That's the wildwood. We've reached 7 Arches. So? Lizette prompted. Aladel's reply was serenely calm. The druids forbid all elves from entering 7 Arches. And there's nasty things said to be in the wildwood, lass, Grelin added. Can't get much nastier than what we've seen already, Lizette snapped. Grelin only shook his head. You'd be surprised. Damn the druids! Illidian kneed his animal forward. Wait a minute. As Eliana held up her hand, she worried briefly that Illidian wouldn't obey, but he slowed his horse a few meters down the slope and turned to look up at her expectantly. I'm new to the area myself, she admitted. Why do the druids ban elves from 7 Arches? They will not say, Aladel answered quietly. And what, she asked, do they do with elves that trespass? Some get escorted to the border, Aladel answered, and others are never seen again. It's a point of contention between Kyonin and the druids, but they won't divulge whatever secret they keep. A pox upon them, Illidian snapped. My blood cousin lies rotting in a pit, and my patrol lies sleeping in border soil. Let the druids stop me if they dare. If the rest of you will not ride, I go alone. We will go, Eliana said grimly. More and more she worried that Drutha was right, and that their pursuit but acted out a plan Calvonis desired. It took far longer than Eliana would have preferred to find a narrower point along the riverbank, and even then it was a long swim over, each holding to the saddle of his or her mount, or in Drutha's case, a pack horse. Grelin confessed he didn't swim very well, but it was Lizette who seemed most nervous. Even though she said her powder was stored in watertight oilskin bags, she nervously held the packs on the height of her saddle out of the water. Once all dogs, horses, and expedition members finally crossed, Eliana had little trouble locating the improbably perfect hoofprints of Calvonis's magical steed, and she took careful note of his own boot prints. Might he wait just beyond the thick line of trees, as Drutha feared, beside more traps? Or did he lair more deeply? She cast her eyes skyward. Out in the open, she'd be calling to set up camp in another hour or so, and they were all tired. They would have to leave their horses outside the trees, which meant they'd have to soldier all their supplies. Yet how could they dare stop now? Calvonis was surely tiring, and from what Aladel had said about the wildwood, no human was likely to have allies within. She commanded them to ready for a march, then stepped aside and cleared her mind of worries, so she might communicate fully with Calda. While she had a special bond with the animal aided by her magic, conveying complex ideas was far from simple. The mayor didn't like this strange place with its disquieting woods, and was pleased to learn she might return to that cool hill with the long, sweet grass across the river. She promised she would shepherd the herd, the other horses, and wait for Eliana. Harder to explain was the passage of time, but Eliana felt fairly sure Calda understood that if the expedition didn't come from the woods by the time of high sun, she was to lead the herd back to the feed grounds. She rubbed Calda's nose, gave her a final sliver of dried apple, then left her. Eliana took careful note of the point where Calvonis had entered the woods, then led the expedition a third of a mile south. She'd be damned if she followed his track precisely into the timber this time. Surely he couldn't have arranged traps along the whole line of trees. The others followed, quiet. The space beneath the canopy in this forest was close and strangely ominous. Eliana tried to shake off the sense they were watched, and couldn't quite do it. She advanced with Sorel and the elves, leaving the louder group to manage a few hundred paces behind them. The huntswoman's hounds slid silently ahead through the undergrowth, their coats rendered black in the sketchy light. "It's not right in here," Sorel told her quietly. "I share your sentiment," Aladel agreed. Sorel spoke on. She seemed uncharacteristically nervous. "I've heard folks say these woods are haunted, but I always thought that was just the druids trying to scare people off. Now I'm not so sure." A rich, thick voice rang out from the trees on their left. It sounded amused. "The Oak Stewards!" Eliana whirled, only to find nothing there. The man's voice then came from behind them. "I wouldn't be so worried about the Oak Stewards," it said. "I think instead you should be concerned about yourselves, for you have trespassed into the wildwood, and it belongs to me." The hounds came creeping back to Sorel, whimpering, their tails between their legs. The big huntswoman had to shush them before they quieted their whining, but they insisted on huddling as close as they could beside her. Eliana put her hand to her blade. "Back to back," she ordered. "One of you face each direction." She then raised her voice and addressed the air. "Who are you?" It was not her imagination. The shadows beneath the trees were deepening, as though the darkness were a living thing, clutching at them with eager fingers. "I am Lord of the Wildwood," the voice called to them, though she still could see no speaker. "And you are trespassers. Outsiders are not welcome here." At that very moment, Drelm and Drutha, Lizette, Grellin, and Melius came hurrying forward, ahead of something that laughed eerily behind them. They fled into the dim light that remained in a circle about Eliana and the others. All else was darkness. Eliana pointed them into defensive positions. The voice had taken on a deep echoing quality, and Eliana was no longer sure from which direction it came. Darkness fell completely, as if a theater curtain had dropped, and all the stage lights were down. Even Eliana's sight couldn't pierce it. "Stand fast," she told the rest of her forces. "Form a ring." "Spread out," came a voice from her left. Her own voice. "If we separate, they can't get us all." "That's not me," Eliana shouted. "Stand fast, form a ring." "You heard her," Drelm barked from close at hand. "That voice is not me," called a voice like Drelm's from Eliana's right. "You heard the elf, run for it." "Split up," the duplicate to Eliana's voice called again. And then, as her people babbled among themselves, Echoes of their own voices and worries rang all about them. "Come with me," one that sounded like Drutha urged. "Elyana!" she heard Sorel cry from somewhere to the north. "They've got me!" "I'm going after her," she heard Grelin shout. "Stand!" Elyana cried. "Melius, can you dispel this magic?" "I'm trying," the girl answered timidly. "Dispel my magic?" the voice demanded from outside their circle. "Here in the very heart of my power?" Laughter rang from every direction. It wasn't just the one voice either, but a whole host of them. It sounded like there were thousands upon thousands of folk watching from the darkness. Elyana suddenly perceived countless pairs of eyes, glowing in a circle some 10 yards out, red eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, all at different heights. Some were small and set low as if they were rodents. Others were wide apart at the height of trees. "Illusions and trickery," Illidian said beside her. "Had we a real sorcerer, we would better know the reality of what we face." Melius actually sounded indignant, though her voice was touched with fear. "I'm doing the best I can." "We should never have come in here," Drutha said, and her own dog whined. "Should never have come," shouted a wheezing voice from behind, and then the words were tossed from high voice to low everywhere about them, growing gradually into a chant spoken by voices in every timbre, so loud that it set Elyana's bones to vibrating. "We did not come to harm you," Elyana shouted, though her words were lost in the blizzard of noise rising from behind those glowing eyes. "Listen!" Still the chanting continued. "Listen to me. We pursue a summoner and his monster. When we find him, we will leave." "Leave!" the voices cried. "Leave!" Again and again the words were repeated. Elyana drew her sword. It glowed dully, a shining silver even in the impenetrable gloom. Nearby she saw another blade rise into the air. Grelin's, she thought. It too had a faint magical sheen. The chanting dulled, faded. Still the eyes watched. "You draw your blade here, elf?" the first voice asked, mockingly. "Whom do you mean to strike with it?" "We are after only the summoner," Elyana replied. "His magic has ravaged our homes, killed our people, slain an oak steward." There was no immediate response, and the shimmering orbs regarded them unblinking. "I have felt a human's passage through our lands," the voice said finally. "A human worker of magics. He is the summoner you seek." "Yes," Elyana answered. One by one the eyes winked away until there was only one set left. A green pair a few yards before her. The darkness too began to ebb, so that she perceived that her group remained about her in its entirety. From out of the gloom stepped the owner of the luminous eyes, a humanoid form, fashioned solely of dead leaves and branches and rotting forest detritus. Brown gold leaves shaped a cruel smile as it advanced within striking distance and raised a hand with sticks for fingers. "Sheathe your sword, elf," it told her. This Elyana did, telling her people to hold position. One of the dogs whined furtively. "We bring war only to the man we chase," Elyana said. "If you grant us passage, we will leave your woods as we found them." "You have already disturbed my woods," the entity told her. "Offering to leave is no gift to me, for I could arrange your death in one of your heartbeats and be done with you." "You could try." The fey thing, whatever it was, considered her through the glowing green circle set into its leafy face. Elyana realized that the movement she saw along its brow was a crawling caterpillar. "It may be that I can use you, elf," the thing decided, "and we may both be pleased. Serve me and I will give you the summoner." "Make no bargain with the Fae," Illidian warned her. She heard a low murmur from Lizette. "I thought that's what folk said about elves." "We want the summoner and safe passage out," Elyana said, "for all of us. And we mean to return to our own time and land." The Fae laughed. "How great a wizard do you think me?"
Do you suppose I can transport you to some far-off realm?"
"One hears tales," Eliana replied.
"Make no bargain, Eliana," Aladel cautioned, "until you know what it wishes in return." "I grow weary of interruptions," the creature snapped. "Do I speak with one or all of you?"
"You speak with me," Eliana declared. "I lead them. What do you ask in return for this bargain?"
"Your aid. An hour's march into the Wildwood is a threat I cannot face. Something evil has taken root there. If you destroy it, I will let you go free and turn your quarry over to you for disposal."
"What sort of evil do you mean?" Eliana asked.
"You're hunters, are you not? Think of them as your quarry." "Why can't you kill them?" Drelm asked. The thing smiled at them. "It is beyond the duties of my office."
Stranger and stranger. "What is your name?" Eliana asked.
"You may call me Snowlock if you wish. My people name me king, but I am no king of yours, and I do not wish you to be my subjects."
"Snowlock, I must consult with my people."
"You do not lead them?"
"They chose to join me on a hunt for the summoner, not for a hunt into the Wildwood for something else entirely. We must speak privately."
"If you wish, I will give you a quarter hour. If you have not decided before then, well, you are not the only hunters in the woods." Snowlock smiled.
Then, as they stared at him, the sticks and leaves collapsed into their component pieces, the leaves fluttering, the sticks thudding into the soft ground. The glowing green points of light that were his eyes flew swiftly off, winding into the distance as though they were winged beetles.
"What the hell is that thing?" Grelin demanded. "One of the Fae," Aladel answered with certainty. "Likely from the First World, the old realm where nature still rules. I have long heard it said that that plane intersected with the Wildwood. The Fae's presence here may be tied to the reason the Oak Stewards want all elves kept from their lands."
Lizette shook her head.
"It doesn't seem like we have much choice, really. I mean, we either go hunt his monster or he hunts us."
The little sorcerer cleared her throat, and then, when all eyes went to her, she cleared it again and nervously licked her lips. "Speak up," Eliana said. "You're a member of the expedition now." "Well," she said, then hesitated briefly. "I think a lot of what he's doing is tricks. I don't really think we were surrounded by thousands of Fae. I think that was an illusion. Now, he must be a powerful caster if he can do so much to us, but he's not as powerful as he seems."
"So you think we should kill him?" Drelm asked.
The girl blanched. "I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that maybe we shouldn't be as afraid of him as maybe some of you are."
Sorel chuckled and shook her head of dark hair. "You at all serious about fighting the Fae?"
"I'm not sure we can take him down," Eliana said. "I'm not sure I want to take him down. I just want Calvonis."
"It'd be easier to make a choice," Grelin said, "if we had some better sense of what we faced."
"I don't think we're going to get that," Eliana said. "We must decide if we want to fight him or take his offer."
"Then I say we take his offer," Lizette said darkly. "And if he betrays us, we kill him. I'm tired of talk." "Well said," Drelm agreed, but then he would. Eliana valued many things about Drelm, but complex decision-making was not his strong suit. Eliana made her choice and considered her charges once more. After this, how many would be left?
"I'll call him back. If there are any of you who disagree, speak now, and I'll make your freedom a condition of our bargain. You need feel no shame."
Drelm grunted skeptically. Ilidian and Aladel returned her look with ones of dour conviction. Grelin patted his sword hilt. "We've nearly got him now. I aim to finish the job." He glanced at Melius, standing at his shoulder, and she nodded quickly. Sorel bobbed her head resignedly, and one of her hounds whimpered a little. Drutha piped up. "I don't quit when things get challenging."
"Well," Lizette said with a tight smile, "it looks like we're all equally stupid."
"I guess so,"
Elyana agreed. She turned from them and called Snowlock's name. Chapter 11. Champions of the Court. Drelm. Drelm didn't like the bargain they'd made with Snowlock, and while he understood its necessity, that didn't mean he enjoyed the trek deeper into the forest's dark recesses. They followed the strange green entity into the twilight timber, where the shadows were thick. The smell of the vegetation had changed. It was wilder, fresher, greener somehow. Drelm really wasn't one for deep thought or superstitions. The first he respected a little, particularly when its utility was demonstrated to him. The second merely irritated him. Some superstitions he knew to be true, but none of them changed the fact that if something was bad, you should kill it. He was especially annoyed by creatures that deliberately tried to scare him. While many of his comrades grew more and more nervous about the strange sounds and the glowing eyes that appeared and disappeared along their route, Drelm just grew more and more angry. The brown, human-shaped thing that pranced ahead of Elyana claimed it was the same entity who'd spoken with him in the first place, even though it had a different smell. The voice and manner were the same, at least. From off to the west came a gibbering noise and a growl, then a crash of brush receding from them. Drelm showed fangs and a scowl. "What was that?" The leafy head of their new ally turned almost completely around to look at him, even as the body moved forward. "There are many wonderful beings out there in the woods," it said, as though there were nothing at all remarkable in striding unerringly forward while you were looking to your rear. "Not all of them are my subjects." "Were those your subjects?" Drelm asked. "It's hard to say," the creature answered lightly, "since I did not see them." And then it turned its impossible head forward again and continued to lead the way through the dark trees. Sorel sided up beside Drelm. Her remaining 6 hounds slunk close behind, ears back, tails cast low. "Does your friend know what he's doing?" Sorel asked quietly. Her glance toward Elyana made her meaning clear, though her words had been clear enough. Drelm only grunted. "Always." "Does she know the Fae?" Drelm wasn't sure what was meant by that question. "Elyana's clever." "The Fae aren't exactly known to be kind. They've got a sense of humor. They might be leading us deep into the wood to play some kind of joke. One funny to them, not to us." "You think they plan an ambush?" Drelm asked. "They could have ambushed us back there." "Maybe. Maybe that was all bluff, and the really dangerous forces are further in. Or maybe, like I said, it's some kind of joke." Drelm thought briefly about that. "Suppose it is, then what?" "We should be careful. That's all I'm saying." "We're ready for attacks," Drelm said, wondering why she wasted her air with the obvious. Of course they should be careful. Why wouldn't they be? This apparently wasn't what Sorel wanted, for the big woman frowned and moved off. That was women, though. They always wanted more than what they told you. They might say they just wanted your opinion on dress fabric, but near as Drelm could tell, they didn't actually want an opinion. They just wanted to share their feelings. "She's right, you know," came a gruff voice from behind. It was Grelin, with the sorcerer walking at his side. She seemed to have latched on to him as a protector. The man looked up at Drelm from under heavy eyelids. "It's some kind of trap." "Then we'll kill some Fae," Drelm said, after only brief consideration. The warrior's expression didn't really change, nor did the girl's. But then, Melius always seemed to be nervous. Drelm supposed he would be as well if he were completely useless when he wandered into a battle, hard as that was to imagine. From the east came a long growl. Then, nearer at hand, something in the shadows answered it with the strange, gibbering cry he'd heard earlier. He wondered what kind of animal was making it. All too soon he found out. A horde of dark shapes erupted from the woods. Each was roughly humanoid, possessed of arms and legs and a torso, but all of these were wizened and warped and brown, as though they were roughly carved from tree bark. None of them had a head. Sorel's dogs barked savagely. Eliana shouted to form a circle, and the front of the line fell back while the rear of the column advanced. It was a good place for neither attack nor defense. The boles were thick and close, and light was poor. Yet Drelm loved a good fight, and nothing brightened his mood like a little action. He grinned as he readied his battle axe and stepped out to meet the mewling thing that clawed at him with misshapen limbs. When his axe whistled down, it cleaved through a dried and bony arm and sent a clawed hand spinning. His strike kept on and drove deep into the central body. The thing was not wood, as he had thought, but some kind of pulpy substance, and filled with foul-smelling brown ichor like a rotten gourd. It erupted geyser-like and emitted a mournful hooting noise as it fell. The things were coming from both directions. He heard the distinctive sound of a rifle shot and saw a hole blown through the one nearest him, but it didn't slow. Drelm took one of those clawed stripes against his breastplate so he could move in close, then sliced deep through the creature's body, sending it sliding apart in halves. The monster's internal fluids burst forth and spilled onto Drelm's boots. The half-orc pivoted, for he'd heard the sound of more footfalls crushing through the underbrush. Eliana, off to the right, shouted to close ranks. Grelin was beside him and swinging his dully glowing sword to tremendous effect. The useless sorcerer advanced behind him, brandishing the black wand and shouting different phrases. Nothing happened when she did so. Farther off, Sorel's hounds loped to latch onto the stick-like legs of one of their adversaries. Somewhere out of sight, he heard the high-pitched shouts of Drutha in battle fury and the explosions of her alchemical warfare. It ended as swiftly as it had begun. The few remaining monsters faded into the woods. Eliana gathered her people together. Sorel was bandaging a long scratch down one arm, and one of the dogs had a gash down her back, but that was the extent of real injuries. More than half of them had been sprayed with the beast's blood. Fortunately, no one seemed to be suffering from any kind of ill effects, despite the smell. While the others traded off sentinel duty and weapons checks, Drelm strode up to where Eliana stood talking with Snowlock. "What were those?" Drelm demanded. "I was just asking our guide the same thing," Eliana replied. Her sword hung loose in her hand, directed away from Snowlock, but Drelm knew how deceptive that stance was. "As I said," Snowlock said in that cheery voice, "there are many beings in the Wildwood." "Wonderful beings," Eliana corrected. Snowlock laughed. "Those are Velels. They're very agile, aren't they? But no real threat to warriors such as yourselves." Eliana sounded unamused. "I've never heard of them. Is there anything else we should be looking for?" "I cannot say exactly what you should be looking for, but I can guess that you will meet with further opposition the closer we come to the center of the wood, where the evil dwells." "And what will this evil be like?" Snowlock raised a misshapen hand to his leafy face, plucked a small beetle from it, and tossed the bug away. "No one knows. The evil can command any forest creature it desires, just as I can." "If you can command creatures from the Wildwood," Eliana said, "why didn't you command those?" There was no guessing what the thing's expression meant or if it even had one. Its voice, matched roughly to moving lips, laughed nervously. "I am king, I assure you. But it is a challenge to rule such a chaotic land." "Yet you can give us a powerful summoner?" Eliana asked. "Oh, that's easy. Monster fighting is hard, though, trust me." "All right, Snowlock," Eliana agreed skeptically. "How much further?" "Only a little while," he said. "Just a little while." In another quarter hour there was a second attack, this one from writhing plants with leafy maws. These proved simpler to drive off than the creature Snowlock had called Velels. Shortly after that, when the darkness was almost complete, they faced off against 3 boars that were close to the size of bears, and Lisette proved her mettle by killing one and grievously wounding another before any of them closed. A short while later, Snowlock slowed, then turned that head completely around once more. The rest of his body followed, shifting rather than turning, and he waved them forward with jointless arms that moments before had seemed to hang the other direction. "We are nearly there," the king told them in a hushed voice. "The clearing lies before us. It's there you must do battle." "Why there?" Elyana asked. Snowlock sounded as though the truth were ludicrously obvious. "Because that is the place for all battles. Now you must wait, so that I may announce you." The head started to turn. "Wait," Elyana said. "No one needed to announce to us for the last 3 battles." "That's because I was merely testing to see whether you were as mighty as I thought. I am quite pleased with your performance. Your next battle will be official." Drelm was still sorting through the meaning of that particular statement as Snowlock started forward. Elyana cursed through her teeth and followed, though the elf stopped at the tree line. Drelm and Illidian both came up beside her, and the rest of the group waited behind. Snowlock stepped forward into a misty clearing that was roughly circular, where the trees ended abruptly and gave way to ankle-high grasses, intermittently visible beneath the drifting mist. Drelm had not remembered a full moon, yet it shone high and silver and especially large, filling the clearing with its light, so that the ancient oak in its center seemed large around as a house, lush and green. The tree and clearing both spoke of high summer, rather than the coming fall. "The bastard sent his own men to attack us," Lisette said. She had come up alongside Drelm, although it was Elyana she addressed. "It seems so," Elyana answered. "Then he can't be trusted," Lisette hissed. "I say we shoot him." "I don't think a bullet can kill him," Elyana replied. "We keep up our end." Lisette looked none too pleased, but Drelm's eyes left her as he heard Snowlock address the empty air in front of the oak tree. "King Woodlock, it is I, King Snowlock. I have come with my challengers. We will best your champion, for my warriors are better than your own." Something awoke within the mist and swirled upward to face Snowlock. In moments, their strange guide faced a twisted version of himself, one whose legs and feet disappeared within the mist beneath him. As he grew more and more substantial, the mist itself faded, and the creature's body took on a green, leafy sheen. Where Snowlock was fashioned with dying and dead forest detritus, this one was formed of bright greenery and flowering vines. "What is your wager?" Woodlock asked. "Why, when I win, I want to begin my rule at the waning of this moon." Woodlock laughed, his leaves shaking with the sound. "You are arrogant to believe you can win another moon's worth of days. I shall defeat you utterly, and your own people will mock your misfortune." Woodlock and Snowlock continued their exchange of insults. Aladel sucked in a breath through his teeth. "I should have seen this." Elyana immediately turned to him, eyes burning. "What do you know?" "We're nearing the change of a season. The Fae are intimately connected with the natural world." "So?" Aladel turned up his palms in a helpless gesture. "The Fae may be strange, but they still follow traditions, some of them anyway." "Get to the point," Elyana snapped. Drelm agreed with her. Elves were long-winded. He sniffed the air. Woodlock and Snowlock were still debating, but things were stirring on the edges of the circle. Creatures with glowing eyes that set the greenery shaking as they touched it. Aladel grew more intent. "I've heard that, in some Fae societies, where each season ends, the summer and winter courts battle to see who will rule, so that summer might last a little longer, or winter might come a little sooner." Drelm wrinkled his brow. "The Fae make the weather?" "No," Aladel answered, "though they can sometimes affect the local climate. What I'm saying is that we're walking into something other than what we were told." Drelm grunted. He might have said that sooner. "Snowlock lied." Elyana looked at the back of the strange creature 15 feet ahead of them, then to Drelm. "He probably thinks the other side is evil. I don't know that this changes anything, she said to Aladel, then added, "Though it clarifies the situation." Drelm puzzled over her conclusion, for he didn't feel like the situation was clear at all. "Should we be in this fight, then? How would Abadar view this?" Eliana's look was grave. "I can't pretend to know what any god might think, but the Fae are wild creatures like those boars, neither good nor evil in the strict sense. If you fear that we'll be fighting the innocent or the just, rest easy." This made sense to Drelm, but he muttered a prayer to Abadar to give him guidance anyway. Snowlock and Woodlock, meanwhile, seemed to have finished their posturing. "You will see," Snowlock raged. "Summon your people. Mine await outside the clearing." The greener creature laughed. "Do they? Have you forgotten that they are not inviolate until they enter the clearing?" Eliana cursed, and in the same breath shouted, "Forward into the clearing, everyone go!" From the left rose a shrill hooting noise, and then a high-pitched scream of agony. Drelm whirled and raised his axe, already moving toward the sound. Aladel was down. Standing over him was a hulking, bear-like shape, lifting blood-soaked claws. Its head was that of an immense bird, and turned sharply and machine-like to eye them, before opening its maw to let out another shrieking hoot. Grelin charged the thing, sword outstretched, and Illidian drew his own weapon. Drelm rushed toward the beast, teeth bared in a grin. Curiously, though the monster was bear-like, feathers sheathed it. He'd never seen its like. The elf was down but not dead, for he moved feebly. The monster leaned over to peck savagely at Illidian, who sidestepped before landing a blow against its arm. Drelm arrived, and his blade sliced deep through the creature's feathered flesh. He came near to slicing one arm completely through, and there was a fountain of blood. There was also another shrill blast of avian rage, and then the beak swept toward him. It slammed into his armor with the force of a sledgehammer, and he staggered back. Dully, he was aware of Eliana shouting to retreat, and of a higher-pitched scream of indignation from what had to have been Snowlock, decrying that the attack wasn't fair. The monster was apparently unconcerned with fairness, and followed Drelm as he backed away. Grelin darted in to slice the thing's leg, but the creature was so tightly focused upon Drelm it seemed not to notice. "There's more coming!" Melius cried behind him. He also heard the now familiar thunder of one of Lizette's muskets. The beak in front of him splintered, fully a third of it blown away. If anything, this enraged the monster further, and Drelm was still its victim of choice. It advanced, shrilling, razor claws shining in the leaf-filtered moonlight. And then one arrow appeared through its eye as if by magic, and a second a fraction to the right. 2 more thunderous gun pops followed, and the creature staggered. Drelm felt cool fingers on his arm, even as Eliana bounded past, avoiding a disemboweling swipe with the ease of a dancer before driving her blade deep through the creature's vitals. She spun away from a returning blow. Drelm saw that another of the things had indeed appeared behind the first, and was advancing on Drutha, who shouted for her dog to run. Eliana struck again, and the beast went down. Drelm grabbed his axe, and Sorel darted forward with Illidian to put arms under Aladel. "Fall back!" Eliana ordered. Drelm retreated with Grelin and the sorcerer. The oncoming creature stamped after them, reaching up with one great feathered arm. But just as Drelm was readying to swing, the beast lowered the limb. The half-orc realized he'd put a foot into the clearing, and glanced right and left before baring his fangs a final time. The thing didn't see, for it had turned its monstrous back upon him, and was retreating into the woods. Drelm quickly took stock of their new surroundings. It looked like everyone had made it into the clearing. Eliana was bent over Aladel, Sorel was arranging her hounds in a line before her, and had drawn her blade. Drutha sat on her dog, a sling in one hand. "My champions!" Snowlock stood at the clearing center, waving impossibly elongated hands. "You must stand to present yourselves! The champion of the Evil One comes!" Snowlock indicated the tree beside him with an expansive gesture, and Drelm wondered for a moment if the tree itself were the enemy. But then a familiar figure stepped forth from the shadow of the tree. Under the brilliant moonlight, there was no mistaking the broad-shouldered, lanky form and dark gleam of the helmet he wore. Calvonus. Chapter 12. First Blood. Lisette. Calvonus held his head high and thrust back his shoulders, smirking at them. Lisette wished that the stupid Fae would announce the start of the battle or sound a horn, or whatever it was they were going to do, because she had a rifle loaded and could raise it to her shoulder in half a breath. The problem of Calvonus would then be over, and Drelm would surely be dead shortly thereafter. From what Lisette had seen, if she hadn't been there to save the half-orc, he'd have been dead or critically wounded 2 or 3 times during the journey already. "That's your champion?" Snowlock capered back and forth upon 2 spindly, branch-like legs. "You will see no more of this moon, let alone one to follow." "But this is not my champion," Woodlock cried, exultant. "This is my servant, as I have told you. None in the woods must harm him, lest they face my wrath. He commands my champion. Your champions must fight the creature that he conjures, not him." Woodlock actually giggled a little, as if he were a child playing a trick. He waved his leafy hands, and his voice rolled down to them. "This is how it is done, champions of Snowlock. I shall conjure a mist, a curtain. While you make your preparations for 100 count, the other champion does so as well. The moment the curtain drops, the battle begins. Any champion who leaves the circle dies. Any champion who attacks someone outside the circle dies. Whoever is left standing at the end lives. The rules are simple." Grelin cursed a blue streak. "Are there any questions?" Woodlock asked. "I have one." Calvonus's voice was smooth, amused. Lisette wished dearly that she could blast him immediately. "Speak, then, my servant." Calvonus bowed his head to the Fey Lord. "Well, I was wondering, noble king, if any of Snowlock's champions wish to swear allegiance to me and pray to the glory of Razmir, the living god. Might they fight at my side?" "That's perfectly fine with me," Woodlock said amiably. "Do any of you wish to switch your allegiance?" The curses that rose from Lisette's side didn't entirely surprise her, although she was astonished by the colorful wording of the halfling's declaration. From everything she'd seen of the little alchemist so far, she was nearly as polite as the half-orc. Lisette didn't reply herself because she knew Calvonus meant only to amuse himself. She didn't understand the whole Razmir angle, but didn't really care, for she had an idea. "Your pardon, King Woodlock." Lisette's voice was pure sweetness and light. "I have a question of clarification." "Speak, then." Woodlock commanded with great aplomb. "None of you had best contemplate betrayal." Snowlock's head had swiveled around to face them, eyes aglow. "I will be very, very angry." Lisette ignored him. "I have 2 questions, King Woodlock. First, are only champions bound by the laws of this match?" "Champions and kings are bound by the laws, and must keep this space inviolate." "My second question, O King, is this. If we are still free to switch our allegiance, does that mean we are not yet champions?" This seemed to puzzle Woodlock, whose reply was hesitant. "I do not completely follow you." "Well, surely a champion could not switch allegiance once the battle begins. So we must not be champions yet until the battle starts." "I suppose," Woodlock admitted, "that you are correct. Because, while some have switched sides in the past before a battle, it is forbidden to do so once the curtain has gone up." "Interesting," said Lisette, and snapped her rifle to her shoulder. Calvonus's eyes bugged, and she had the satisfaction of seeing him frantically leap to the left. The bullet that should have taken the summoner in the chest took him in the shoulder instead, and he spun and dropped. Lisette brought up her pistol as she started forward at a run. "She cheated!" Woodlock cried. "She cheated!" But Snowlock crowed in victory. "She did not. She was not yet champion, and you said he wasn't a champion at all. Oh, the cleverness!" Before Lizette could cross the distance, a thick curtain of mist rose before her. She paused in mid-stride and stepped back, fearful of coming upon the beast all on her own. "Get back!" Eliana warned. And Lizette did so, wondering when the 100 count would start. She passed where Snowlock had stood and saw only a few leaves drifting down beside a little pile of sticks. Drelm came up and patted her shoulder, laughing as she reloaded her rifle. That just incensed her further. "That should slow him down," the half-orc said. "I meant to slow him down forever." Eliana, meanwhile, arranged her troops, barking orders like a mercenary sergeant. Aladel was up and moving, if stiffly, and had his bow ready. The moonlight rendered everything in blacks and grays, but even so he seemed a little wan. Eliana spoke quickly about Drelm and Grelin attacking on different flanks, but Lizette wondered if it would amount to anything. The summoner was whittling them down, and he had certainly carried himself like someone well-rested. If only she'd had her second rifle ready. Carrig would have handed it right up, and she could have blown the summoner's head off even as the mist dropped. But that rifle was ruined now, impossibly expensive to replace, and Carrig was dead. He'd grown into an incredible pain in the ass, but he'd gotten so efficient with his reloads, she'd begun to take for granted her ability to fire in rapid succession. He'd been so very good at disposing of bodies and preserving the evidence, as he'd always preferred to describe keeping heads or other body parts stored for clients. Calvonis had taken something very important to her, and she meant to make him pay. As Lizette finished checking over her weapons, she loosed her longsword. She remained a good blade, though she had no intention of going shoulder to shoulder with that hulking invisible monster. Once she was through with her weapons, she fell back beside Illidian and Aladel, who'd taken position on the best high ground available, a little mound. Both knelt amid arrow shafts thrust into the earth, as though praying in a peculiar garden. Lizette took her space to the right of Illidian and laid down her powder horn, musket balls, and rammer one after the other, just below her pistols. Illidian's eyes were narrowed, cruel, but his mouth ticked up slightly as he looked her direction. "Now we both have blood to avenge," he told her. "Let it be that we both find satisfaction this day." "I'm leaving prayer to the orc," she replied. "Half-orc," Aladel corrected quietly. He did not seem to notice the frown she gave in response. Lizette adjusted her hat and surveyed the field. All was quiet save for the girl, Melius. Eliana had finally found something useful for the sorcerer to do. The girl was counting down from 100, slowly. She had reached 30. From the surrounding trees, thousands upon thousands of eyes shone in the moonlight. A fair number of them glowed. She tried to ignore them. "What's your plan?" Lizette asked Illidian. "I mean to drive arrows through every inch of the thing's face." "Then pray," Aladel said quietly, "that the halfling strikes do the trick this time. Or ask it of Drelm." Melius arrived at 15. "I gave up on prayer," Lizette said. "It's up to me to keep my powder dry, isn't it?" The dark-garbed elf favored her with a sad smile. "Any control is temporary or illusory. Save that over your own state of mind." Damned elves. Illidian was the only one she really understood. Melius arrived at 10. The warriors crept forward, Grelin to right, Drelm to left. Eliana stood at the side of Drutha, still seated on her dog, the halfling sling heavy with one of her 3 remaining glass containers. She told them earlier in the day that the beast's attack had shattered almost half her supply. Eliana's arrow was knocked but not quite raised, and a flaming brand was driven into the ground beside her. With but a dip of her hand, She would be able to light the cloth tied about the shaft of the arrow, or reach for the other two likewise banded with cloth, which she'd planted in the ground beside her. Melius reached 5. Sorel stood a little forward of Eliana, her dogs arranged in a spear point before her. No longer did they seem frightened. Their ears were erect, their noses pointed toward the mist. The houndswoman shushed 2 of them as they began to growl. Melius reached 1, then 0, and stopped her count. Yet the mist remained. Unintentionally, Lisette found herself counting forward, wondering if the Fae folk had a different counting scale. She reached up to seat her hat more firmly on the crown of her head. "What are they playing at?" Illidian asked. Lisette wondered at the peculiar grating noise, then saw it was Illidian's hook rubbing against his bow. At that moment, the mist dropped. Lisette saw nothing that lay beyond it, but she snapped up her rifle as both elves raised their bows. "Hunt!" Sorel shouted, and her dogs were off like a bow shot. They ran to the left, barking, and the pattern they formed around the target showed the shape of the beast as it advanced on the circle's far edge. Lisette and the elves swung their aim north toward the invisible creature. An unseen limb lashed out and sent one dog broken through the air. It landed, whimpering with a thud, but the monster's path was revealed, and Drutha was already launching her first glass globe into the center of the space defined by Sorel's dog pack. It splashed out against a scaly hide, burning and smoking, and Eliana sent a burning arrow into the discolored midst. Her aim was precise, and soon an entire horse-sized section of the creature was a visible flaming red mass. "Fire at will!" Eliana screamed. The red wall of fire turned even as the halfling flung a second globe. This one missed, sending up a cloud of hissing steam to the creature's left. Lisette heard the halfling curse as she readied a final globe. Eliana and Aladel fired steadily, but Illidian, like Lisette, waited. "I want to see its face," Illidian told her. The ground was shaking, and the flaming portion of the monster's side closed to 15 yards as it stamped toward their position. Drutha's third globe soared into the air and splashed across a long, broad, snake-like head, and Eliana's following arrow set that face aflame. The beast slowed, shaking its head from side to side, and Illidian launched his attack, arrow after arrow flying forward. Each one sank near the scaly maw, now twisting madly from right to left. Lisette frowned. This was fine and well if you were just trying to hit the beast, but she needed it to stand still so she could shoot it through its eye. "Now!" Drelm cried, and axe raised, charged out and away from the beast. Grelin mirrored his course on the left, swinging wide before driving back in to avoid the thing's unseen tentacles. It would be very easy to fire now, take Drelm in the back of the head and claim it was an accident. But Lisette was veteran enough to know the battle was not yet won, and that Drelm was a tremendous asset so long as they were in the thick of the fight. She aimed her barrel toward the flaming head, saw it rising. The beast was opening its mouth to spray. Illidian called out a warning to Eliana, and the elf and Drutha dashed to the right, Eliana throwing herself to the ground in advance of the halfling's racing mount. The spray seared the ground only a yard from Aladel, who returned a gleaming arrow that lodged in the creature's jaw. As the monster roared, Lisette finally saw the outline of an eye socket, betrayed by Drutha's chemical attack. She fired. The monster's roar choked off, and Lisette let out a little cry of victory. Rather than race forward to wield either pistol, she bent to reload the gun. Drelm, meanwhile, chopped repeatedly into the monster's side with his axe. Grelin, a few steps behind, was whipped aside by something, the monster's tail perhaps, and tumbled out into the moonlight. Another unseen force buffeted Eliana aside, then whisked Drutha and her dog into the air, the pair screaming and whining as they hurtled to the right. They bounced with a cracking of bones and gear. Through all this, Illidian and Aladel kept up a steady flight of arrows. Sorel's dogs had fastened on one stump-like leg and sent blood streaming, and Sorel herself was hacking at that forelimb with her sword. Grelin had pulled himself back up and joined her. Melia seemed content with waving her wand and shouting odd phrases, like a child play-acting. They'd done a lot of damage, and fire continued to eat away at the beast's side and head. The creature was stamping frantically to the left and right, perhaps in an effort to put out the flames, and Lisette put off waiting for the perfect shot and fired any time she was certain she'd strike the head. Beside her, Illidian muttered low under his breath. He and Aladel were down to a handful of arrows. Eliana might have been completely out, for she was dashing forward, sword drawn. That's when a blinding flash of light burned on the right. Lisette cursed foully and shielded her eyes. "Stop this at once!" a bold male voice demanded. "Kings of the Wildwood, step forth!" Still Lisette could barely see, but through slitted lids she could make out 3 robed figures amid the glare, each holding a staff. The command continued to ring out, echoing as if it reflected from cavern walls. "It's the Oak Stewards," Aladel said, voice dulled in wonder. "No elves are permitted within the Wildwood," announced a female voice just as stern. "You know this, yet you have permitted their presence." Lisette's vision cleared at last. She now saw why the rest of her group wasn't still beating on the monster. The damned thing had vanished completely, along with the flame that had engulfed it. Arrows that had stood out from its body now littered the forest floor. Woodlock and Snowlock rose in a swirl of plants and leaves, littering the clearing, and stepped up to the 3 robed interlopers standing near the oak. Eliana shouted for Sorel and Illidian to check Drutha, and hurried to where Grelin struggled to rise. The glare faded, and as Illidian rushed toward the dead or dying halfling, Lisette studied the 3 figures. Their voices were no longer being cast wide for all to hear, but sounds of outrage rose from the Fey Kings. Muttering and calls could be heard, likewise from the dark of the surrounding trees. Lisette picked up the words exception and trespass and sacred among the complaints. "What's going on?" Lisette worked quickly to reload, starting with her rifle. "Those are almost assuredly Oak Stewards," Aladel answered, his gaze focused on the strange trio. "The druids who rule 7 Arches. I didn't know they held so much sway with the folk of the Wildwood." "Does this mean the challenge is over? Can I shoot Calvonis?" "We'd best not leave the ring to look for him," Aladel warned. Lisette finished loading her rifle, then strode up to join the conversation. There were 3 Oak Stewards, a matronly woman with red hair, a younger, pudgy bald man with a thick rust-brown beard, and their leader, tall and stern with a short gray beard. Both of the Fey Kings were aghast that anyone would interfere with their competition, but the Oak Stewards were adamant that a sacred trust had been broken the moment the Fey permitted an elf within their lands. "What about us, then?" Lisette asked, one hand on her pistol butt. "We agreed to fight for this king, and we were winning. How are you going to square that?" The tall leader shifted his gaze to take in Lisette. "Who are you? Who does not know that elves are forbidden within any portion of 7 Arches?" "We're what's left of the group chasing the beast, murdering folks across the river kingdoms, and you Oak Stewards should know all about it because you sent one of yours along with us." All 3 of the Oak Stewards were staring at her now, and the 2 Fey Kings had fallen completely silent. "You are of the group stalking the beast?" the leader asked. "Where is our brother, then?" "He's dead!" Lisette felt a surge of pleasure at the dismay that spread over the faces of the 3 she faced. Eliana stepped up to her side, her hair unbound and wind-blown, a bloodied hand resting on the pommel of her sword. The moon reflected in her eyes, and in its light she looked carved of silver and shadows. "I am Eliana Sadrastus," she said with a queen's dignity, "and I speak for us. Who are you?" The elder druid answered her haughtily. "I am Kilvor Edegrin, head steward of the Eastern Reach."
Do you know what you've done?"
Lisette saw the elven woman's eyes narrow. "I have led a team of warriors after the summoner behind the attacks upon the river kingdoms. It's you who failed to see what you've done."
"And what is that?" Kilvor demanded.
"The champion of King Woodlock is the summoner who controls the beast. We were winning the fight with him." The redhead indicated Lisette with the bob of the staff she carried.
"This woman says one of ours was slain by the summoner."
"Yes," Eliana replied. "We were betrayed from within before we crossed the border."
Kilvor's frown deepened. "Elves are forbidden in these lands. All know it."
"So I've heard," Eliana snapped. "But the monster summoner is here, now. Have these Fae turn him over, that we may have justice."
"That I will not do,"
Woodlock said, and his eerie head pivoted, neckless, to regard Eliana with burning eyes.
"He controls my champion, and is inviolate except upon the field of combat."
"We weren't inviolate until we reached the field of combat," Lisette pointed out. She forced a smile when the glowing eyes turned upon her, for it seemed then she could feel their burning malevolence. Kilvor addressed her, his voice a modicum less stern.
"You cannot trust the bargains of those from the First World. Their understanding is different from our own."
"We bargained in good faith," Eliana pointed to Kilvor. "If you wish us to leave the Wildwood, we shall do so. But so too should the summoner, so that both kings must find a new champion." Lisette thought that a clever point. It set both Fae kings arguing with one another, so that they seemed once again more like children than deadly and capricious monsters.
"You admit you knew you weren't welcome here?"
the red-headed oak steward said to Eliana.
"And yet you came?"
Eliana's jaw clenched, and it took a moment for her to answer. "I know you don't mean to sound thick, so maybe you don't understand. I've lost 6 members of my expedition to that bastard, and scores of innocents have perished because of him. He was headed into the Wildwood, so I followed."
"What's so special about the border, anyway?" Lisette asked. "That's none of your concern," Kilvor snapped. "And your interference in this matter has made things worse. I will speak to the kings. Please, await me apart from us."
Lisette looked to Eliana, who sketched a half-formal bow and retreated. Lisette followed. "That bit about both champions being released was a fine point," Lisette told her. "We'll see if it makes any difference." The rest of their group waited for them. 3 bodies lay in a row on the sward, 2 more of Sorel's hounds and Drutha. Lisette was surprised to feel a cold shock at sight of her body. She supposed that she'd liked the halfling woman. "I managed to save her dog," Eliana said coolly, "and another of Sorel's. But there was nothing I could do for her." Though there was no change of expression, her voice softened. "I liked her." Elidian all but gnashed his teeth in fury as Eliana caught him up on events. Lisette kept her eyes on the 3 oak stewards and the 2 Fae kings, deep in talk. This, she thought, was a damnable job, one of the worst she'd ever signed on for. The kind of job that had inspired her to leave the Black Coil to start with. She'd been a damned fool to take it on. Kilvor remained in conversation with the 2 Fae kings, but the other oak stewards walked down from the tree to join the expedition, the hems of their long dark robes trailing after. The pudgy druid set his staff into the ground, then bowed his head in turn at Eliana, Lisette, and Elidian.
"We are making arrangements," he told them, "but negotiations with the Fae are difficult."
His companion, the red-headed woman, just couldn't hold off saying more. "You should not have come here. You should immediately have consulted with the oak stewards."
"Shut up, woman,"
Lisette snapped. Eliana shushed her, as the woman's expression soured further. "There was no time to waste finding you," Eliana explained coolly.
"You should have made the time," the woman insisted. "And what possessed you to make any kind of agreement with the Fae?" "A moment's peace, sister," the man urged. "I am Hindrek, and this is Shallan, and we can tend to your injuries if you have any.
Eliana bowed her head briefly in acknowledgement. I am a fair healer, but some of my group are wounded. Illidian, would you take Hindrek to Aladel in Grelin, and have Sorel show him the dogs? Illidian nodded once. This way. Hindrek headed off. Shallan remained frowning. Did we hurt you personally? Lizette asked her. Killing the monster's more important than your customs. They're not customs, the woman retorted. They're laws. Her gaze turned once more to Eliana. Do we traipse into Kyonin, then ask for your permission? I'm not from Kyonin, Eliana said simply. So, this is revenge, Lizette said to the druid, for the elves not letting you into Kyonin? Shallan exploded with fury. This isn't your affair. None of you should be here, not in the Wildwood, and no elves! In her weird way, the redhead was like one of those society matrons Lizette used to know in Chiliax, whose noses went all out of joint any time someone dared alter a color scheme for the prescribed ball decorations. She was a creature of orders and laws for their own sake, and might not even understand the intent behind them. Fortunately, they were saved the need for further comment when the Fae Kings turned and Snowlock called for attention. Kilvor waited to one side, his hands folded over one another on the middle of his oaken staff. Both kings spoke at once with the same words, their voices identical, save that one was lush and vibrant, the other brittle and cold. Subjects, we kings have decided that this contest was a draw. All champions are to be released from their bargains with us, and new champions will be chosen. Former champions and their masters are guests of the Wildwood, and are not to be interfered with, but must leave at their earliest convenience. So speak we, the kings of the Wildwood. The two strange beings then dissolved once more into detritus, and the air was filled with the chirruping of insects. The Fae who had watched from the circle's edges and the kings themselves were gone. Somehow, that was more unsettling than anything else Lizette had witnessed this evening. Where's the summoner? Eliana demanded of Kilvor. That's not your concern, Shallan snapped. She looked as though she planned more, but swifter than Lizette could draw breath, Eliana snatched the woman's collar and drew her close to the blade of her gleaming knife. Lizette hadn't even seen the elf pull it, and was stunned by both the speed and the sense that the elf had snapped. Until then, she'd assumed Eliana was one of those who kept razor-sharp control, even when pushed to the edge. You damned well know it's my concern now, don't you? Eliana asked. Lizette laughed at the madness of the situation. She didn't know what would happen next, but she raised her pistol. Unhand her! Kilvor roared. He hurried toward them, staff raised, as if he meant to call down lightning. Eliana shoved Shallan away and stood with narrowed eyes. That thing's killed almost half my party. We had it wounded, and by the terms of the Fae contract it could not withdraw. Her voice rose to a roar. And you set its master free? Where's the summoner now, Oak Steward? If looks could have killed, Eliana would have dropped dead from the venom in Shallan's eyes. King Woodlock has given him safe conduct to the western edge of the Wildwood, Kilvor declared, and will not disclose to me where he will go. But I shall have all of the Oak Stewards and other resources at my disposal watching for him. And us, Eliana said. You will take us to the western edge of the Wildwood. That I cannot do. But I can transport all elves to the western border of Seven Arches immediately. You're a damned fool, Eliana told him. I'm sorry you think so. You will keep your hands and your weapons from my people. Take us then, Eliana said, not so much a request as an order. If that is what you wish. What I wish, Eliana began, baring her teeth, and then fell silent. What I wish does not bear repeating. She slammed her knife home in its sheath. Chapter 13. Helping Hands. Eliana. She had not meant to care, not this time. Casualties had been certain, yet she had not expected so many, and as if to drive the knife into the wound, she counted the bedrolls as they were spread that evening. So few were left. A huddle of tents lay a few yards to the right. The oak stewards had a blazing fire, and 6 of them now sat beside the dancing flames. A 7th, Shallon, stood apart, watching the expedition. Eliana could feel the woman's ire like a tremor through the earth. The polite course of action would have been to turn away, but Eliana bared her teeth and stared harder. Sheer willpower had stayed her hand when the oak stewards arrived. The monster had been weakening, and in a few more minutes she was sure they could have brought it down. Then Calvonis would have been hers. But because of the high-handed oak stewards, all the injuries and deaths had been for nothing. The oak stewards had used their magic to transport them to the crumbling walls of an old outpost just beyond the border of 7 Arches, where they'd erected this camp and fed her people, though Eliana had refused their aid for herself. The druids claimed they would deal with the summoner as he rode west from the wildwood. Miles of open ground lay between the edge of the wildwood and the western border of the oak steward's domain, and the druids assured her the summoner could not possibly escape their seasoned experts. Eliana turned as Shallon finally looked away. She considered the camp. Drutha's dog, Emblid, now saddleless, lay near to but apart from Sorel's pack, somberly restive. Eliana's people had thrown down their bags along one of 5 long wall segments left of the old outpost, near what must once have been a flying buttress. One arch still rose grandly, breaking off in mid-span. She walked past the silent members of her group sitting beside the dying fire in the chill breeze. Fall would come in hard this year, with winter on its heels, and its fingers lay hands against the spines of her comrades. They were hunched close, those few who remained, where before they had been apart. Not even the elves had bothered with their tents. Only Sorel sat alone, a few lance lengths out, on an oddly shaped boulder, her hawk on her gloved wrist. She was feeding the animal little bits of dried flesh, which it leveraged with its little beak to better swallow. "Balak seems hungry tonight," Eliana observed softly. "It's been a long day," Sorel answered. That it had. It was hard to believe they had come so far. That with the morning Drutha and Galarius and Carrig had been alive. Back then, what seemed 100 years ago, Calvonis had seemed their ally, and she would have risked her life to preserve him. Now there was no man in the world she would rather see dead. Sorel reached into a little leather pouch and offered up another wet strand of meat to the hawk. "Do you ever wish we were like them?" Eliana felt as though she had missed something. "Like who?" "The animals. They just are. Balak here doesn't worry if some other bird's not really telling the truth or is plotting against him. All he has to do is get enough food to eat." "I suppose so," Eliana replied. "What would that be like, do you think?" Eliana reflected for only a moment. "Most people I know who live in the moment the way Balak does are evil." Sorel looked up slowly. "They don't care about anyone else, only what they need at that time." "You think that's the way Calvonis is?" Eliana shook her head. "No." "So why do you think he's done all this?" "I've seen his type before. They always believe they're special, better than the rest of us by dint of their money or knowledge or race or sex, and they want everyone to know it." "You think that's why he's killing all these people?" "Oh, it's more complicated than that, but if you strip away the layers of justification, I can just about guarantee it. You heard him this evening. He's thrown in with the Razmiri. They think they've got a lock on the religious truth, and are damned well sure they can make everyone else listen up at sword point." "You aim to take on the Razmiri, too?" Eliana caught the hint of rebuke in the huntswoman's tone, and looked down at that broad, homely face. "No, just Calvonis. He's the only one I want." Sorel nodded sagely. You know it doesn't matter who kills the man, don't you? So long as he and the beast are dead. I want to know why he's done this. I thought you just told me you figured that out. Eliana nodded. But I want the specifics, and I'll be damned if I want to give the druids the satisfaction. She felt her anger gathering and tightened her sword hand into a fist before knocking it against the pommel of her sword. Sorel lowered her wrist, and Balak hopped down onto a small brown blanket that the huntswoman had spread for him. He preened his feathers. She then stood tall enough that she could levelly meet Eliana's gaze. Eliana, I like you, you know that. You're a fine ranger, and you're probably the best horse trainer I've ever met. But, Eliana prompted, but I don't see how you've lasted as long as you have. How old are you anyway? Never mind. It's not polite, I know. I've seen some young elves, and you aren't one of them. I figure you're at least 150. Eliana watched as the woman sighed. Sorel's voice grew wistful. My father used to tell me that anger is a fire that burns from within. You let it stoke you too quickly. Seems to me maybe you knew the deal we made with the Fae was sour to start with, and maybe that's why you drew the knife on Shalyn. I drew the knife to shut her up. Sorel chuckled. Well, she surely needed shutting up. But you've got to know it wasn't the proper way. Eliana nodded slowly. So what if the Oak Stewards get the summoner? Sorel prompted. So what if you never know why he's done all this? He'll be dead, and that's what all of us want. Eliana knew the woman was right, but could scarce stomach the thought of someone else bringing Calvonis to justice. This may be better, Sorel pressed on. If a force of these druids is mustered against Calvonis, who's already weak, what hope does he have? Who's to say how close we really were to killing the monster, or whether the Fae really would have turned him over if we'd won? Eliana frowned. She'd been unwilling to admit this possibility to herself, but it had been a real one. Sorel stepped closer, voice low. I know you want to make sure Drelm's secure in his life here before you move on. Eliana started. How did you know that? It's easy. You've nothing holding you in Delgar but Drelm. And Lady Pharasma will come for him long before you even gray. I've had some elf friends before. I know how you think when you get close to us short-lived types. You aim to watch out for our futures. Eliana sighed. You should be happy then. The Oak Stewards will kill the summoner. The monster will be dead, and us... Look at us. We won't have to face it again. We're just about whipped, Eliana. We just need rest. We need some luck, not just some rest. How many times has Drelm almost died? Sorel shook her head. His number's about up. Let the druids get Calvonis, and then Drelm can get back to his little bird and raise a nest of hatchlings. Eliana breathed out slowly. That's what should be important. No, that's what is important. She didn't add that she still wanted to see the light go out from the summoner's eyes, or that she wanted to beat the Oak Stewards with their own staves. Well, get some rest. It's hard seeing those you're leading fall. It isn't easy, leading dogs or men. Eliana nodded once more and composed herself. Thank you, Sorel. No problem. You get some rest. The gods know you've earned it. Haven't we all? Eliana retreated to her bedroll, but though she was tired, she couldn't sleep. Somewhere in the darkness was the wildwood, and somewhere west of it was the summoner. She envied the rest of her expedition as she heard their snores rising, and wondered if the real reason she couldn't let the matter go was because she didn't like to lose. She was still staring up at the stars when a horse galloped in. Instantly, Eliana was out of the bedroll and thrusting her feet into boots. Before she'd even buckled on her sword, she heard the Oak Steward's sentry challenge the newcomer. Her keen eyesight picked him out in the darkness as he breathlessly threw himself off of his horse, asked for Kilvor, then hurried to the lead druid's tent. Most of the rest of the Oak Stewards had retired to their own tents, although Shalyn and 2 others stood watch. Of Eliana's group, only Lizette seemed still to be awake, and she had crept up to Eliana's side to watch with her.
"What do you think that means?" the bounty hunter asked.
"Something about Calvonis," Eliana replied softly.
"You think they've lost him?"
It was nice to hear that possessive tone in someone else's voice. "I think we should find out, because I'm not sure they're planning to tell us."
"What do you have in mind?"
"We're going to go listen in." Lizette's mouth curled into a dangerous smile.
"That suits me."
While the markswoman retreated to grab her gear, Eliana quickly took her own, then worked her way over to Drelm. She had all but completely pushed her worries about Lizette aside. They resurfaced briefly now, but with Lizette long since having proven herself, she ignored them. Normally, it was easy to wake the half-orc, but that night merely touching his shoulder didn't do the trick. He was even more weary than Eliana had supposed, and she felt a pang of guilt at having to rouse him from his sleep. She shook him harder. The snores faltered but did not abate. Strange. Eliana slid over to Elidian and found him even less responsive. By the time she'd moved on to Aladil, she'd grown truly suspicious. Neither was dead, but their sleep was entirely too deep. Lizette joined her at the second elf's shoulder.
"What are you doing?"
"I can't rouse any of them," Eliana whispered. "Do you think Calvonis cast a spell?" Eliana had mulled that possibility over, but she had a deeper suspicion. "Did you eat any of the Oak Steward's food?"
"No."
Lizette came to the same conclusion instantly. "You think the bastards drugged us?" "Yes," Eliana said.
"Why?"
"Let's see if we can find out." Eliana pushed down the rage she felt building and motioned Lizette after her. Soon the two women were crawling slowly, expertly through the grasses. She passed only a few meters beyond Shallon and bit down a curse as the messenger stepped from the tent and made his way over to the Oak Steward's fire. In the 3-foot-high grasses, she and Lizette were almost invisible, and the man didn't see them. What point in listening now, when the message had already been delivered? Eliana almost gave up, but then she heard voices from inside. She crawled slowly forward until she and Lizette were within a few feet of the tent, close enough to see the shifting shadow of a bearded man thrown upon the canvas. Kilvor, she thought, and recognized his voice.
"No further help,"
Kilvor was saying.
"We managed to get the Fae to assist us briefly, but their attention wandered back to their seasonal ceremonies." "You were our best hope for them,"
a second male voice said, although Eliana saw no other shadow. "Some kind of communication spell?"
"You cannot entice them?"
the unfamiliar voice asked.
"With promises of what? They're back to playing their strange games in their wood. They have no reason to aid us." "What about the little force you escorted?" "They're bone-weary," Kilvorn said, "and I'm not sure how far to trust them. Their leader is governed by her emotions."
Eliana's lip curled. She would show him emotions.
"Is there any sign of the plague among the elves?"
Plague? What had she stumbled upon now?
"Nothing," Kilvor assented. "I led them from our hands as swiftly as I was able. I've drugged enough of them so they'll be too tired to move for the next day, so we should be able to observe them through the danger period."
Eliana felt as though she'd been dealt a physical blow. They'd been exposed to some kind of plague, and the Oak Stewards hadn't bothered to tell them?
"Do you have any idea where the summoner has gone?" Kilvorn asked. "We tracked him briefly as he left the Wildwood," the echoing voice responded. "But I am sorry, brother, he slipped away." "If he has any sense," Kilvor said, "he'll ride for the border directly."
So the Oak Stewards were not only liars, they were bunglers. Behind her there was a rustle of grass and then a thud. Kilvor and the other were still talking, but Eliana turned to find Shallon standing with her staff, looking down into the grasses a few feet off. She had found Lizette. I have my night eyes, she said sternly. And you won't be wriggling loose from that spell any time soon. I think we'd best have a word. Eliana did not reason. She shot to her feet and rushed. Never, she'd learned, give a spellcaster time to react. The druid saw her a moment too late, stopping in mid-sentence and attempting to bring up her staff. The woman's breath left her body in an explosive gasp as Eliana slammed into her, and in a moment the elf wrestled her down into the grass. The druid, dazed, still managed to smack the back of Eliana's head with the staff. It was a good knock, but Eliana gritted her teeth and pushed her knife blade to the woman's throat. "Whatever you try next might work," Eliana whispered, "but I guarantee you'll be bleeding anyway, a lot, so I suggest you start talking." "You wouldn't kill me," Shallan said quietly, defiantly. "I have weighed your heart." "I don't know, Druid. Your Kilvor says I'm emotionally unstable. What do you think? I understand there's a plague, and that you've drugged us to make sure we're well before we leave. What do you plan if we're not well?" The woman's eyes flared. "You won't," she said. But now she sounded less certain. "Do you really want to try me on that? Release Lisette. Her spell will fade in time." Eliana pressed the blade tighter to the skin and felt it give, making a shallow cut. The druid flinched beneath her. "Talk!" "There's a plague in 7 Arches," Shallan said softly. "But it strikes only elves. It has no cure." "And you've told no one?" "We wish no one to become alarmed." "Instead, you just piss off everyone with your high-handedness." The druid did not reply. "And what do you do with those who sicken?" Eliana demanded. "Make them as comfortable as possible." "But you don't say anything? To their relatives or friends?" The woman didn't answer. Eliana pulled back, yanked the woman's staff from her hand, and pitched it out into the grass. "Get away from me," Eliana said, and climbed to her feet. Shallan stalked off to retrieve her staff. Eliana stepped to Lisette, who lay face down with grass wrapped around her ankles, arms, and waist. The grass reached up for Eliana as she neared, but the elf made quick work of it, chopping the dark blades down to size, while Lisette fought to her knees against the grasping vegetation. By the time Eliana had the bounty hunter extricated, Shallan had summoned Kilvor from the tent and returned. The druid regarded them sourly, his arms folded over his chest. Eliana sheathed her sword. "So, you sabotage my mission and drug my people when you say you'll heal them?" "It is necessary for my people." "We're on the border of your lands, Druid. I need not obey you. I would move my camp, save my folk are apparently drugged. Tell me, how will you stop me from spreading word of this plague?" Kilvor shot a look at Shallan, then considered Eliana. "I would prevail upon your good nature." Eliana laughed shortly. "It strikes me that if you really wanted to do the right thing, you would warn people away, rather than trying to suppress the information." Kilgore sounded tired. "You presume reasonable people. Suppose that some come seeking a way to fight Kyonin and export the plague. Suppose Kyonin were to investigate. There might be war, or worse, the spread of the plague." "So you've decided for everyone else. If we were already exposed, did it not occur to you to give us a few more minutes to fight the Summoner's Beast?" "My duty," Kilvor said, "is to keep peace between the Fae and the rest of 7 Arches, and to escort all elves to the border. I do not make policy, I enforce it." "You do as you're told," Eliana said and almost spat. "A great deal of evil is done in this world by people who claim they merely do what they're told. A greater deal is done by those who will not follow the laws. Now, for your sake, for the sake of all elves, I think it best if you let us observe you for another 12 hours. But on your own head be it." Kilvor turned and ducked low as he cast the tent flap aside. Eliana saw no one else within, confirming her guess that earlier she'd been listening in on some kind of magical conference between him and a distant colleague. They were left with a glowering redhead. Blood still trickled from the wound upon Shallon's neck, and seeing the track of Elyana's eyes, she lifted a finger there. "You do this to those who try to shield you?" the woman said. "You're lucky she didn't do worse," Lisette snapped. The druid's mouth tightened and she walked away. Elyana stepped up to Lisette and they walked down the hillside toward their own camp. Elyana stood looking down at her team in the bedrolls. "What do you want to do?" Lisette asked. From the edge in her voice, Elyana knew the markswoman was still itching for a fight. "What I want to do is different from what we can do," Elyana said. "A real healer could cure them." "But you can't." "No. So we two will have to trade watches." Lisette nodded. "And how much do you want to tell the others?" Furious as she was with the Oak Stewards and their methods, she found herself understanding their reasoning, if not all of their actions. She mouthed a curse. "Let's just keep that between us. For now." "Sure," Lisette answered. "For now." Chapter 14. Glory of Rasmir. Drelm. Drelm dreamt of a misty lakeshore where he walked with his mother. She seemed impossibly tall and very sad, and when he tried to ask her why, she seemed not to hear, but clutched his hand tighter. He didn't see her face. He could never remember her face, even in dreams. An otherworldly call came from somewhere out in the water, and he knew immediately that it was Dela. As was the way with dreams, he found himself alone on the shore and fully grown with his mother gone, and thought nothing of it. He called back to Dela, who merely repeated his name, and then waded into the chill water and struck out with a strong if inexperienced stroke. The calls grew louder and the water darker. Drelm finally realized that he didn't know how to swim in black water, which was much more challenging than blue water, and was deciding to ask an especially wise-looking green-scaled fish about it when the creature's eyes glowed brilliantly and it began to shout his name. Drelm was surprised, for he had never heard such a loud fish before. The whole sea seemed to shake with the sound of its voice. And then the fish's voice became that of Elyana, and Drelm opened his eyes to find his friends staring down at him with anxious eyes. Over her shoulder was a riot of stars gleaming in the night sky. The ground shook beneath him. "Rise up!" Elyana shouted. "The summoner's back!" Drelm sat up. He wasn't entirely sure where he was, for his thoughts seemed strangely foggy. But his armor lay to his right, and he grabbed it in one massive hand and thrust it over his head as he sat up. Elyana stepped away, calling to Lisette. Dogs were barking. Drelm asked Abadar for guidance and buckled on his weapons belt, then tore his battle axe from its sheath. There was no time to don his boots. It bothered him that he swayed as he stood. Lisette was still shouting at the unresponsive elves. Groggily, Drelm took in the lay of the land. The beast seemed to have run straight for the high hill where the tents of the Oak Stewards were a trampled mass of snapped spars and waving canvas, lying ruined like a flock of broken-backed birds slapped from the skies by the hand of an angry god. 3 robed figures stood near the dying fire, their backs to one of the ruined walls, chanting and waving staffs at something that moved in the darkness. Drelm thought that the figure with them, the one with the sword, might have been the mercenary Grelin. But the barking dogs weren't there, nor were the gunshots. They seemed to be off toward what Drelm suspected was the southwest, though he couldn't be sure. And Elyana had disappeared. He hadn't seen her move away. He raised his voice, wondering why it quavered a little as he shouted, "Elyana!" Strange. He was not usually so tired when he woke, even in the dead of night. The lust for battle normally roused him. "Elyana!" "Here!" came the answering call. It seemed as though it rose from the direction of the barking dogs. Drelm launched into a staggering run. His gait was unsteady, and he thought that might be because he was barefoot. His soles were tough, though. Dimly, he was aware that the monster needed killing. but he was sure Elyana would know better what to do, and she might need help killing something else. Some 10 or 12 paces on, he realized someone else was running at his side, and glanced over to find the young sorcerer there, bleary-eyed, hair a wild corona, clutching the wand in 2 hands as if the thing were her salvation. Drell noticed for the first time that the wand had a blunted tip, and wondered how it could possibly be useful for killing anything until he remembered it was for working magic. This troubled him, for he knew that he should have known that without having to think so hard. The dogs had surrounded a tall elm with bowed branches and now bayed at its base. One of their number lay dead. 2 others shifted back and forth, the dead halfling's dog with them, and a third put 4 legs to the bark and bayed. Lisette and Elyana watched the upper branches, limned against the stars. The elf had her bow knocked, and the markswoman held her rifle.
"And what exactly are you planning to do?"
A male voice called down from somewhere within the tree. Calvonis. Melius paused, breathing heavily, and Drelm felt her hand on his shoulder as she leaned there for balance. "What are you planning?" Elyana called up.
"First, I'm going to watch the druids die."
"I don't mind that so much," Elyana said, which bothered Drelm. She launched an arrow into the tree. Again came the laugh. Calvonis sounded amused.
"Even if you come close, you cannot hurt me, elf. I thought you'd have learned that by now. I've been blessed by Holy Rasmir. I am one of his chosen."
"Chosen for what?" Elyana asked. Lisette had stepped away now, and was moving to the left, even as Elyana let fly with another arrow.
"Surely you must be running out of those," the voice called down. "Running low on arrows, running low on dogs, running low on warriors. Yet I still live, and so does my angel, for I am blessed and I have heard the word."
This last was almost a chant. "And what do you reap?" Elyana asked, "for sowing the word about your mad god?"
"In the here and now? Glory. And in the future, eternal life in the blessed paradise of Rasmir, greatest of all gods."
Drelm growled deep in his throat. Rasmir was a little god. Calvonis carried on almost conversationally.
"Your blasphemies do not trouble me, elf, for you are an insect. You toil and strive to make a difference, to save these other lives. But who lives and who dies is completely up to Rasmir, and I am his agent upon Golarion."
There was a brilliant flare along the tree trunk. Drelm whirled, then saw Lisette dashing from the bowl. A fire had begun in the trunk. Calvonis laughed.
"You think to flesh me out with fire? I can summon my angel back at any time. How long do you think it will be before the fire even begins to trouble me? Your arrows and your stones cannot reach me, nor your orcs' axes. Yet I may destroy any of you any time I like."
The sorcerer had lifted the wand and was now muttering as she pointed it toward the sound of Calvonis's voice. She seemed to be repeating every few words he said. "You're surely powerful," Elyana said. "I'll grant you that, and clever. But I still don't understand what your purpose is. You speak of angels and being chosen and the glory of Rasmir. How do you honor Rasmir through this madness? Are you a priest?" Lisette's fire was now licking up the trunk of the tree, and a braid of smoke twisted through its branches.
"I am no priest. I am a disciple. I am like the scythe to the grain. Those who do not know the glory of Rasmir will—"
Drelm happened to be looking right at the muttering sorcerer, when the green bolt sped from the wand and into the treetop. It flared and defined a screen of energy and stopped the madman in mid-sentence. Melius muttered, "Glory of Rasmir," once more, and a second bolt followed.
"He's got a magic shield,"
Drelm shouted. "Glory of Rasmir," the little sorcerer shouted, and a third glowing green bolt of acid sped into the sky. There was a sudden popping noise and a strange reptilian scent, and Drelm spun, a little unsteadily, to discover that the beast was there. Most of it remained invisible, but there were splotches of blood across its scales and ichor dripped down its face. Drelm charged, even as the girl behind him continued to shout, "Glory of Razmir!" The bolt of magical energy streamed past Drelm's shoulder as he ran and caught the beast in the same eye socket already dripping gore. It roared its pain, and Drelm roared his own fury and leapt to bring his axe down upon the eye ridge. A gunshot erupted beside him, and what must have been the eye exploded into ruin, rendered real and visible in its destruction. The axe blade sank deep. Rather than prying it free, Drelm used the haft to scramble up the beast's face, and realized after he had done it that he had pushed off a fanged tooth, while the monster screamed in pain. Something heavy whistled through the air just past his head, spraying him with blood. The tentacle? The odds were good that one of them would strike him. He hung on with one hand and smashed again and again into the ruined eye with his throwing axe. The creature shifted beneath him, crying in pain, the scales sizzling each time there was a cry of, "Glory of Razmir!" and more of its face was revealed. After 6 good blows, something whip-like grabbed Drelm about the leg and threw him to one side. Drelm, still woozy, managed to land with his hands out so that he ended in a drunken roll. And it was then that Abadar smiled upon him, for there was a cry of dismay from above and the sound of crashing branches. Drelm looked up. Later he would be told how Melius's wand blasts had worn through Calvonis's magical shield, and that Eliana and Lizette had been able to hit the still invisible summoner via the sound of his voice and the visible movement of a branch shaking as he retreated from the main trunk of the tree. But Drelm knew nothing about any of that. He merely knew something unseen had dropped out of the tree before him, and saw from a patch of blood that seemed to show a shoulder and part of an arm, not to mention a decorative arrow fletching, that he was near a man. Drelm threw himself toward this new target, even before he realized it must be Calvonis. The summoner was already clambering to his feet, but Drelm seized hold of an ankle, then what must have been a belt. He felt something sharp drive into his arm, a small blade as invisible as its wielder. But Drelm only grunted and punched. He heard a sickening crack and a groan, and the flow of blood defined part of a mouth and lips. There was little trouble then in finding a neck with both hands. Again he felt the blade bite into his arm, and then he heard Eliana and Lizette as they grabbed the invisible summoner's arm. Eliana commanded Drelm to release his hold. This he was reluctant to do. "Banish your monster," Drelm ordered, "or I'll crush your throat." "He has, Drelm," Eliana said. "He's been begging you to release, didn't you hear?" Drelm grunted. All he'd heard was a sort of whispering noise, but he relinquished his hold on Calvonis's neck and stepped back. "Drop your spell," Eliana demanded. Suddenly, Calvonis was there, bloody and bruised. Lizette immediately flipped the man over and began to bind his hands behind him. "Wish!" Calvonis shouted at Eliana. His voice was strangely distorted, probably because Drelm had broken his nose rather profoundly. It leaned heavily to the left. "Lizette, let's frog march this coward back to the camp." "Coward? I am no coward. I would like to see you—" Lizette smacked the side of his face, then kicked the back of his head for good measure. "I don't plan to kill you before we get there, because I'd have to carry you then. But I bet you could walk with a few more holes in you. Do you want to find out?" Calvonis didn't answer. While Lizette stood guard, Eliana searched the summoner's belongings and patted him down, taking a number of items. "You dare profane sacred articles of Razmir with your touch? Those were in the palm of the living god himself." "Any god with you as a chosen messenger doesn't interest me much," Eliana replied. "I'll bet this wand would melt your face clean off," Melius said matter-of-factly. The summoner lapsed into sullen silence. If Drelm had felt poorly dressed when he raced into the fray, the girl was even worse. Melius was barefoot as well, and wore only a light shift. The young woman pushed back locks of hair, and sternly eyed the summoner, her wand at the ready. "You came through at just the right time, Malleus," Eliana told her, as she pulled a leather satchel from Calvonis's shoulder pack. "Without you, we couldn't have brought him down." Malleus's lips turned up in a grim smile. Eliana spoke on. "I'll see to it that you get a proper share, the one Venick was supposed to receive." "I want no money." Malleus's voice was soft but final. "Just seeing him dead." "Vengeance doesn't put food on the table," Eliana told her. "I'll see you get paid." Malleus shook her head but made no more complaint. Eliana recovered little of seeming interest, apart from the satchel, which seemed to hold paper and drawing utensils. She found only some jewelry and various weapons. Eliana set all of these aside without comment. "That will do for now. Go ahead, march him back. Malleus, go with them. If he so much as twitches, blow his head off." "With pleasure." Lisette pushed the madman before her, one pistol to his back, her hands upon his wrists. Malleus followed along on the left, wand at the ready. Eliana then considered Drelm. "You look like hell."
"I've been worse."
"Don't I know it?" The elf smiled at him. "I think you can last until we get back to camp. Let's gather up what I found on Calvonis, then I'll take a look. I want to make sure there's no one worse off." As it turned out, the Oak stewards had taken the brunt of the action. Sorel and the elves had never fully awoken, so deeply had the drugs affected them. Fortunately, the fight had never reached them. 5 of the 7 Oak stewards were dead, including Shallan, the redhead. Before Calvonis had summoned the beast to defend him at the tree, the druids and Grellin had managed to inflict a great deal of damage on the beast. Drellin claimed he'd severed one of the tentacles, and that the druids had blasted halfway through the other, which might have explained why the beast had been so slow about attacking Drelm. So far as Drelm was concerned, the mission had worked out beautifully, and more importantly, he would shortly return to wed the woman of his dreams. While Lisette led Calvonis over to speak with the druids, Eliana sat Drelm down on a log and saw to his wounds. He watched her work, still unable to entirely shake the strange daze that had touched his thoughts. It was good to have such a friend, and he thanked Eliana as the torn skin on his forearm mended under her touch, and there was nothing left of the dull ache but a faint tingle. She then touched his hand, turned it palm up, and pressed a thin ring into it. "What's this?" She tapped the ring's edge. "One of the secrets to Calvonis's health." Drelm brought it close for inspection, and he saw that it was carved with little flowing letters he didn't recognize. A small gem winked at its heart. "It was made by elven hands. The gods know how long ago. It bestows health to its wearer. I've seen its like before, and," she continued with a smile, "it might just fit on your smallest finger." Drelm grunted skeptically. "Why give this to me?" "Because I've never seen anyone get wounded as often as you." Drelm was no master at reading a woman's expressions, but there was something in her voice as she went on that gave him pause. "If I weren't always there to heal you, I think you'd long since be dead. Now neither of us need to worry." "I never worry," Drelm said, "because you're always there." Eliana paused. "That may not always be true." Most women were mysterious, but never Eliana, so why now? "What does that mean?" Eliana shook her head. "You never hide things from me." She sighed. "You'll be settling down now, Drelm. You have a home." "You also have a home," Drelm reminded her, and spoke on even as she shook her head. "Wherever I make my home is yours. But there's also the town where you're revered. You shall be aunt to my children and teach them to shoot and ride." "That would be something to see," Eliana said. He felt a heaviness then, as if chains had suddenly been set upon his heart. "But you don't want to see it?" "Now's not really a good time to talk about it." Eliana bent to open Calvonis's satchel. Drelm saw a paper that had been stowed in eelskin, along with a compass, pen and ink, a ruler, and various other small metal implements he didn't recognize. Eliana studied each of these, then unfolded the paper and examined it carefully in the light of the coals about the fire. Drelm wondered if she truly found something of interest there, or if she were simply changing the subject.
"What is that?"
he asked, although he wasn't actually interested. He would rather be asking her why she thought she needed to leave Delgar, why she needed to leave him. "It's a map." As Drelm worked the ring onto the last finger of his left hand, he stepped around so that he could look over her shoulder.
"A map of what?"
"The River Kingdoms. Here's the Selen." Eliana put her finger to a long ribbon, winding along near the bottom of the map. Drelm could make out shaded areas that were probably supposed to be forests, and dots that indicated settlements beside cramped labels. But there were other dots besides, with even tinier handwriting that Drelm couldn't make out.
"What are those?"
Eliana's answer was tinged with disgust. "Looks like he's keeping track of his attacks. Look, here's the date when he attacked a Lydian scouting party and the number of dead." Drelm couldn't quite read the tiny handwriting, but he let out a little whispered prayer to Abadar and put a finger on a string of letters near the attack point.
"Is that—"
"Onderon's massacre. Onderon was working with him. Given Calvonis' spouting of Razmiri doctrine and the activation words on Onderon's wand, it seems even more obvious now. I'll bet Calvonis is the one who gave Onderon the wand and paid him."
"But why?"
Drelm asked. "I'm not entirely sure," Eliana answered. "But he's been busier than we realized. Look at all these sites he has marked off, both east and west of Delgar." Drelm couldn't read many of the details, but he could count, and it seemed to him that there were at least 50 attack sites.
"Is it some kind of pattern?"
"Not that I can see." She frowned and folded up the paper. "I think we'll have to show it to the Druids."
"I thought you didn't trust them."
"I don't. But there may be something else here that only a magic worker could notice." Eliana looked up suddenly, and Drelm turned to find that Lizette had returned from the Druid camp to join them. The markswoman was almost as quiet in the grass as Eliana. "Sorry to interrupt," Lizette said, "but I think you need to get over here."
"What's going on?"
Drelm asked, rising. "Calvonis says he'll only talk to Eliana." Drelm cracked his knuckles.
"I think I could make him talk."
Lizette smirked. "I wish the Druids would let you." Eliana carefully refolded the map, then all three of them walked to the hill's height and the ruined tents where the Oak Stewards were talking. They found the summoner seated cross-legged on the ground, hands bound in front of him facing the fire. Kilvor and the balding druid Hindrek sat across from him, the flames at their back. Calvonis grinned at Eliana. The druids, Drelm saw, had healed his nose and pulled Eliana's arrow from him, but they hadn't cleaned him up. Dried blood stained the summoner's face and shirt.
"There she is," Calvonis said, "the icy warrior woman with the heart of gold. These two are idiots, but you have promise."
"Do I?" Eliana didn't sound especially interested.
"Oh, you do. You want answers? I have them for you, as many as you want. But first, there's something you must do for me."
Chapter 15. Fireside Tales. Lizette. Lizette had undergone rigorous training to divorce her emotions from her actions, but as her master had constantly repeated, she'd only ever gotten good at pretending they were separate. That had engendered many a sharp rebuke over the years she had worked with the Black Coil. She knew the master was dead wrong. She had functioned quite ably under his tutelage and continued to do so, no matter his sharp words. But often had he critiqued her, so that she could imagine his words even in new situations. And this one time he would have been right. There was the half-orc, her target, painted red where the fire touched him, and clawed by darkness where it did not. Yet because she let her emotions hold too much power, she wanted even more to blast the cocky summoner. She tried never to waste money killing things that couldn't earn her pay. She'd already won her fee by helping catch Calvonus, so now she knew her time was best spent finding a way to plug the sanctimonious half-orc. She'd missed a fine chance at a shot at him in the midst of the battle, because it might have raised suspicions. By now, everyone had seen her shooting with such precision that it would take a fantastic melee to be able to explain a stray half-orc slaying bullet. She now fumed that there might be no other opportunity. Calvonus leered up at the tall, spare figure beside the half-orc. Elyana's weight was planted on her left foot, hand resting easily on the deceptively ornamental pommel of her magnificent longsword. Most weapons with such intricate filigree were to be hung as decoration in the halls of lords, but Elyana's blade was entirely functional.
"Don't you want to hear my conditions?" Calvonus asked.
There was no immediate answer. The firelight shifted, highlighting now one corner of Elyana's high cheekbones, now a smudge of dirt along her brow, where she had pushed back her hair with a soiled hand. "A few hours back," Elyana told him, "I was still very curious. But do you know what? Now I'm bored. You bore me, Calvonus." She fingered her hilt. "I'm thinking I could drive this sword through you before anyone could stop me. And then we could all get some sleep." Calvonus laughed.
"You're bluffing."
"Am I?" Lisette, expert though she was at reading subtle emotional cues, couldn't tell. She would have guessed that Elyana remained curious, but it might be that her opinion had shifted.
"He is a prisoner," Hindrek interjected. "We do not countenance the mistreatment of prisoners."
Lisette smirked. Hindrek was too stolid to be playing along with Elyana's interrogation, which would only magnify the summoner's concerns. If Hindrek thought Elyana's threats were real, it would better convince Calvonus and make him more likely to talk. Then again, Elyana might not be bluffing. The elf was a little more challenging to gauge than Lisette had first suspected. Elyana turned her head toward the druid. "We caught him. I have as much right to him as you do."
"Isn't there some sort of Kyonin code for prisoner conduct?" Hindrek asked.
A slow, satisfied smile spread across Elyana's face. "I wasn't raised in Kyonin."
"She's footloose and wild," Calvonus said. "A traveler who makes her own way, carving her path with reckless abandon and the sword of her fathers." He giggled.
Elyana shifted ever so slightly. "So which is the real Calvonus? The madman foaming here? The Resmiri prophet shouting at us from the tree? Or the canny man who played the part of a grieving husband and—" Elyana added slowly, "I think you'd best remind me why I should care." Calvonus shifted in his bonds, slowly raised a finger to scratch some of the dried blood from the side of his nose.
"I'm not the only agent of change."
"I know," Elyana replied. Both druids seemed caught off guard by that pronouncement and stared suddenly at Elyana.
"I suspect you've known that for a while."
Gone was the madman. Now Calvonus sounded completely reasonable.
"But there's more to it. Don't you want to know the plan?"
Elyana patted her sword hilt. "Curiosity gets me into a lot of trouble. It seems to me that, as facile as you are with the truth, you tell me just about anything. Kilvor, what's your plan for him?" The older druid's eyes gleamed in the firelight.
"We mean to transport him to Seven Arches. We can learn the truth there before he's tried, found guilty, and hung. His ashes will be mingled with the earth, so that some use will come from him."
That was the first thing Lisette had heard from Kilvor that she actually liked. "Do you mean you can compel the truth from him?" Elyana asked. Lisette didn't think she imagined the hint of pleasure in Kilvor's answer.
"Through one means or another." "I won't respond to your spells," Calvonus said, "or violence."
"Oh, I imagine you will," Elyana countered. I'm just wondering if it's worth the trouble. I'm not welcome in Seven Arches, you see, and I'd like to see the moment they string you up. I want you dead, so, because I can't go there, I might just have to end things myself. I could take your head in one blow. Tell me, Kilvor, you're a master healer. How are you at putting people together when their heads have come off?
I've had little practice, Kilvor admitted.
Drelm laughed heartily. Eliana slapped the side of her sword. Calvonis, you'd best get interesting really fast. I'll probably just let the druids have you, but if you irritate me, I'll kill you. It's up to you. Calvonis pondered only for a moment. Lizette had the sense that this conversation wasn't going as he had planned.
I'd like to live.
Guess again.
I think you're bluffing, Calvonis said slowly.
I can tell you things that will help you now.
You can learn them later, surely, but then it will be too late.
We can make no deals with you, Kilvor said, but we can offer you the chance to make your peace with your god. Calvonis laughed at that.
I am at peace with my god, little man.
He doesn't call the orders, Eliana said. I do.
Now, wait a moment,
Kilvor said, but Calvonis paid him no heed.
I see that, the summoner responded. And why you haven't carved a country for yourself out of this mess of the river kingdoms, I'll never know.
A country, Eliana said. Why would I want the bother?
Surely you're not ignorant of the possibilities.
Are you suggesting we discuss philosophy, Calvonis, or trade career advice? Calvonis smiled. You have limited time, Eliana went on. Say your piece so I know whether I walk away or drive a sword through you.
We have a base in the wilderness. I can take you there.
For an ambush, Eliana suggested.
No, Calvonis said quickly. I had planned to weaken you, then lure you there after I had called my allies. They're waiting. I can show you the way. But if you wait until you compel me to speak, they will have drifted off, and they will cause as much havoc as I have. Why have you done this?
There was a wheedling note in Hendrik's voice.
You wish to bring people to the altars of your god. By killing them?
The druid was such a fool. How stupid are you? Lizette asked. They've sent these agents into the river kingdoms to stir up trouble. Those who welcome the Razmiri Church into their lives will be spared. It's nothing but a protection racket.
If you like, Calvonis said. But it's already working. And it will work regardless of anything you say. The faithful will say that you malign our holy god and blaspheme because you will not see his light.
Hendrik sighed in disgust.
So you lie for your god,
Drelm said. He had been silent throughout the discussion, and it was startling to have him suddenly weigh in.
You bring violence, then say he protects those you do not harm, because you harm only those who do not worship your god. Yes, even the half-orc can be taught, it seems. My god spoke to me and sent me forth to punish a god you would betray.
Drelm touched Eliana's shoulder.
Kill him. His faith is true. He would not betray his people. This is some trick.
You're right, Eliana said.
No,
Calvonis said, and lifted bound hands as if to ward off a blow.
I'll have him draw a map, Kilvor declared ominously, and we'll send forth our followers to scout it. If we find he speaks the truth, I'll speak on Calvonis's behalf, to commute his sentence to a life of servitude.
Calvonis's gaze settled for a long while on Kilvor before shifting again to Eliana. He has a map. Not taking her eyes from Calvonis, Eliana removed a brown sheet of parchment paper from inside her vest and slowly unfolded it. She passed it over to Kilvor.
What do you think of that? Calvonis asked with a smirk.
Lizette's curiosity was piqued.
What's on it? Everyone he's killed, or been involved in killing. I do so like to keep track of these things, Calvonis said, but Lizette felt like she'd seen something different in his eye then. He was nervous.
She looked back at the druids, now carefully examining the paper, and slid over beside them. Disappointingly, between the dim light and the way they hunched over the parchment, she saw only the suggestion of some landforms, a twisting line that was surely the Selin River, and a whole lot of handwriting she was too far away to clearly discern. She returned to Elyana's side. "He's worried about something on that map. I'm certain you're right." Elyana still hadn't ceased looking at Kelvonis. "Take a good long look at it, Kilvor. And meanwhile, Kelvonis can tell us all about his allies, the ones who are going to ambush us." "But we have no agreement," Kelvonis protested. "I haven't killed you yet," Elyana pointed out. "Keep talking and I'll see if I remain kindly disposed." "There are 4, Kelvonis said, betraying very little reluctance. 2 sisters. One studied with druids from the east and the other is a witch. They are very accomplished and devoted to Razmir. Then there is Tyaval, the cleanser of Razmir, the shepherd of wolves." "What's that mean?" Drelm prodded. Kelvonis chuckled. "You think Sorel is powerful? Wait until you come up against his beasts." "What sorts of beasts?" "Wolves. But such wolves as you find in nightmares." "Who else?" Elyana said. "Why, Elyana, you don't sound impressed. Should I start making up details?" Lizette heard the druids talking in low tones behind her. She couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but Hindrek sounded excited. "Sounds like they spotted it, Kelvonis," Lizette told him, and he pretended nonchalance. "Maybe they did and maybe they didn't," Elyana said, and a crafty look came into the summoner's eyes. "Did you find it, Elyana?" Elyana smiled. "What did you see?" he asked. Lizette surprised herself in her eagerness to hear the truth, but she said nothing. "You didn't see it," Kelvonis suggested. "You're bluffing." Elyana's smile broadened. "Not knowing maddens you. I like that." Lizette laughed. She was growing to enjoy the elf. "The 4th member of this band of yours," Elyana prompted. "We are the 5 Fingers of Razmir," Kelvonis said. "The 5th of us is a high priest of Razmir himself and a mighty warrior. He needs no magic or monsters, for his blessing is so great he need only wield his sword to slay his enemies in whatever form he finds them." "I shall look forward to crossing swords with him," Drelm said. Kelvonis laughed. "You won't stand a chance." "You're trying to intimidate Drelm?" Lizette asked, then chuckled. "You're even dumber than I thought." Annoyance flitted across the summoner's face, but he relaxed as Kilvor and Hindrek set down the map. Kilvor stepped up to Elyana and handed the paper back to her. "What did you find?" she asked. Kelvonis cut in quickly. "Do you ask because you don't know or because you test them?" When Elyana didn't answer, he smiled. "Oh, you are so clever, Elyana." "There are patterns here," Hindrek said, "but we don't know what they mean. The summoner plans some kind of magic." "For the glory of Razmir," Kelvonis said. "Blessed be his name, blessed be the dirt that bears his boots." "What are you up to?" Drelm growled, but Elyana threw up a restraining hand. It never failed to amaze Lizette how tight a control the elf had on the half-orc. "I'd ask much the same thing," Hindrek said. He would, of course, because he wasn't very bright. "No," Elyana said quickly. "Just have him show us where this ambush spot is." "But what of my reward?" Kelvonis asked. "What do you promise me to betray the other fingers of the hand?" "Elyana," Kilvor said slowly, "I think we should have him draw the map. Do not let him touch that one." The elf cocked an eyebrow at the druid. "We must remain cautious." Elyana nodded. "Give him a life of labor with your people, for the map." "I'm not sure I can do that." Elyana crooked one finger toward Kilvor, and he and Hindrek stepped to the other side of the fire. Lizette dearly wished to listen in to that, but she remained, looking down upon Calvonis. The summoner smiled up at her. "What is it you like so much about Razmir, anyway?" Lizette asked. "What sort of god needs humans to cheat for him?" "I am an instrument of his divine will. You cannot understand." "She's right," Drelm grunted. "You make calamities. A real god would make them himself. Razmir is weak." Lizette laughed gleefully. Drelm's barb had hit home, for Calvonis's face twisted in fury. "It is you who are weak, Orc-blood, you and your Abadar. Does your god speak to you? Does your god send you forth to punish?" Drelm's answer was calm. "Abadar teaches so that men may make their own choices. The wise follow him, but he doesn't send forth murderers when his will isn't obeyed." "You're no man," Calvonis said. "How dare you even name yourself one? How were you fathered? Some green-skilled filth-catch of a fat farmer's wife too slow to run? Is that how it was?" Drelm should have snarled and launched forward to throttle him then. Calvonis wanted it. Lizette, watching the half-orc, saw the anger pass over him like a wave. His face remained almost frighteningly blank. The tension instead crossed him in a slow straightening and roll of his shoulders. Calvonis saw it too and tried further. "How many orcs got her, Drelm? Did you ever wonder?" Lizette didn't like the half-orc, but even she felt her gorge rising at this. Slowly, deliberately, Drelm put his hand to his weapons belt. "Or maybe she's the one who crawled off to the greenskins and begged for it, just like that whore you're going to marry did." "Don't do it, Drelm," Lizette hissed. Drelm opened his mouth, and then he chuckled. The chuckle grew into a rolling laugh. Lizette could scarcely believe it. Neither, apparently, could Calvonis. Drelm grinned down at Calvonis. "You think I've never heard such things? That I could look like this and never encounter such vile words? Abadar be praised, I heard worse things from children, and you're a fool if you thought to goad me with them. The teachings of Abadar showed me patience. Your god seems to have taught you nothing but foolishness." "My god is a warrior god," Calvonis said. "I see now I underestimated you. I but tested you—" "Shove it, Calvonis," Lizette said, and considered the dull-looking half-orc beside her. Drelm reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. "He is good only for killing," he said. "But I will do it when I wish, not when he wishes." Lizette nodded in understanding, and Drelm removed his hand. Eliana returned with Kilvor and Hindrek. "How are things here?" "I'm getting to know everyone better," Calvonis said. "He wants to die," Lizette told Eliana. "He tried everything he could to get Drelm mad enough to kill him." "It must be hard to fail at so much," Eliana said. "Kilvor's agreed. You get to draw us a map. It seems like I'm too distracting for you, so Drelm will watch." "And I'm to be spared?" "You will be spared," Kilvor said, "so long as you speak the truth." Drelm snorted at that. "Am I to draw with my hands tied?" "You'll make do," Kilvor replied sternly. The oak steward had more sense in him than Lizette would have guessed. "I will watch him carefully," Drelm promised. Eliana started back, and Lizette fell in step beside her. "So," she said quietly as they departed, "what was all that about?" "Kilvor doesn't have the strength to use one of his transport spells again, not tonight, so he can't send Calvonis away. But he can still contact other oak stewards. One of them is going to come here in the morning. And compel some answers from the summoner." "Then what? Do you really think that there's a fortress out there where there's more like him?" "It's hard to say. I think it's certain that there are more Razmiri out there doing this." Eliana stopped outside the light of their own campfire and considered the horizon. A low-hanging cloud was a dark blot under the stars. "And you're thinking about going after the fortress, aren't you?" Eliana nodded slowly. "We've stopped the summoner, But unless we stop his group, then the problem isn't really over. The elf considered her. But none of you signed on for that. We've lost so many already. And I'll go, Lizette said. She almost felt guilty when she saw Eliana smile faintly. Another battle was one more chance to see Drelm get killed. Do you think the others will agree? I'm certain the elves will join us, maybe Grelin. I don't know about Sorel. I'll speak to them come dawn. Eliana eyed her for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, Lizette. The gratitude struck Lizette oddly, and she found herself wandering back toward where Illidian and Aladel still lay. It should not have mattered to her that Eliana had thanked her. It should not have mattered at all. Aladel slept facing east, Illidian facing west, away from one another. She crouched down beside the crippled captain. His good arm was tucked under his head like a pillow, and his half limb hung out from the blankets, obscene and strange. Even still, he remained the most beautiful creature she had ever seen, and as she sank down beside him, she desired once more to know his lips upon hers, to feel his arm around her. She tried to pass it off as lust, but at some level she knew she desired company, and this wounded, driven creature was perhaps the only one with whom she could pretend, for a little while, that only the present need trouble her. She reached out to brush a stray lock of Illidian's hair from his forehead, and was surprised to see him shift his head as if in reaction. Well, the drug the druids had given him would have to wear off at some point. Lizette bent down and kissed the nape of his neck. When he spoke softly as if in a dream, she smiled to herself and slid beneath his blankets to continue nibbling that same patch of skin. She took her time with him, pressing her body against his, and soon he was responding in a slow and foggy way. She helped him remove his leggings and pulled off her own, then slid slowly onto him. She didn't care that others might hear their low moans or sighs. Darkness still covered all. When they were through, she lay content with him, his good arm across her, her hair against the stump of his arm. "Do you ever need rest?" Illidian asked. His voice was groggy, but he was alert, and she wondered if sex were the best way to counter any drug used upon a man. Aladel still lay motionless nearby, and she didn't think he feigned sleep from politeness. "I needed you more," she said, attempting to be playful, and then realizing it was true. Her expression hardened, but Illidian seemed not to notice. "I was dreaming that there had been a battle," he went on, "and that many years had passed, but I slept on, and there was nothing left here but the grass and stone, and me beneath the blanket." He played with her hair, and she found that she liked it. Yet his tone grew bitter. "Do you know, even when I dream now, I have but one hand." "There was a battle," she told him. "We fought and captured the summoner." He stopped stroking her hair immediately. Even his breathing halted. She felt the intensity of his gaze even without being able to see his eyes. He tried a short, soft laugh. "That's a strange jest." A note of disapproval. "And I don't really think it's funny." "I'm not joking." She regretted saying anything at all to him. Hadn't she simply planned to feel his arm about her? The summoner attacked the camp. While the druids and Grelin held off the monster, Eliana and I, and Drelm and Melius, found the summoner in the tree. We captured him. He's drawing a map for the druids right now. He claims that there are more like him out there, and that he was going to lure us to them. Illidian breathed at last deeply. "All this happened, and I did not wake?" "The druids laced our food with something, to help our healing." She wondered at the lie, until she realized it was because she'd already upset him enough. She didn't care one way or another if the druid's stupid secret was kept. Those of us who ate only a little or none roused more swiftly. You and Aladel didn't wake at all. Illidian cursed and sat up, then fumbled for his false arm. She reached up for him. "What's the rush?" "The summoner," he hissed. For all that he hurried, Illidian was precise. He even allowed her to help attach the false alarm as he pulled on his outer tunic. Swiftly, stiffly, he finished the rest of his dressing on his own, asking quietly for additional details, which she supplied resignedly. "What are you planning to do?" she asked him. The sun was still down, but she could sense it stirring, for there was an expectation in the air, a stillness as though the dawn held its breath and the night spirits flitted nervously for their deep caves.
"I shall find out when I arrive."
He stood and buckled his sword belt with a snap that rang of finality. Lisette quickly threw on her own gear, urging Illidian to wait, but the elf stalked off, and she was forced to hurry after with only her breeks and weapons belt fastened. "Crazy elf! Illidian, what are you doing?" But he strode on, faster than she. Too late. She realized the mistake was having allowed herself to feel resentful as he dressed, like a slattern fallen in love with her customer. If she dressed at the same time... She had just pulled on her boots when she heard the first scream, and was dashing forward by the time the second, shorter one died abruptly. Chapter 16. Death Blow. Eliana. Eliana's eyes snapped open at the sound of the scream. She felt the lack of sleep acutely, even as she threw herself out of her covers and grabbed her sword. Dressed only in a loose leather jerkin and pants, she ran at full speed with her sheathed sword, arriving at the druid's campfire in time to find a weird tableau. Everyone stood before the fire but Calvonis. Hindrek was shouting at Illidian, who held a blood-stained sword. Lisette actually looked shocked, for her hair was mussed and her eyes wide. Drelm stared down at Kilvor, and Kilvor was bent beside Calvonis, who leaked a copious amount of blood from 2 brutal head wounds. As Eliana stepped closer, she observed that one blow had scored nearly through the middle of the summoner's head. Another appeared to have taken off his ear and some surrounding flesh. Both wounds bled prodigiously, but there was no helping Calvonis. His eyes were relaxed and unfocused, and he reeked of voided bowels and bladder.
"There's nothing I can do for him," Kilvor said.
"What about the druid who's arriving this morning?" Eliana asked. "Can't he resurrect him?"
"Let him rot in hell!" Illidian shouted.
Eliana had no patience for the elf's nonsense. "Get him out of here!" she snapped. Lisette put a hand to Illidian's arm and tried pulling on him, but the elf stormed off on his own. After a moment, Lisette followed. "Kilvor?" Eliana prompted.
"It is not our place," Kilvor said, rising. "My order does not interfere with the natural course."
"Oh, gods! That's all you do!" She felt her lips twist in disgust. "The only thing different is that you impose your order."
"You're wrong. I will not alter what's come before. What's done is done."
Eliana cursed and glared over at Drelm. Why hadn't he done anything?
"Forgive me, Eliana,"
the half-orc pleaded. She could not answer. He hung his head, shame rendering him uncharacteristically loquacious.
"I was watching the summoner while the elf argued with the druids. There was a whole lot of talking, and I thought Calvonis might try something. I was a lot more worried about him taking advantage of the distraction than... I failed. I'm sorry."
She knew that this admission hurt him more than a sword blow, yet she couldn't quite stay her tongue. "Illidian had a sword, Drelm, and you didn't see the attack coming?"
"He was faster than I supposed." "Captain Drelm did all he could," Kilvor said. "He diverted the first blow so it only struck the Resmiri's ear. But Illidian is nimble."
Eliana frowned, sighed. "All right, Drelm. Did Calvonis at least finish the map?"
"He was nearing completion,"
Kilvor told her, and pointed at a piece of paper lying near the hands, still roped together. One of them clutched a broken stylus. Eliana considered bending down to lift the paper, then decided against it. "What's on it?"
"Essentially, there's a wilderness base, a small hidden fort a few hours east in Timon. I don't think we need the map. I can send scouts to find it based on this information."
"Scouts?" Eliana asked.
"I'm a druid, Eliana." Kilvor actually sounded amused. "Many birds and beasts are my allies."
Eliana stared down at the pitiful-looking dead thing below her. It was so much easier to hate when your enemies were alive. He was lying, Kilvor. Drelm was right. Calvonus believed too fervently to betray his people. He agreed too easily.
"Then we just need to be cleverer than him. If he thought to ambush us, then we will thoroughly know the area, and we will bring reinforcements. Some are already on their way from Seven Arches, and should reach us come the dawn, and I've sent word to our contacts at Timon. They will meet us there."
"Us?" Eliana prompted.
"I had assumed you would want to go."
Eliana nodded slowly.
"Yes," Drelm said.
"And Lizette has volunteered," Eliana said, "but I'll have to check with the others. They're all volunteers, and what they were paid to do has been done." A thought suddenly occurred to her, and she considered Kilvor carefully. "Don't you need to check the elves for your plague?"
"If any of you had it, we would know by now," Kilvor replied grimly.
"You do realize you're wanting us to work with people who drugged our food."
I explained why that was necessary. "What?"
Drelm asked. Neither answered him. "You surely have. Your Oak Stewards are big on talking and deciding what the right thing is. I'd like to point out that if Lizette and I had eaten your drugged food, we'd all be dead now."
Kilvor sighed. "You're right about that," he admitted, "and I apologize. It would surely be easier to work with your allies if you didn't mention that."
"I'll speak with them," Eliana said reluctantly. "I damned well wish that I'd gotten better sleep. Come on, Drelm." As they moved off, there was a hint of color on the horizon. Gods, how much sleep had she actually gotten last night? Not nearly enough for her to be on her game and risking her life against untested foes.
"I apologize, Eliana,"
Drelm said. "Don't. Illidian is fast, and I think we all discount him a little because he's only got that one arm. I'd forgotten how crazy he is." The grass was cool under her toes as she walked.
"He was practically begging me to kill him," Drelm said, "but screamed like a little girl when Illidian did it."
Maybe he only meant for you to try to kill him. Maybe he meant some kind of distraction. Maybe he didn't want to give up any more information.
"I'm glad he's dead,"
Drelm said, and Eliana couldn't help but agree. Eliana put the rest of her gear on quickly, then went first to Illidian. When offered the chance to kill allies of the summoner, he agreed with only a nod. Eliana didn't press him for an apology or point out that his actions were likely to cause greater problems. He was bitter and a little mad, and she had always known it, and should never have forgotten it. Grelin and Melius, whom she found holding hands at the breakfast fire, looked at one another before pledging they'd bring down the whole of the band that had set this plan in motion. Eliana went next to Sorel, who was kneeling by one of her hounds. The animal sat patiently while she examined its right front paw. "Sorel," Eliana said gently, then knelt to rub behind the ears of Drutha's dog, Emblid, who promptly sat and banged his tail against the grass. The huntswoman turned, swaying a little. She must have drunk deeply of the drugged wine. "I don't know what's wrong with me this morning," she said with a little laugh. "I can't shake the sleep fog." Eliana remembered the great gusto with which the woman had devoured food the night previous. She rubbed Emblid behind the ears. "I can't believe I slept through the fight, though." "Neither can Illidian nor Aladel," Eliana told her. "It was over swiftly, though. I took your hounds away from the monster. They're the ones who found Calvonus." "That's what Grelin said. Thank you." She released her hound's paw and told the animal to relax. It sniffed the air before trotting off. "There's something else I want to talk to you about," Eliana went on. "I figured you want to go after whoever else is involved, don't you? Lizette said something about it already." "That's right. I've lost so many animals. That's hard going." "I know." Emblid let his tongue loll out, then fell on his side, legs folded in. Eliana smiled to herself and leaned in to scratch his belly. "Are you going to be able to find a home for him?"
"He's not the kind of dog I usually work with," Sorel admitted, "but Embled's superbly trained. We should probably write Drutha's village and see if someone in the family wants him. If not, I'll be glad to have him." Her voice grew soft, almost wistful. "I think I may be about done with this kind of thing myself. I want some land of my own, but not somewhere out in the wilderness. Some place where I can raise my dogs and sell them to folk who need good hunting and tracking hounds." "A larger city," Eliana guessed. "Right. There just aren't enough steady customers out here in the kingdoms, and I'm tired of living wild all the time. It'd be nice to have someone else do some cooking, to have someone else mend the clothes." "So you're looking for a wealthy tailor to settle down with who can cook?" Sorel stared hard at her a moment, then chuckled. "You think the Druids have one of them handy?" "It can't hurt to ask." "You're all right, Eliana. I don't think I'm going." Eliana stood. She'd guessed as much before she even broached the subject. "I want you to know, I gave your advice a lot of thought last night." "I'm glad I could help." "Thank you, Sorel, for everything." By the time she finished talking with Sorel, Aladel was waiting to speak with her. "I suppose you've heard something about all this already?" Eliana asked. Aladel didn't answer this. He said only, "Walk with me," and turned from the camp. A half-dozen riders were cresting the hill toward them, 4 wearing the oak tree tabard of the Seven Arches Guard Force, and Eliana watched for a moment, tense until she saw that Kilvor recognized and welcomed them. They walked south of the camp toward the burned-out tree. "You're being awfully mysterious," Eliana said. "And you're rightfully wary," Aladel replied. "I want you to put aside your assumptions, though, Eliana, and pretend with me." "I'm in little mood for games, Aladel." "But you trust my judgment. I've seen it. Trust me now." His look was peculiarly intent, and she nodded once. "Pretend that you work for the Kyonin Border Patrol, and one of your officers has lost 2 commands while following some kind of beast. Miraculously, he survives each attack. Would you be suspicious?" "There are a lot of incompetent officers." "True enough, but not usually among Kyonin's rangers." Eliana agreed with a nod. "Then Elidian lost a 3rd, Eliana. You saw it happen." "Wait a moment. I thought he'd only lost 1 command prior." "He had divided his 1st command to investigate some strange tracks. His squad went one way and the other got sent straight into a massacre. Then he lost almost all of a larger patrol sent to follow up. Then he came on across the river." Eliana halted, and for the first time in a long while, she studied Aladel closely. On the surface, he didn't look so different from the other elves, although there was a certain ease of manner when you saw him among other races. That was to be expected from an elf that had been out wandering in the world, or from a spy. "Do you know why Kyonin sent only a small force with Elidian on this expedition, Eliana? It's because we suspected his involvement. We feared he was leading the patrols to slaughter." They reached the tree, and the scent of the burned wood was almost pleasant. "If you doubted him," Eliana asked, "why not compel answers from him with a spell? In my experience, if Kyonin's leaders want something, they make it happen." "I suggested that very thing. But Elidian's family has powerful connections. And then there was the loss of his arm, which certainly seemed to leave him in the clear. After all, who would deliberately do that to themselves?" "Right. So why are you telling me this? You can't still suspect him. His blood cousin died too. Are you saying he pretended grief about all of this?" "He killed Calvonis, before Calvonis could be forced to talk." She couldn't believe it. "You really think he's been pretending all this? I was there when he was wounded, when he lost his arm, and when our camp was attacked. Either time he could have died if a healer wasn't on hand, or if I'd been a moment too late." Aladel nodded. And he and Calvonis had to have known you were there and who you were. Everyone along the border knows about Elyana Sadrastis. As long as you were left alive, you could heal him. And among all those injured, you weren't wounded either time. It's as if they wanted to make sure you lived, to heal people." She shook her head. "That doesn't make any sense. My magic is extremely limited. Any spellcaster would know that. Suppose I'd already used mine up for the day. It seems a stupid risk just to get us to trust a Lydian." "I think getting him wounded was more to remove any of the Border Patrol's lingering suspicions." She couldn't believe it. Her gaze drifted back up to the camp. The shadow of one ruined wall stretched down the hill, cast by the upper half of the rising sun. "There are all kinds of holes in your theory, Aladel." "Think about it, Elyana. Calvonis wanted us to get to certain places. He never wanted everyone dead. He could have killed the people he trapped in the pit instead of dropping the dead dwarf on them." "There had to be survivors," Elyana agreed, "to spread fear. We've been over that." Aladel shook his head once more. His manner had begun to irritate her. "There are some spells that require blood." "I know that," Elyana snapped. "And there are some spells that require a certain sort of blood." "I've heard the tales, Aladel. Children, virgins, certain family lines. Get to the point." "Heroes," Aladel finished. And at that, Elyana froze. "Where better to find heroes than in the Kyonin Border Patrol," Aladel said. "Unless perhaps you arrange to summon the best and brightest in all the river kingdoms." "Gods! Blood for what, though?" "I don't know yet. They want nothing good, you can be sure. Remember Hindrek saying it was in some kind of a pattern, but he didn't recognize it?" She did, but she still couldn't accept Aladel's theory. What would compel Illydian to kill his own people? His own cousin? Subject himself to the pain of that amputation? "There are healers gifted enough to restore that arm, Elyana. You know that as well as I. It's temporary, and it's a dramatic show." He refused transfer to Ayadara to see it tended, saying he deserved the wound. That sounds like something he'd say. Elyana turned from the elf and looked once more toward the camp, where one of the newcomers was leading his horse toward the rest of the herd. Another, a slim feminine figure, seemed to be looking down at them. Aladel seemed almost to read her mind. Calvonis was an inspired actor as well. Razmiri are known for that kind of thing. She shook her head. "You're saying that they deliberately led us to all these places so that blood would be shed?" "Yes." "What about our fight at the Fae Court?" "What of it?" "Think back. Did Calvonis and Illydian want bloodshed there as well?" "They must have." "But there we were winning, and I dare say that we would have won but for one thing." Aladel mulled that over only for a moment, and when he supplied his answer, his eyebrows were lowered in worry. "The Oak Stewards." "They're the ones who stopped the fight, not Illydian. He's innocent, I'm sure of it." "But the Oak Stewards revere the natural order. They'd no sooner betray it for Razmir than a captain of the Kyonin Border Patrol," Elyana cut in. A coldness crept through her. She pulled the map from her satchel and unfolded it quickly. "What's that?" "The map Calvonis kept of all his attacks." She turned it the proper side up, then cursed at her foolishness. "Damn! Why didn't I see this?" She tapped at a marking on the paper. "Is that our location?" "It is. If Calvonis is just a lone loon tracking his kills, he could have sat in the tree and made notes on his paper while he sent his beast to the camp to assault us. But that seems too crazy even for him. Which means this mark was here already." She looked up. "The Druids are in on it." "What?" Aladel looked shocked. "You just implied that this is some kind of huge ritual. Well, that means everything has to happen in a certain way, at a certain place, right? So these points, all save the battle with the Fae, which you'll note isn't written in, had to be predetermined." The color drained from Aladel's face. "Shh! Surely the Druids aren't involved. What about the attack last night?
All it would take is one traitor. The one who receives word that we're interfering with the Fae and stops us from finishing off the monster. The one who suggests this place to transport us and survives the monster's next attack. The one who just waved in a half-dozen reinforcements. Aladel made the name a curse.
Kilvor.
Chapter 17. Changing Times. Drelm. Drelm didn't know why Elyana and Aladel walked so far from the camp, but it was not his place to question Elyana's actions, especially after he'd let her down so profoundly. Grelin had something in the stew pot by then, and it smelled very good, but he didn't really feel like he deserved to eat anything, so he wandered over to where Sorel sat with her dogs. Drelm liked dogs. A well-trained dog was even better than a horse, and someday Drelm hoped to own a pack of them himself. If he wasn't putting all of his money into house fixtures and furniture, he'd surely be saving for one of Sorel's hounds. He watched as the huntswoman fed them, then, at her suggestion, helped feed the hawk, letting the fragile but deadly creature sit on his wrist while he offered it little bits of meat. He was reaching into the satchel for more to present to that sharp little beak when the fog rolled in.
"That's strange," Sorel said, rising.
Almost at the same moment, he heard Elyana calling for him. He heard the howl of wolves. Sorel's hounds were instantly on their feet, ears high, fur bristling. Drutha's dog Emblid searched this way and that, as if looking for his dead mistress.
"Up," Sorel told the hawk,
and the animal beat its wings and lifted from Drelm's upraised arm.
"Grab weapons," Drelm shouted. "Gather at the fire. Elyana."
Even standing, he could no longer see through the fog. There was no sign of Elyana, and he prayed that Abadar would see her to safety, even though he knew his friend trusted her sword arm more than any god. Around him rose the panicked shouting of his companions. The fog was so thick that he could see little beyond a few spear lengths. There was no time even to seek the fire, and he told Sorel to ready, for he heard the growl of wolves approaching. He unlimbered his axe. He had not yet removed his armor, and Sorel, busy with her hounds, had not donned hers. The woman was bent to grab her leather cuirass when the wolves, great gray beasts half again the size of Sorel's animals, loped into view. Sorel's loyal animals rushed forward with Emblid, barking their fury. Drelm went with them. As a wolf bore down on Emblid, Drelm brought the axe through half its snarling face and yanked the weapon free as the beast sank on nerveless limbs. From behind him, Meleus screamed like some battle goddess, shouting again and again to the glory of Razmir. One of the wolves grabbed a hound at the neck and bit down, even as another of the brave animals attacked the wolf's flank. Drelm's axe whistled down and clove the wolf almost in two. Sorel was finally in armor then, and came up to his side. The other wolves sped on, and Sorel urged her hounds after, leaving only Emblid and Sorel's lead dog, its ruff matted with blood. It growled, clambered to its feet, and came with them. There was the sound now of shouted incantations and the clang of swords and oddly laughter.
"Witchery," Drelm spat. "Calvonis said there were witches and druids." "Then let's hunt them," Sorel suggested.
He liked the woman's determination, and they jogged off together, following the dogs through the fog. There was an explosion immediately on their right, and a moment after, the smell of gun smoke and a whimper. A figure resolved itself into Lizette, with another wolf at her feet. She carried a smoking rifle.
"We're hunting wizards," Drelm told her, and the woman grinned and fell in step.
Someone rode past on their right, but the fog was so dense, Drelm saw only the suggestion of a dark shape and nothing more. Lizette, lagging slightly behind, did not fire, probably because the target was uncertain even for her. He sensed the end of the fog a moment before he reached it, and wondered if its edge would be watched. Drelm glanced back to find Lizette trotting right on his heels, rifle leveled.
"Spell ends in about a foot," he told her. "You ready?"
She nodded once. "Scouters spotted something," Sorrel said, then flinched and cursed, her voice choked off with a sob. "Someone's throwing spells! He's hurt bad!" "Now!" Drelm said and leapt forward. No better time to attack a caster than right after they worked magic. Lisette charged out of the mist, dropped to one knee, and blasted off a shot at a trio of gray-backed wolves starting up from a downed dog. The brown-clad man in the row beside the wolves was probably the graver threat, but the wolves would reach them sooner, so Drelm charged. His axe caught one in mid-leap. The blow bit deep, but the wolf's speed and weight tore the battle-axe from his hand. The animal hit the ground with a thud, kicking its legs feebly. The third wolf was a few steps behind the first two. Lisette was tugging at one of her pistols, but could not possibly clear it in time, so Drelm threw himself at the beast and both fell. It buried fangs in his shoulder and sharp claws dug furrows in his tabard and screeched against his scale mail. Drelm roared at the wolf and the pain, pressing with the full weight of his body. One gauntleted hand pushed back the beast's great maw, while the other tightened around its neck. Sorrel stepped up, and with a savage shout drove her sword through the wolf's neck. The creature reflexively let go, and Drelm rolled away. The druid continued his charge. "Is that one of the Oak Stewards?" Sorrel asked. "Not for much longer." Lisette stepped to her side and aimed her pistol. Drelm heard the shot as he leapt over to the wolf and grabbed his battle-axe. But if Lisette hit, the bullet left the man unfazed. His cloak seemed to flow like water about him. Drelm saw it had become a part of his skin, like a furry layer. His face, too, changed, enlarging and widening, and he dropped suddenly onto four legs, transformed fully into a great brown bear. Lisette cursed. "I'll reload. Keep him busy." Drelm rushed to meet the beast. Just before impact, he veered right, reaching one-handed with his weapon. The blade bit into one flank, but the bear man swatted him sideways, shredding tabard, armor, and the skin beneath. Drelm hit the ground on his shoulder and rolled back to his feet. The bear slowed, turned, and came forward on two legs, growling. The half-orc had a brief respite to grab the bloody axe. Then the battle began in earnest. The bear towered over him, and could swipe with either of its great paws with stunning force. Then, too, there was the huge maw, open and ready to snap. Drelm, though, had his axe, wielded with such cunning it was like an extension of his own body. He and the bear feinted and swiped and dodged each other's blows, partners in a lethal dance. Drelm heard the rush of hooves, and from the corner of his eye saw Sorrel cut down by one of the Oak Steward Rangers. Her remaining hound and Emblid cast themselves savagely at the forelegs of her assailant's mount, and then the moment was lost to him as he and the bear pivoted. Some part of Drelm knew then that the Oak Steward reinforcements were all in league with the summoner, but he had no time to dwell upon the information. He ducked a slice with a massive paw that would have laid open his head, then drove his axe deep into the creature's chest. There was a satisfying crunch and a welter of blood. The resulting backhand sent him staggering, and he lost hold of his weapon. Partly stunned, he still managed to grab one of his throwing axes. He gained a quick impression now of the rest of the battle. There was Lisette, loading her smoking rifle. Sorrel was down, but so was her attacker's horse, and one of their attackers lay across the dying beast with his skull blown open. Sorrel's hound stood guard over her motionless body. Emblid, though, was dancing around the feet of the bear, barking furiously. The other hounds lay mixed in among the dead wolves. Drelm shook his head to clear the spots of blackness that danced in his vision, then launched his axe. Almost at the same moment, Lisette fired her rifle. Brains and gore sprayed forth from the bear's head, and it swayed for a moment before toppling heavily to the side. Drelm grunted in satisfaction and ripped his second throwing axe from his belt. "That was my brother," said a woman's voice beside him. He whirled, but there was no one to see, only a smell of sage and a faint perfume. He swung out with his axe and heard only a cackle. "I have something for you, half-orc," the voice said. Drelm snarled his defiance, but a strange sickness seized him at the same time a slim woman in a tattered skirt appeared nearby. His throwing axe slipped from fingers suddenly no more nimble than sausages. He heard another cackle, and the rage that always lay within him broke free from his control. Gone was his governing intellect. Gone was any semblance of sanity. He felt his body changing, his teeth elongated into fangs, and his tusks transformed into savage, dagger-length protrusions. His fingernails warped into hardened talons. He had not even the reason left to charge toward the magic worker who had cast the spell. He was angry, and something was calling his name and waving a smoking stick. Drelm roared and ran at her. Chapter 18. Lucky Shot. Lisette. Lisette didn't believe in luck. Success was a matter of being well-trained, well-prepared, and flexible, so that when something fell right into your hands, you took advantage of it. The moment the fog dropped, she thought about offing Drelm. No one would have seen. But she'd been reluctant to do that for the same reason that the mayor hadn't wanted her to kill the captain before the monster died. He was simply too good in a fight, and there was no telling what exactly they were up against. She'd been tempted to blast him 2 or 3 times as they moved up through the fog, but then she'd seen the druid, the oak steward, and knew things had suddenly gotten a lot weirder. There was no telling who was on her side then, except for Drelm and Sorel, and then Sorel dropped. All she could tell for sure about what was going on within the fog was that Melius was still blasting things, because the girl kept shouting about Razmir. Then a woman appeared out of nowhere and worked magic on Drelm, and now the captain was eyeing her like dinner. It was the chance she'd been waiting for. Lisette didn't want to take it. "Drelm!" she shouted. "Damn your eyes, snap out of it!" He screamed and leapt at her. She had a pistol in either hand, and there was no hope for it. She fired the right a split second before the left, so that the kick of the weapons wouldn't throw off her aim. It was near point-blank range, and the half-orc fell back with a spray of blood as 2 holes punched through his armor. Her sight of the wound was obscured by the billow of powder smoke. She tossed down the pistols and wrenched her sword free. Drutha's brave dog came hurrying over, barking at the witch. But Lisette knew, even as she lifted the blade, that she'd taken too long. She saw the sly smile on the woman's bony face and the sparkle of rings on long fingers as dry lips spoke twisted words. There was still a gap of 6 paces left between them when the cold fingers of sleep dragged her down. And as Lisette staggered, she threw her sword. She was asleep before she knew whether she'd struck. Chapter 19. Truth of the Matter. Eliana. The fog dropped moments after she and Aladel began their run. Eliana shouted for the rest of her band to take up arms, and Aladel cried a warning about the oak stewards. Yet even as they spoke, there came the sounds of spells being cast, and the howl of wolves. The ground shook under hoofbeats as she and Aladel crossed into the fog. So thick Eliana couldn't see more than a few paces. Sound, too, was strangely distorted by the unnatural mists. Eliana pulled off her bow, strung before she'd begun her sprint, and knocked an arrow in the direction she thought the rider approached from. "Friend or foe?" she shouted. There was no answer, other than the sound of oncoming hooves. She let fly once, then again. "How can you see?" Aladel asked. He stood beside her, arrow nocked. "I don't need to see." As she launched the 3rd arrow, a horse reared out of the darkness, and a figure on its back paused with raised sword, then slumped from the saddle. She raced to grab the animal's halter, willing it to calm, as Aladel pulled the corpse's foot from the stirrup. "One of the new arrivals," Aladel told her. She made soothing sounds to the horse, a chestnut stallion with a white blaze. She spared a brief glance for its former rider as she vaulted into the saddle. A warrior dressed in the colors of the 7 Arches. 2 arrows stood out from his chest, one high, one low, and the blood had ruined his pretty tabard. The pop of Lizette's guns and Drelm's distinctive battle roar rose on the wind. As Eliana leaned down to offer Aladel a hand, she heard Melius cry, "Glory of Razmir!" and a resulting scream of pain. She wondered if Kilvor had expected this level of resistance. Eliana urged the horse forward and searched the gloom. "Why didn't they just kill us all last night while we slept?" "Maybe they couldn't until the rest of their people arrived," Aladel pointed out. "Or maybe last night was to eliminate opposition, and this morning was for the ritual." "Pray then that they need more than blood," Eliana said darkly, "because plenty of it will spill." She urged the animal forward, straining for sight of something, anything, in the rolling walls that surrounded them. Kilvor hailed from the fog before them. "Who's out there?" "Flank left," Eliana whispered to Aladel. Then the two dropped silently from the horse. She slapped the horse's hindquarters, and it stamped forward with a snort. From up ahead came a cry of surprise and a flash of lightning. The horse cried out in alarm. She arrived a moment before Aladel to discover Kilvor turned away from her, standing beside the body of Hindrek. Judging by the parallel furrows in the ground that led to the younger druid's boots, the elder had been dragging him. Kilvor was completely unaware of her approach, and stared off toward the sound of the horse galloping away through the grasses. His head snapped to the left as Aladel emerged from the fog, and the druid lifted a hand just as Eliana closed from behind and slammed her sword hilt against the side of his head. Kilvor groaned, wobbled, turned toward her and reached out with grasping fingers. She saw his lips working. It would have been very nice to hold the sword to his throat and demand explanation or troop movements or any number of useful things, but she was tired of wizards and druids and tricks, and so she drove the blade deep into his chest. The only thing that rose from Kilvor's lips then was blood. His hands clawed at her blade as she drove it deeper. He sagged. She pulled the blade out and let go of him. He dropped to the ground with a dull thud, twitching, eyes already glazed. Aladel looked at her in surprise. "Make sure he's dead," she said, then bent to Hindrek. The younger druid wasn't dead, only unconscious. "It would have been nice to question him," Aladel pointed out. "Maybe." From out in the fog there were still calls of "Glory of Razmir" and an occasional wolf cry. "We'd best—" She fell silent as she heard the steady thud, as of something heavy moving out there in the gloom. The sound was unfamiliar, but the shift of the ground was identical to the vibration made by Calvonis's creature. Aladel must have recognized it too, for he looked up in surprise, one hand holding a large black amulet he'd wrested from Kilvor's cloak. Eliana motioned him forward, rammed her bloody sword into its sheath, then grabbed Hindrek's arms. Aladel quirked an eyebrow at her, but swiftly bent to grab the druid's legs. Then the two lifted him and backed away from Kilvor, even as a monstrous form reared up, obscured by fog. She saw a huge lizard-like head and heard the voice of a woman. "This is the place," the woman's voice said. "Kilvor!" "Disperse the fog," snapped a familiar voice, and Eliana tensed at the sound. Calvonis? She bit back a curse. Of course, she had seen Calvonis die, but magic could bring men back from beyond. She set Hindrek down and shrugged the strung bow from her shoulder. She had but 5 arrows left, and if she had her way, she'd drive each of them through the summoner's head. "They're still fighting out there," the woman's voice said. "I'm not dropping the fog until we have a living body for each of Drollgug's mouths. We've got the woman, he's got Hindrek. You go—" "Shut up," Calvonis snapped. "Don't you see? They've killed Kilvor." "Well, use his own amulet on him then," the woman's voice said crossly. "We need him." While Eliana quietly put an arrow to her string, Aladel slid silently into the fog. "Idiot!" Calvonis snapped. "Someone's close. Villandril smells it." There was no mistaking the swish of boots through the tall grasses. The other speaker stepped close enough for Eliana to perceive her shape in the fog. She was tall, very slim. As she bent to look at Kilvor, her back was exposed. It was too fine a shot to miss, and Eliana took it. The stone-tipped arrow drove into the back of her skull. The woman threw back her arms, spine arching impossibly far, then collapsed. "Eliana!" Calvonis spat. The monster rushed out of the fog, and a tentacle reached for her. It was scarred, nicked, and oozing black blood, but even as she rolled clear, she was astonished that something so awful could be touched with such beauty. The clean portions of the limb were formed all of different swirled shades of blue, inlaid with lines of sparkling gold, like some elaborate mosaic on a mansion floor. The head loomed then, first just a blot of darkness, then a knobbed and scaled visage, vaguely draconic, its scintillating azure scales hacked and scored with injuries. One eye had been shot away, and was nothing now but a gaping wound. It was as fine a place as any for an arrow, but she could not pause to fire, for the beast's mouth was opening. Eliana dashed beneath the tentacle and dodged past a stump of a ruined column. She heard the deep cough and the sizzle of the grassland behind her as the beast launched a gout of acid. The ground shook as the monster turned to follow. Melius shouted from somewhere. Gone was the hesitant, mousy young woman. Her voice was now confident, certain. "Glory of Razmir!" The monster roared. "Melius!" Calvonis called. Eliana guessed he must either be at the side or the top of his monster. "How you ever survived this long?" "Glory of Razmir!" Melius called, then shouted in pain that was quickly strangled. Eliana knew instantly the monster had grabbed her with its tentacle. She had meant to wait and time her moment, but she'd be damned if she'd let another of the expedition die, not while she still breathed. She launched herself from behind the pillar. The monster had turned to seek Melius, and she now confronted its shell-like back and a long blue tail, curled up toward its monstrous back legs. Calvonis sat astride the thing at the height of the shell, though he was draped now in a spare robe. His hair was still matted with blood from the injuries that had killed him. At the same moment Eliana launched the arrows at the back of his head, Aladel lunged out of the fog and drove his blade deep into the beast's right front leg. It howled in pain. The arrows rebounded from Calvonis without ever reaching him. His cursed shield was up again. How many spells could he possibly have left? The monster pivoted to face Aladel, still bearing Melius in its remaining tentacle. The girl struggled weakly, though both arms were pinned to her sides. Aladel retreated, and there was no scream when the beast spit acid after him, so she assumed he dodged clear. Maybe she couldn't hit the summoner, but she could damned well hit the tentacle. Wind swift, Eliana cast 2 more shafts, plunging one after the other into the scarred area she'd noted earlier, halfway along the length of the limb. The beast hissed in pain and dropped Melius, who landed with a groan. "You're only delaying the inevitable," Calvonis cried. "Hide in the fog if you like. I will kill you." The monster turned to face her, sweeping the tentacle like a battering ram. She grabbed her final arrow, knocked, let fly, then threw herself in the air, arching her back to pass above the swatting limb, clearing it so close that her trailing hair brushed against one of its golden veins. At the same moment she struck the earth, the arrow sank deep into the creature's eye socket. She looked up, watching her bow bounce once as it hit the ground. And then, with a miserable, muted cry of anguish, the monster vanished. Eliana did not think it intentional, else Calvonis would not have plummeted suddenly to the ground with a bone-jarring thump. Eliana was sore. Fatigue aided her very being. Yet she fought down the first instinct to reach for her sword and scrambled over to Melius, still groaning upon the grass. The girl's eyes met Eliana's dully as the elf plucked the wand from the hand that grasped it tightly. Calvonis was already climbing to his knees, and Aladel was hammering at the summoner's unseen shield with his sword. The summoner's eyes widened as Eliana advanced and aimed the wand at him. "Glory of Razmir!" she cried, and the spherical shape of the magic shield was suddenly delineated by a splotch of green energy. Eliana repeated the call once, twice, as a wide-eyed Calvonus fumbled, searching the pockets of his robe. And then the shield was down. The acid still sizzled in the grass surrounding Calvonus, who first tried backing from Eliana, then found himself arrested by the point of Aladel's sword. He raised his open palms slowly, and Eliana studied his face and the fine brown hair, clotted with his own blood and brains. Presumably the organ had regenerated all the ruined parts that still flecked his skin. She raised the wand. "There is much I can tell you," Calvonus said. "I can be very, very valuable." "Oh, I think I figured it out. You were going to call something up and use it for the glory of your mad god. I really don't care what it was, or what you were after." "It's a lot more complicated than that," Calvonus said with a knowing smile. "I'm sure it is. Everything you say is a lie, Calvonus, so give me one truth I can test." He actually looked relieved. "Name it." "That amulet of resurrection we found on Kilvor. How do I use it?" He laughed. "The same way you activate that wand." Then he tried to make a jest. "You're going to test it on Kilvor?" "Oh, I'm guessing you've killed someone I cared about out there, or I'd have more allies joining me by now." She aimed the wand. "I thought you said you were going to give me a test." "Glory of Razmir," Eliana answered. He only screamed once, because she had aimed very carefully. Aladel practically leapt from the smoking body, then shouted at her. "I thought you were playing with him." "No." Eliana looked down at the corpse. That really was the only thing I wanted out of him, and probably the only true words he would have spoken, because he thought I'd tested immediately. She turned away from the staring elf and the mutilated body and walked to the wounded girl. "Let's see to her, then look for the rest of our friends." Chapter 20. The Calm Before. Drelm. The fog was gone when Drelm opened his eyes and the sun was up. The warmth kissed his skin, and he sucked in the fresh air, cool with the breath of winter. The last thing he truly remembered was the sorcerer, witch or druid. Drelm didn't know what she'd been and didn't care, throwing a spell upon him. After that, all had been a blur of rage and pain. And now he was here, peacefully lying in the grass. Was he a prisoner? What had happened to Eliana and the others? He sat up and instinctively reached out to his right. His axe was there, and so he knew, even as his eyes took in the scene, that Eliana was alive and well, and that she had tended him, for only she would have known to put the weapon in comforting reach. The sun shined down from a pale blue sky, and wind brushed the tips of the long green grass. In the wreck of the camp, Eliana and Aladel stood talking with 3 brown-robed strangers. More oak stewards? A few yards to the right were armored men he didn't know, assaulting the ground with heavy shovels, and near them were what he briefly took for a pile of rags, then understood as bodies. "Timon," said Lizette beside him, and he turned to consider the markswoman. She sat on a log just on his left, a pistol resting in the palm of her hands. In the bright light, the bore of the weapon took on a beautiful cherry glow. "Warriors from Timon and some real oak stewards turned up a while back," she said. "Hindrek sent for them. He wasn't in on it." "In on what?" Drelm asked. "Remember how I said that this whole thing was a protection racket?" "Yes." The summoner had meant to draw people to his god by causing fear and chaos, and then keep the beast and other attacks away from the newly converted followers. "Turns out there was more to it." Lizette sounded tired. "The summoner was setting up a huge summoning ritual. It looks like they were going to call something in from the outer planes, which is why he was making sure blood was spilled in specific places, sometimes at specific times. At least that's what these new druids think. Drelm wasn't entirely sure he wanted to know, but he couldn't help wondering.
What was he going to call up?
Nobody knows. Eliana killed Kilvor and Calvonis both.
Kilvor was... Wait, did you say Calvonis?
Lizette smiled thinly. The druid was in on it. Seems even some of them can be bought for the right price. In this case, probably that Razmiri amulet he used to bring Calvonis back. She seemed to recognize Drelm's growing confusion because she hurriedly changed the subject. Anyway, he resurrected Calvonis when the rest of the summoner's allies turned up disguised as reinforcements. Their original plan was to drug us last night, so we'd be nice and quiet for a big dawn ceremony. But Eliana and Grelin and I didn't go under, and Kilvor didn't want to play his hand too soon, so we waited.
But Calvonis is dead?
Drelm asked. He wanted to be sure of that.
Twice.
Lizette flashed a death's head grin. Her eyes turned briefly toward where Hindrek sat hunched with Melius and Illidian and Sorel, drinking beside a fire. Drelm knew a sudden pang of hunger, as if the sight of the food had awakened his stomach. Hindrek thinks some of the spells Kilvor was throwing against the monster last night were probably thrown against Shallan, the redhead.
Drelm grunted. So Kilvor was a traitor?
Kilvor, Lizette said, turning the pistol over in her hand, was helping to drag 4 of us to the middle of the field, where we were going to be used in a ceremony. That little piece that turned you into a monster was carding me. Whatever they were going to conjure up had to have blood from a living host.
Wizards, summoners, and sorcerers.
Drelm didn't much care for any of them.
Casualties?
Grelin didn't make it, Lizette answered slowly. It was the damnedest thing. Sorel and Illidian and Grelin were all of them deader than dirt. You were close to death too, incidentally. Drelm blinked. I shot you, she went on, when you attacked me. You remember that? Drelm shook his head. I've been sitting here watching your body finish healing itself for the last hour. Eliana said it was the ring she gave you.
Curious.
But since he was clearly fine, he was more concerned with other matters.
You said the others were all dead, and they're alive right over there.
Right. Like I said, Kilvor's amulet brings people back from the dead, remember? He used it to pull back Calvonis. Well, Eliana used it on the first 2 of us she found, but when she got to Grelin, the thing was out of power. Makes you think, doesn't it? I mean, if she'd gone left instead of right, she probably would have found Grelin before Illidian.
Grelin was a good fighter,
Drelm said,
and brave.
But not lucky. You need luck, too.
Even luck runs out.
So it does. She shook her head and looked at the gun again. So, she said slowly, it's all over. You get to go home now and have a happy ending. Something in the way she said that sounded strange to Drelm, but he didn't understand why. She was probably weary or sad, because she had liked Grelin. In any case, it wasn't his place to pry, though he did think of a polite inquiry.
What are you going to do?
She stared at him as if in shock, then fell suddenly to cold, cutting laughter. She set down the gun, pulled her battered hat from her head, and rested with her hands on her knees, still laughing. At some point, the hat's feather had been lost.
What?
She finished with a few final chuckles, then pushed hair from her eyes.
Nothing.
It's just that you asked a fine, fine question. I don't know the answer yet. She paused, then added, I have some choices to make. That was like a woman, to keep talking even when she didn't really want to say anything. All the women he knew but Eliana were like that.
Eliana is leaving, he said.
The way Lizette looked up and stared, he knew that she'd misunderstood him.
After my wedding, Drelm went on. She thinks that she doesn't belong in Delgar.
Lizette sounded curious. Where's she going?
She didn't say.
Lizette was quiet for a time, apart from the sounds of her adjusting her hat. In the end, she snorted and tossed it into the grass. "Damned thing's ruined!" She looked him in the eye. "Eliana doesn't belong in Delgar. She's bigger than that place." "She's welcome there. Avelis is a good man and honors her." Lizette let out a strange noise, almost as though something were caught in her throat. But when he turned to look at her, she coughed briefly and waved off his concern. "You could stay too," Drelm offered. "Delgar will grow. There will be bandits and raiders, and I will need steady hands to keep it safe." "You want me to serve in Delgar?" "If you like. You need not be a guard. Eliana serves the town but holds no rank. You could be like that. You remind me of her," he added, "in some ways." "What ways are those?" She sounded unguarded. Often there was a wary, world-weary note to her voice, as if she were always holding something back. Drelm shrugged. He thought it obvious. "You are both swift but deadly, stealthy, good in a fight, reliable. It is hard to find trustworthy people. I am sure Lord Avelis would welcome you." "I'm not so sure of that." She sounded wryly amused. She stood, then bent over to grab her hat and pistol. She pushed the former onto her head with a look of distaste and thrust the latter through her belt, where its twin already hung. "Let's see if there's any wine left." "I'm hungry," Drelm said. "Let's see about getting some food in you, then." He liked that plan, and was soon sitting with all the surviving comrades of the road, but Aladel and Eliana. All were silent, tired. Melius's eyes were red-rimmed. Yet travelers found strength in each other's company, even if they did not speak. After a little time, Eliana and Aladel, his black cloak cast off, strode up to their campfire. Drell moved aside and indicated a space beside him, but Eliana did not yet sit. "The Oak Stewards are going to be able to send us back to Delgar soon," she announced. "But I think I want to wait for nightfall so we can have a chance to rest. And there's another matter." Drelm saw that her eyes were bloodshot, and her shirt and breeks were streaked with dirt and blood. "The outpost," he offered. Eliana seemed to see him for the first time, and gave him a sad smile. "Glad to see you up and around." "No, Drelm. Our allies from Timon already checked out that outpost, and it was abandoned. Maybe that's where Calvonis's allies were before they attacked us this morning. It's hard to know. There've been so many lies." She shook her head. "No, I'm talking about the Razmiri temple in Delgar." Drelm growled in sudden realization. "We can't be sure that any other Razmiri were in league," Eliana said quickly. "So I don't mean to wander in and start slaughtering, but I think it best we escort any of their priests to the village edge before word of our return leaks out. I don't expect any of you to help," she added, "because that's out of—" "Of course we'll help," Elidian said sharply. "I'd like to come," Hindrek said, and Drelm studied the chubby druid as he spoke on. "As penance, or my brother's betrayal. He should not have interfered in political matters." "Political matters," Sorel repeated with a snort. The druid didn't acknowledge her comments. "You might need me against a priest. But don't you need your mayor's approval before you start throwing people out of your settlement?" "I am the guard captain," Drelm said with pride, "and act with the mayor's full blessing." "In more ways than one, I hear," Sorel said, then laughed at her own rude humor, adding, "Or at least you will pretty soon." Drelm frowned at that, but many of the others smiled, so he judged that the comment had been offered in good humor. Everyone else spoke up then, saying that they too wanted to be there for this final act. Eliana stressed again that they shouldn't wander in with swords bared, although she thanked them for their support. "Still, someone should inform the mayor." Lizette set down the wine sack and wiped her lips with the back of her hand. "When we arrive, why don't I run to tell him? And I can summon Demid and the rest of the guard in case you need backup." Drelm thought that good sense, and was further evidence of why someone of Lizette's intelligence would be welcome in Delgar on a permanent basis. "Well said," Eliana agreed, and then, after a few more details were sorted out, walked back to converse again with the trio of druids. Aladel followed.
"She's got a shadow now," Illidian said, eyeing his comrade.
Aladel seemed an all-right sort for an elf.
"I wonder if she's planning to do a little unwinding this evening with her new friend," Sorel said to Drelm with a smile. Drelm liked the huntswoman, but she tended toward a sort of coarseness that the half-orc didn't approve of. He stared hard at her. "Oh, what are you looking at?" Sorel asked him. "Everyone needs a good ride now and then to clean out the pipes. Death comes for all of us sooner or later, and then you'll regret those chances you didn't take." Drelm finished chewing the deer jerky, swallowed, then lifted the filthy remnant of his tabard between thumb and forefinger. "You might as well throw that out," Illidian told him. "It's the only tabard I have with me," Drelm said, "and if I'm to present myself as a guardsman of Delgar tonight, I must wear it." He wondered if there was a stream nearby where he might rub out the worst of the stains. Illidian's eyebrows rose delicately. "Your ethics are commendable, Captain." "Wouldn't you do the same," Drelm asked, "if you reported for duty in Kyonin?" Illidian smiled sadly. "Perhaps I would. I'm not sure now." The captain had changed into a clean blue shirt, and his false appendage protruded from its half-length sleeve. "What's changed?" Drelm asked him. "I've lost 3 commands, Captain, and my arm. I can still use my bow after a fashion, and my skill will improve with practice, but I think my days as a border guard are finished. I'll have to find something else, and I don't know what it will be." "You don't have to return," Lisette said. Illidian shook his head. "I must report all that has transpired." "Aladel could do that," Lisette said casually, as if it were perfectly appropriate for an officer to walk away from his post without notice. "And where would I go?" "You might go with Eliana," Drelm suggested. "To Delgar?" Illidian asked. "She's not staying anymore," Drelm told him. "Really? Why not?" Drelm wasn't sure, but as he turned the problem over in his mind, he thought back to Baron Stalon and Raynar, and how she had grown sad to see them aging. He frowned. "Because she is tired of outliving her friends," he managed finally. "You should feel blessed for every friend you have," Melius said. Apart from an occasional please or thank you, these were the first words the girl had spoken since Drelm had joined the meal, and he was surprised to hear from her. The young sorcerer sat with her knees hugged to her chest. "Wisely said," Hindrek told her. "Where are you going to go, girl?" Sorel asked, not unkindly. It was a long time before she replied. "I don't know. The monster killed my family and smashed our home. My brother is dead. All I have are the belongings I packed with me." "You can buy new things when the mayor pays you," Drelm reminded her. "That's not what's really bothering her, Drelm," Sorel said. "Melius, you can come with me if you want. It's rough living, but there's space for you till you figure out what you want to do." Drelm understood then and nodded in sympathy. "I'm sure the Lord Mayor would provide the same," he said. "I'll speak to him." "The Oak Stewards are grateful for your help as well," Hindrek ventured cautiously. "I'm certain you would be welcome in Seven Arches." "You are all very kind." A sad smile ghosted across the girl's lips. "I know things have been bad." Sorel's gaze was intent. "You lost a long line of people, and someone you were getting fond of in another way. But you won through, Melius. You've got courage. Someday this pain will be a dull ache." "Do you think?" Illidian asked. "I'm forever stuck with my reminder. And even if I seek out a healer with the magic to regrow my limb, how do I ever forget the loss of those who served with me?" "They have spells for that," Lisette offered. Illidian laughed bitterly. "So I should push the memories of my friends from my thoughts?" "I was mostly joking." Lisette sounded annoyed. "But if you can't remember them, they can't hurt you." "If I don't remember them," Illidian said, "who will?" "To forget your friends dishonors them," Drelm said simply. Illidian watched the half-orc in silence for a moment.
I grow to like you more and more, Captain. What are you going to do now, Lizette? Sorrel asked. You have plans for the money? I did. I'll probably put it toward the purchase of a new musket, although I don't know if I can buy one outright. I may have to hire a craftsman to try and make one off of this plan. It won't be cheap. How will you find a new assistant? Illidian asked. If you know any capable volunteers, tell me. Lizette studied Illidian, as if she waited for something, but he didn't speak. A fine idea had come to Drelm. Illidian, he said, you could come to Delgar, like Lizette. I'm not staying in Delgar. There was a vicious edge to Lizette's response. You really think you're going to get your happy ending? She sounded as if she thought he was stupid, which puzzled Drelm. What's gotten into you? Sorrel demanded. Lizette laughed bitterly. Do you think any of us will get a happy ending? Look at us! Like as not, you'll die alone with your animals. Sorrel's thick brows drew together. Eliana and I are veterans of so many fights we can't even form proper attachments. And the girl over there, she's scarred for life now, with home, family, brother, lover, all dead. What's the best that can happen to her? And Illidian. Talk about scars. And me? Drelm asked quietly. You didn't say what was wrong with me. Lizette laughed shortly. Her hair hung wildly about her face, and there was a mad gleam in her eyes. You've the best chance of all of us. She climbed to her feet, steadied her hand on her gun belt, and stepped away. It's the damnedest thing, she muttered as she walked off toward their bedrolls. Don't let her bother you, Sorrel told Drelm. I won't, he assured her. What do you suppose that's all about? Hindrek scratched his beard. Some of us have scars that are more obvious than others, Illidian answered. Drelm wasn't entirely sure what he meant, but he did know that some kept their problems quiet, which he respected. Something was troubling the bounty hunter. He supposed that she'd talk about it if she wanted advice. Otherwise, it was really none of his business. Chapter 21. Errands in the Night. Lizette. She should have stuck to the strategy she and Kerrigan had adopted upon her departure from the Black Coil. She would only hunt the men and women identified as criminals by established governments. If Kerrigan had lived, all sorts of things would be different, of course. If he'd been with her, he would surely have discouraged her from the deal with Avelis, no matter how good the money was. Misfortune had dogged her since that meeting. It wasn't just that the trip had been unpleasant. She dealt with much unpleasantness over the years to get close to targets. It was the loss of Carrig. Surely she could train someone else to load her weapons, but would any new assistant be so excellent at disposing of other problems as Carrig had been? Would anyone respect her privacy so well, and so easily stand to fight when the enemy swarmed in? As she closed her eyes that morning, trying to find the rest her body craved, she wished more and more that she had understood sooner that Carrig had been more than an assistant. Maybe not quite a full partner, but someone that she might at least have consulted. For Carrig had been right about the mission. If she'd taken the simple step of speaking with him about the mayor's offer, he would have talked sense, and they would even now be on their way to Andoran and some better opportunity. But she'd kept him at arm's length, maybe because after Kerrigan, she didn't want anyone really close. Now Carrig was worm food, so he couldn't tell her he'd been right to be suspicious. It's not as though she could complain to Avelis that Drelm had been wearing a magic ring she hadn't known about. A clever assassin wouldn't have let that stop her. More bothersome, when she'd finally tried to kill him, she hadn't wanted to pull the trigger. Assassins didn't like their targets. She'd gotten her emotions involved, just as the master had always complained. Lizette didn't go out of her way to pray to any gods, because she figured if she ignored them, they might be more inclined to ignore her. But she was starting to feel that they'd had it out for her on this one. It was funny, really, to present her with a perfect moment to slay the half-orc, and then make it impossible to do so. The ring had been a marvelous touch. More and more she was thinking that she'd simply slide out of Delgar after collecting those heads Carrick had preserved for her. Just disappear and count the whole thing as a loss, and herself as lucky it hadn't gone even more wrong. She wouldn't run to the mayor. She'd retrieve the chest she'd pay the innkeeper to store, and leave town on whatever horse or boat she could find. Avelis could kill Drelm himself. She'd keep the half payment because she figured she'd more than earned it. But she wouldn't bother with the rest, seeing as how she hadn't finished the job. And Elydian? He could go sulk in Kyonan. She shouldn't even have considered the possibility, however briefly, that he might accompany her, and she was furious with herself for making the desire so patently obvious. Actors and poets had nothing on elves as far as brooding self-involvement went. Tired as she was, she managed to drift off despite her worries, and the gods were kind, for it passed dreamlessly. On waking, she even felt moderately well-rested. But she was still in no mood to eat with the others, who acted injured that she wouldn't laugh and joke and talk further of the future. It was with great relief that she packed her gear at sunset and lined up with the surviving expedition members in front of the ash tree. Elyana had told the druids that an ash stood on Delgar's outskirts, and that apparently was enough for the parchment-skinned oak steward to work his magic. After much chanting, the old man touched the tree, bowing his head to the old wood as though it were a high noble, then motioned Elyana toward the tree. Elyana stepped up first, putting a hand to the bark. Her fingers passed through. The elven woman glanced back at the line of them, offered an encouraging smile, and then the tree rippled as she moved into it, like passing through a curtain. Drelm went next. And then it was Lizette's turn. Once she had moved into the tree, or was it through? She was a little uncertain about the specifics. There was a moment of almost breathless darkness, and the smells of moist earth, distant cook fires, and the half-orc's oiled chain. Another step, and she stood beside him and Elyana outside the darkened bulk of Delgar. She moved aside, looking with her comrades at the avenues of the village, carefully planned by the man the two of them revered. The man who actively planned to kill his own guard captain. A few lights flickered in the windows of homes, and music rolled out from a tavern farther down the street, but on the whole the place was nothing like the bustling town it had been when they departed. It still smelled of the river and fish. "It's better," Drelm said quietly, "without all the strangers." Melius came through the tree next, then Hindrek, and, whimpering, Sorel's dogs, their tails slung low. It was time to act. Lisette shrugged off her reluctance with her bedroll and camping gear, and set the equipment beside the tree. With any luck, she'd shortly be back with a horse and off on her way. She slipped her rifle over her shoulder as Aladel and Elydian came through. "I'm headed for the mayor," she said softly. "Wish me luck." "May Abadar guide your steps," Drelm said solemnly. She offered only a sad smile in answer. Briefly her mind touched again upon the idea that she might leave some kind of note for them, a warning, so they'd know what Avelis really planned. But that wasn't her lookout. Carrick might have argued that she owed them her life, but the way she figured things, they'd all risked their lives for one another plenty of times. Nothing was owed anybody, lest you count the money from Avelis. The mission was over. She hurried away, hand to the strap that kept the rifle to her shoulder, and soon she was in among the shadows and moving down a little side alley. The keen-eyed elves might well be wondering why she darted to the east rather than heading straight north toward the city center and Delgar's tower. Presumably they would think she thought to move without being seen. But while that was true, this was the faster way to the home of Madame Celine. She knew she didn't have long. How long could it possibly take for Elyana and the others to clear out a Razmiri temple? Likely there would only be 1 or 2 priests and maybe some guards. There might be some shouting, but the Razmiri couldn't possibly have so many powerful clerics that they'd send them to remote outposts in the river kingdoms. The odds were fair to good that the local priest would have little or no magic. In all, it would probably take no more than 15 minutes to speak to the Razmiri and get them moving. Perhaps another 15 would pass, before someone from the expedition encountered the local guardsman, or even the mayor himself, at which point Eliana would start wondering where Lisette was and why she hadn't spoken with them. As Lisette rounded the corner, jogging for the narrow wood-frame house near the end of the street, she began to realize how trapped she truly was. Even supposing she got out of town in time, Eliana could and probably would track her, if for no other reason than because she left so mysteriously. Unless she left a note. Lisette slowed as she neared the door to Madame Celine's, and got her breathing under control as she headed up the steps to the small wooden porch. She wouldn't have to be specific. All it would take would be a letter saying that she hated goodbyes, or something to that effect. Lisette reached the sturdy door and knocked gently upon it, and after a brief delay she detected the flare of a lantern through cracks in the wood. An eye slot slid open. "Who is it?" Madame Celine asked. Her voice was taut as if with worry. "One of your boarders, Lisette Demande." "Oh!" Madame Celine sounded surprised. The eye slot slid shut. "Just a moment," Celine said, her voice muffled. But it was more than a moment, and Lisette soon found herself knocking a second time. The door opened as she lowered her hand. Stuffy little Madame Celine clutched a shawl over her stooped shoulders with one hand and held a lantern in the other. Muscles clearly unaccustomed to a smile strained into one. "Sorry," she said. "I needed to take the kettle off. My goodness. So you're back. Does that mean the monster's dead?" "The monster's dead," Lisette affirmed. "I need access to my belongings." "Well, of course. Our prayers have been answered then," she said, leading the way to the cellar door. The space beneath the home was small and cramped, and thankfully the woman did not follow her down when Lisette went to unlock the chest. The 2 grisly mementos of her most recent bounty hunting expedition were still stored in their eelskin sack inside. Celine stared down at her from the height of the stairs, but could not see within. Lisette pocketed her lock, cinched up the bag, and lifted it free. "I wonder if I might purchase a piece of paper to write a note?" "Of course." The bag in hand, Lisette pretended nonchalance as she followed the woman into the front room of the house, which was a cramped receiving room complete with a desk and ledger. "But the monster really is dead?" Celine asked. "It won't bother anyone ever again." Madame Celine tore a piece of paper from the ledger and cleared her throat as she pushed it across the dark desk, along with an inkwell and pen. "That will be 3 slivers for keeping things in my storage chest. I'll let you have the paper as a gift for your service to the village." Lisette had met bookies and highwaymen more generous than this woman. "Kind of you." As Lisette set the bag at her feet, she heard the 2 heads thunk lightly together and grinned at the thought of Madame Celine having no idea what lay so close beside her. She tapped the desk, staring at the parchment. There was no time to delay. Why, then, couldn't she put her thoughts together? For some reason, some part of her still wanted to warn Eliana and Drelm about Avelis. She cursed under her breath. What to say, though? How much time had passed? In the end, the words just flowed out of her. "Eliana, I left this evening rather than bring the city guard. Wish it didn't have to be that way. Don't trust the mayor. He tried to hire me to kill Drelm. It would have to do." She folded the paper, then reached into the lantern, broke off the candle, eliciting a gasp of disapproval from Celine, and dripped hot wax all along the seal. Lisette then plopped down 4 silvers and held out the letter and the candle. Celine took them both with a sniff of disapproval. "This is for Eliana Sadrastis. Give it to her when she comes looking for me. But only her. No one else." "As you say," Celine said, looking down her nose. Apparently someone who broke candles ranked about as highly in the old woman's esteem as a sweat stain, hero or otherwise. "It's been great being here," Lizette said, then swung up the proof of her bounty and hurried out the door. Maybe if she hadn't been in such of a hurry, she might have noticed the two men before they stepped out of the shadows. She halted on the edge of the porch as they came up, thick fellows pushing black cloaks to better reach their sword hilts. "You're Lizette Demond, ain't you?" the one on the left asked. "Who are you?" "Friends of the mayor," said the dark figure on the right. His diction was far more precise, his manner cultivated. Behind her, she heard Celine latching the door tight. "He don't like loose ends," said the first speaker. "Terribly sorry about that," the second said. "Terribly." So Celine had been told to watch for her. Clever. Her nephew had probably been sent to find these two, which was the real reason Celine had been so long about answering. If Lizette hadn't been so preoccupied, she would probably have been a lot more suspicious. She forced a pleasant note into her voice. "You boys must have been waiting a long time." "Weren't no big thing," the large man on the left said. "We had rooms in the home like. Easy money waiting on you." "What did the mayor offer?" Lizette asked. The polite one cleared his throat. "Now, in your line of work, you know it's bad form to discuss contracts. Or to talk too much." Lizette tossed the bag of heads at the dumb one, and by reflex he fumbled to catch it. The other had a knife ready, but the startled cries of his friend delayed him just a moment. A moment was all Lizette required. She drew her gun in a flash, drew back the hammer, and pulled the trigger. Her assailant was rushing the steps when the blast caught him. The flash from the gun illuminated the scene as she blew off his chin, and he dropped, screaming. His big partner rushed to the porch, sword out. There was no time to pull her second pistol, so she leapt over the dying man. The larger man was hampered by the clutching hands of his dying companion, who tore at his pant leg. He cursed at her and came on. But Lizette had gained the moment she needed. One moment, one bullet. At point-blank range, with dry powder she couldn't miss, and didn't. The big man grunted as the bullet took him in the chest, but the rest of his body didn't realize he was dead. He thrust. Swift as Lizette was, the blow grazed her ribs. She bit back a cry as she hopped away and felt her side. The giant crumpled in on himself, as if bowing to her, then lay in the dirt. Elsewhere up and down the street, candles flared to life in windows. Voices called out in surprise. It just couldn't get much worse. Lizette's hands came away wet from where she pressed them to her side. Damn, it stung like blazes. No time to bandage now, and her medical supplies were back with the tree in any case. She shoved both smoking pistols back through her belt and scooped up the bag before speeding into the darkness, free hand clutching to her side. She owed Celine, but there was no time. Not when there was a more important target. Lizette had planned no claim against Avelis before, not when she hadn't come through. Now he owed her, and she planned to take payment in blood or money, whichever came easier. Chapter 22. Blood and Dust. Eliana. In larger cities, the temple district might stretch on for blocks, or there might be temples to various gods scattered randomly throughout the streets. Delgar was so small that there were only 2 buildings that could be classified as temples. The goddess Callistria was worshipped by all those who thrived on trickery, hoped to punish those who'd wronged them, and liked a good roll in the hay, which meant practically everyone. She remained as popular in Delgar as she had ever been throughout the river kingdoms, and her temple was the oldest by a year and the largest, though it was little more than a converted cabin rumored to once have been a whorehouse. Callistria, Eliana suspected, probably didn't mind. More recent was the stone shrine beside it, erected at Drelm's behest to Abadar. Most recent of all was the temple to Razmir. It too was wood, but the Razmiri had spared no expense and covered it first in plaster, then painted it with brilliant gold and reds, and hauled in stone steps that led to the wide doors opening to its interior. Eliana and the others paused just beyond those doors. As she directed Sorel, Aladel, and Melius to scout the building's rear, she couldn't help overhearing the prayer from within.
"Sounds like a full house,"
Drelm said, frowning. She didn't remember any exits on the building's right side, opposite from where she'd sent the others toward the back, but she wished to leave as little to chance as possible. "Make sure there are no north side exits," she told him, and Drelm hurried into the darkness. The Razmiri priest, she supposed, was haranguing the crowd. Hindrek stepped up to her shoulder, turning his ear toward the door.
"Pray," the voice cried. "Pray with all of your fervor, all of your heart, and ask Razmir for protection. It is his to give. His is the will. His is the will," a chorus of voices repeated.
"What a strange religion," Hindrek muttered. "Aren't they all?" Eliana asked.
"His is the way," the priest cried. "His is the way," his followers repeated.
Drelm came trotting back up from the darkness.
"No exits on the north."
"Right. You ready for this?" Illidian had been strangely silent since Lizette had hurried off, and when he spoke his savage eagerness was startling.
"I am more than ready," he promised darkly.
"Pray then for Razmir to shield you," the priest shouted. "Pray that he might guide all your people to his loving embrace, for there is safety with Razmir." Drelm growled low in his throat. Eliana was putting her hand to the doors when she heard the gunshot. She froze. A week ago, she wouldn't have recognized that popping noise. It seemed to have come from the northwest, near the city's outskirts. "That was a gun," Illidian said, but she silenced him with a raised hand, for she thought she'd heard a shout. Then there came a second gunshot. "Drelm, you handle this. Illidian, back him up."
"But—"
Illidian started to object. "Stay with Drelm," Eliana snapped. She was already running. It had taken longer than she wished to drop their heavier gear and divvy up rolls, but then she'd taken it slow because she wanted to give Lizette time enough to reach the city guard post and the mayor. Much as she wanted the Razmiri out of the city, she wanted the mayor involved, lest she or Drelm be accused of overstepping their authority. Now she wondered both if she'd waited too long and what it was that Lizette was doing at the wrong end of the city. Surely no other guns had come to Delgar in the intervening days. Her long legs carried her quickly through the streets. Tired as she was breathing heavily by the time she rounded the corner and found the crowd gathered outside the tall stone building that was the widow Celine's home and boarding house. A throng of some dozen were there with lanterns, and Madame Celine herself watched timidly from the porch. Everyone else crowded around something in the street. Eliana didn't see the bodies until she had pushed her way through. At sight of her, the crowd fell silent, and her examination of the scene was disrupted and delayed by glad cries. At any other time she would have been delighted to be so well received, but she offered only a distracted smile at the questions. "The monster's dead," she said, "and Drelm and I are returned." At the mention of the captain, a number of the people brightened further. Not even in Stalon's hands, where he had first risen to a position of leadership, had he been so well regarded. A small woman then lay into her with a whole set of questions, and Miklos the tanner chimed in, asking for details. As other queries thundered around her, she held out her hands. "Silence, please! What happened here?" They told her how they'd heard the shots and the scream. A few had seen a shadowy struggle at the door of Celine's home. Then someone had run into the darkness. More and more people gathered, and Eliana asked them to step back. They'd probably already made a muddle of the tracks. "Which way did the figure go?" Eliana asked. Miklos pointed south, and Eliana slipped quickly past the crowd, searching the ground. A few steps farther on, beyond the crowd's prints, she discovered a drop of blood in the leather-soled shoes she knew by shape for Lizette's. So she'd been wounded. Eliana turned quickly back, her eyes raking over the bodies. It was easy to recognize Lizette's handiwork. One of the victims, the one with the ghastly face wound, was still groaning feebly. "Get him to a healer," Eliana snapped. "And hurry!" Miklo snapped to work then. Calling two burly men to aid him, he lifted the fellow. A child of no more than 8 picked up the blood and dirt-crusted thing Eliana now recognized as what was left of the man's jaw, and trotted after. At sight of that, one of the women turned and vomited in the street, and a few others looked noticeably pale. Lisette was wounded and probably in need of help. But there was much here that Eliana didn't understand. She turned to Madame Céline. She had never been especially fond of the old woman, but she'd never before been suspicious of her. "Did you see what happened here?"
"Not really," Céline said thickly. "It was very dark."
"Any idea why Lisette Demande was on your doorstep?"
"She roomed with me. She'd come back to gather something."
"Something?"
"A bag, I don't know what it was." "Her nephew ran over to my tavern," said a voice behind her, "and got those two, the dead one and the dying one."
Eliana glanced back to find the red-bearded owner of the Roisterers Inn glaring at Céline.
"They've been staying at her place the last couple days," he continued.
Céline blinked nervously then, and hemmed and hawed until Eliana advanced upon her. She shrank back. "I'm tired right now," Eliana said, "and I don't have much patience. I suggest you start with the truth and save me some time."
"They showed up right after she left," Céline said. "They took rooms and made sure I always knew where they were going. They were good tenants."
"Model, I'm sure," Eliana said dryly. "Get to the point."
"Well, they told me they were waiting for Ms. Demande to return and to notify them as soon as she did." "I didn't know they were going to attack her."
"Of course not. Did you mention them to Lisette?" Again Céline hemmed and hawed. "Because they paid you not to mention them."
"They didn't say why,"
Céline said primly. This was taking entirely too long. Eliana fought down the urge to shake Céline, partly because she knew it was the wrong way to handle an old woman, but mostly because people were watching. "All right, then. I think I've got enough grounds to run you out of town. I'll just send for the mayor." Céline's eyes bulged.
"No, I didn't do anything wrong."
"Sounds to me like you did." Eliana glanced at the crowd behind her and saw their hardened looks. Céline would find no sympathy from them. "There anything else I need to know? Something I can tell the mayor to help your case?" Céline glanced frantically between Eliana and the grumbling folk behind her.
"There was a letter," she blurted out.
"A letter?" Eliana prompted. Gods, the woman was slow.
"Lisette wrote a letter. Said to give it to you if you turned up."
"Then give it to me."
"I can't."
Eliana stepped even closer, towering over the woman. It took tremendous willpower not to take her by the shoulders.
"Why not?"
Céline's face drained of all color.
"I burned it," she whispered, then licked dry lips. I was afraid about what it said."
"You read the letter?"
She nodded. "I was going to reseal it until I saw—"
Eliana lowered her voice. "I'm only going to ask once. Tell me very quietly what it said." Again the woman gulped. Her breath smelled of sour apples and disease, and Eliana held her breath lest she breathed in more as Céline whispered her answer. At the words, Eliana's brows rose in astonishment, and she pulled away. Céline cried out, shielding her face with her one arm, as though she expected Eliana to strike her. But the elf's mind was already racing on, trying to reason through what she'd been told.
"What's happened?"
the innkeeper called. "Let her be," Eliana answered distractedly, then gently lifted the lantern from his wife's outstretched fingers. "Don't follow," she said, and used the lantern to pursue the tracks into the darkness. She was pretty sure she knew where they'd lead. and she was afraid she'd find something very bad when she reached their end. Chapter 23. The Temple and the Cleric. Drelm. Drelm pushed the temple doors open with such force that they slammed into the walls to either side. The congregation sat in pews facing the altar where the masked Razmiri priest stood on a little platform. Two acolytes, broad-shouldered fellows in dark robes with deep hoods, stood behind him with bowed heads. The man faltered as Drelm stood on the threshold, then spoke on, asking the assembled to continue praying to Razmir for safety and protection. Those at the rear of the temple turned to see who had made such noise, frowning in disapproval, then stopped short as Drelm advanced down the central aisle. More and more began to mutter, and words spread through them faster than fire in dry summer grass. Drelm had returned. Hindrek and Elidian followed. Finally, so many in the congregation were distracted from their prayer that the priest stopped his speech and addressed Drelm.
"May I help you, my child?"
It was only then that Drelm realized who sat in that front row nearest the aisle, for Dela turned suddenly, her face lighting in wonder, then climbed to her feet and threw herself into Drelm's arms. "Praise Razmir," she said into his shoulder. "I knew it. I knew you would return to me." When had she turned to this god?
"Razmir had very much to do with it," Drelm said, "but not in the way you think."
He put her aside as gently as he was able, ignoring the curious hurt look in her eyes.
"The beast is dead," he told her, then addressed the congregation louder. "We have killed the beast!"
The temple erupted into cheers of joy, and the priest cried out, clapping, "Razmir be praised!"
"The beast was sent by priests of Razmir," Drelm shouted,
and the cheers floundered and clapping came awkwardly to an end.
"Surely,"
the priest began. Then his iron mask turned as Elidian and Hindrek advanced from left and right. Hindrek looked none too pleased, but Elidian's face was bright with vicious joy. The two acolytes cast their robes aside and put hands to reveal sword hilts. Drelm would let the others take care of the priests. It was time to explain. He faced the worshippers.
"The priests sent the thing against those who would not worship their god, and protected those who did. They've tricked you." "You blaspheme!" the priest cried.
Drelm turned to him in time to see a corona of blue energy come to the priest's fingertips as he raised them.
"You mock Razmir in his own temple. My god's wrath is swift and terrible."
His fingers flexed, and lightning sparked and hummed in a blue arc, and struck the half-orc. Drelm gritted his teeth against the numbing burn, and shook his head to clear the spots from his eyes as he charged. The eyes behind the iron Razmiri mask widened in fear. About him he heard the scream of those who watched, and Dela's was especially cutting. He did not like to hear her worried. The priest's cloaked acolytes raised swords as Hindrek and Elidian rushed forward. Drelm heard the druid chanting and the elf laughing in mad pleasure as swords clanged, but he did not see what they did. He caught the lead priest by the throat and lifted him from the ground, the axe ready in his right hand.
"It is you who blaspheme," he snapped. "Yours is a false god."
While the fellow wriggled, Drelm cast down his axe and tore free the mask. It clanged against the planked floor. The face of the man beneath was utterly ordinary, middle-aged, pockmarked, with a brown mustache and beard going to gray.
"Tell them," Drelm cried. "Did your so-called god send the beast? Give them the truth."
The priest writhed for a long time, prying with his hands against the gloved fingers that seemed of iron. Finally he gasped, "Yes!" Drelm released him, and the priest crumpled to the floor planks, gasping and massaging his throat.
"Depart this land," Drelm commanded. "Depart this temple, and crawl back to your little god."
The priest climbed to his feet, stumbling down the aisle toward the front door, gasping as if he had run a span of miles. He reeled out the door. Illidian had killed the other acolyte, as Drelm might have guessed. The second knelt quivering before Hindrak.
"Send him away!"
Drelm commanded the druid. Drelm took up his battle axe as the moaning acolyte stumbled after his master, then considered the crowd.
"Let the taint of Razmir's name be banished. Henceforth, this building shall be a temple to Abadar, where we can all contemplate justice and balance in his name."
Drelm spoke on. In the past, words had sometimes been difficult for him. This day, though, they came easily. He knew precisely what must be said.
"There are some who say Abadar is God only to the wealthy, or that he means to pave the nations of the world so there's no land that does not quiver under the tread of empire. They profane his teachings. Laws and wisdom must be carried forward to all the lands. Thus will you prosper, so long as you strive always for balance."
Drelm felt then as though a weight had been lifted from him. For a moment, he breathed more clearly than he had ever breathed, and the aches and pain in his body eased. He stood blinking, looking at the familiar faces that stared back at him. He gazed then upon his axe, and at a strange gleam upon the gauntlet of his left hand. Until that moment it had always been plain, yet now he saw it had been emblazoned with a golden key, the symbol of Abadar. A miracle! The touch of Abadar's glory. Flabbergasted, he held it up to catch the light, letting the assembly look upon it. Another might have sought to make further speeches, for he could tell that the crowd still waited upon his word. Yet he had no idea what to say.
"Dela,"
he suggested at last,
"let us go see your father."
Chapter 24. Reckoning. Lisette. She saw no lights in the fortress and tower complex, apart from those borne by the guard at the open postern gate. The building she knew for the mayor's residence betrayed light through a number of shuttered first-floor windows. The best way forward now was to bluff her way in through the front. As she started up the steps to the house's porch, she was surprised by a figure that rose from a sitting position.
"Lisette Demond?"
the figure asked, and she knew him immediately for the brevet guard Demid. His cheer did not sound forced.
"It is you! But where are Drelm and Eliana? What's happened? Did you kill the beast?"
She didn't trust him. She was in no mood to trust anyone. Yet she sensed that his enthusiasm and interest were real, and she could play that to her advantage. "They're fine, and we killed the beast. I've got an urgent message for the mayor. Drelm and Eliana are at the Razmiri temple. The Razmiri were behind all of it. You'd better get there and help them."
"The Razmiri?"
Even as he asked the question, Demid hurried down the steps, his silver boot heels glinting in the candlelight.
"I wish to hear it all,"
he said, as he dashed off.
He'd hear more than he wished. Very soon.
Lisette had forgotten to ask him to unlock the door, but she found it came open at her touch. The Brevin might be seasoned, but he trusted too easily. She stepped into a sitting room where a stout older woman was folding sheets by candlelight. The lady turned in surprise. "Message for the mayor," Lisette said with a smile. But the woman's expression didn't change, and Lisette realized the woman's gaze had tracked to Lisette's side. The bloodstain across her blouse was larger than she'd expected.
"It's worse than it looks,"
Lisette said easily, hoping that it was.
"Where's the mayor?"
The maid directed her to another door with a shaking finger. Lisette walked past, pushing open the door, and found Avelis behind a desk, studying a sheet of paper. A chandelier with a dozen candles was suspended above his head. He didn't look up until Lisette closed the door. Avelis's handsome face froze in astonishment. "I met some friends of yours," Lisette said, "outside Madame Celine's." Avelis tried a smile first.
"You sound upset. I think there might have been some misunderstanding. Why don't you let me—"
He started to rise. Lisette leveled the rifle and pulled back the hammer. "There's been a misunderstanding, all right. I want the rest of the gems." He raised empty palms.
I don't have them with me, truly. You're a professional. Is it really good form to come to my house? Doesn't that make this whole thing—" He was stalling. Everyone wanted more time from her today. "Shut up! I'm likely to pass out soon from blood loss. Maybe you're counting on that. Count on this. I'll shoot you before I drop. I want what I'm owed, and I'm owed double, seeing as how you tried to have me killed." She stepped closer, rifle still rock steady. "I'm going to watch, and you're going to pull money out of that desk. You pull anything else out and you'll die." "You won't be able to leave Delgar alive if you shoot me." Lizette laughed. "But I'll die satisfied." The mayor opened a drawer and felt around inside. She stepped around to his side, her back to the timber wall. She was thankful to be able to lean on it for support, for she felt faint. "You've got the whole town fooled. Even Eliana, and she's no easy mark. What are you really, a thief? A murderer?" "Murderers don't raise children." "Some third son who ran off with a family riches? I'm getting closer, aren't I? And where's your wife? Did she run with you or run away?" He pulled a small canvas sack from the drawer and set it slowly on top of the papers before him. "It was nothing like that." "Are those the gems?" The door opened behind her and a woman screamed. Avelis was a hair faster than Lizette. Her reflexes had slowed. He sprang out of the chair and knocked the barrel aside. Her shot blasted into the wall, and the maid in the doorway screamed again. Gun smoke billowed in their faces, and Lizette breathed in the acrid stink. Before Avelis could press his advantage, she smacked him in the temple with the gun barrel and retreated around the desk. The mayor grabbed a sword from the wall behind him and vaulted after. She threw the rifle at him. Whatever he really was, he was out of practice as a warrior, no matter how fit he looked. He fumbled and stumbled and tripped over the gun, enough that she had time to draw her sword, though she could not hold off a gasp of pain as she did so. "Go find help, Kandran," Avelis said, and Lizette heard a choked sob and retreating footsteps behind her. Avelis directed his sword toward her and came forward with a professional stance. "You'll never get away now, and no one will believe anything you say." "Drelm's still alive," she told him, noting with pleasure the fire that lit in the back of his eye. The mayor lunged in a fury. Lizette deflected his blow and the two that followed, astonished by her own weakness. In the old days she would have had a dagger up her sleeve, blinding powder ready. She had none of those things now. Had she gotten careless or old? "Cocky? What did you possibly hope to do?" Avelis asked. "No one will believe you, and you'll be dead in any case. I know the sword. I studied with the finest fencing masters in Andoran." "Eliana knows," she said. "I left a letter for her. She may be reading it now." The mayor drove forward recklessly. Lizette nicked his side and kicked a vase into his way, but her strength had ebbed almost completely. For all his posturing and his trim athletic shape, she knew she could normally take Avelis even on a bad day. The problem was that she was bleeding to death. She managed only a partial parry of a blow to her heart, and his sword found her side. She gasped, and nerveless fingers released their hold on her sword as she sank against the walls. As she dropped, she spotted that bag of gems on the desk. Damned gems. He advanced, swishing the sword in the air so that blood drops sprayed. Lizette thought then of the knife in her left boot. It was agony to move her leg closer. Each movement felt like she was ripping every muscle in her side. "Where is this letter?" Avelis asked. "Tell me and I'll spare you." He pointed the sword tip at her throat. "Go screw yourself." "I gave your assassins poison," Avelis said, "to wipe upon their blades. I'm surprised it hasn't struck you yet, but I have the antidote. A wise man never handles poisons without an antidote. I'll give it to you, if you tell me where the letter is." She was too weak at that moment to tell him to screw himself again, but she thought her look conveyed the sentiment because he pulled his sword back.
She raised her chin so the strike would be quick. She thought of Kerrigan's broad, smiling face and his scarred brown hands stained with black powder. Avelis swung. Another blade interposed, his strike clanging against it. Lisette turned her head and found Eliana in the room's doorway, weapon extended. The elf trapped the mayor's blade and forced him back as she advanced, eyes narrowed. Avelis somehow managed to look relieved and stunned at the same time.
"Eliana! It's wonderful to see you."
Eliana's tone was short. Unlike Avelis, she didn't lower her blade. "What are you doing?"
"She got my letter,"
Lisette said, her voice little more than a whisper.
"She knows."
"Set aside your blade, Mayor," Eliana instructed. "Lisette needs tending."
"I will not. This woman has tried to kill me. She is a member of the Black Coil."
"And how do you know that?" Eliana asked. The mayor was stopped short by that simple question.
I've made inquiries." "It's complicated, Eliana. You'd understand if you—"
"Drop the weapon. Now. And step away." The mayor released the sword, and it rang dully against the carpet thrown over the floor planks. "Stand over there, in the doorway."
"She's bleeding to death," the mayor said. "It's probably too late."
Lisette thought the bastard was probably right. Eliana came around to her injured side so that she might see the wound and the mayor at the same time. She laid down her blade as she knelt. "Summon a healer," she said, as she ripped open Lisette's shirt fabric. Avelis sounded like a petulant child. "I will not!" She thought that Eliana tried to mask her reaction, but it was clear enough to see, as the elf studied her wounds, that it wasn't good. "I've drained all my energies, Lisette," Eliana said simply. "I have no healing magic left this night." She tried a laugh, but it was painful.
He tried to hire."
She coughed and tasted blood. "I believe you." Lisette was very weary now. There were things that had mattered to her very much only a short while ago that didn't seem to matter at all anymore.
"Tell Drelm," she said. "Enjoy. Happy ending."
Chapter 25. Farewells. Eliana. She knew it was only a matter of moments then. She would sit next to her comrade while her life faded, and then she would decide what to do about the mayor. Someone heavy had come into the house. She heard the footfalls, and a moment later recognized the distinctive jangle of Drelm's gear. The mayor stared at him in dread as he pushed through. Something about Drelm had changed. Eliana thought she saw a peculiar, faraway look in her friend's face, and there was a curious sense of wisdom and sorrow there she'd never seen before. The half-orc drove his axe through the carpet and into the floor, then knelt down on Lisette's other side. She understood then what he must plan to do. "Your ring can't help her, Drelm," she told him. "It can only heal damage taken while the ring is worn."
"I'm not giving her the ring,"
Drelm answered. He set his hand to Lisette's side, and a faint red glow arose from his fingertips, as though he had been touched with roses and cinnamon. Eliana watched in astonishment as Lisette breathed in deeply, and the bloody holes in her side sealed from within. There was a faint, lingering radiance and an afterglow of warm light, and then the woman was fumbling disbelievingly at the sight of her wounds. "How?" was all Lisette managed. Eliana was wondering much the same thing. She would have asked her friend, but Drelm was rising to address the mayor.
"Your heart is torn,"
the half-orc told him.
"By two mistresses, love and hate. You must seek absolution." "From you," the mayor spat. "Who led my son to his death? Who would taint my family's blood with that of Orc?"
"He was fine with it while the boy lived," Lisette remarked to Eliana. "As long as he had an heir, a human heir, to pass the town on to, he was willing to give the girl as payment for Delgar's safety." There were more footfalls from within the home, and as Eliana rose she saw Demid and Dela arrive. Their faces were both fixed in strange, rapturous expressions. The mayor sidestepped so he could address his daughter and keep his eyes upon the rest of them.
You shouldn't be here.
Why did you hire her to kill Drelm? Elyana asked.
He killed my boy.
The mayor's face twisted in anger.
You're so blind to it, don't you see?
Your own grief blinded you, Elyana said wearily. Dela's brow furrowed, and she looked first to Elyana, then to Drelm for some kind of confirmation, before finally turning to Avelis. Father? Is this true? All could see the answer in his glare. What about all those fine words, Elyana asked, of a future where we could live as one, together, no matter our origins or station? You meant them. I saw it in your eyes.
We all did,
Demid added quietly from the doorway.
Avelis struggled. My child will not marry a monster.
He's no monster, but a man, Dela said, and went to take the man's arm. The noblest one I know.
Let us pass,
Drelm said, and moved for the door. Dela walked at his side, her cheeks streaked with tears.
You don't understand,
Avelis said.
It's so much more involved than any of you realize.
Elyana bent to offer Lisette a hand, but whirled at a flurry of movement behind her. It had happened in a heartbeat and was already resolved, the figures falling from the action they'd taken. There was Avelis halfway toward Dela's back, a knife in his hand. But he was sagging, for Demid's sword had plunged through the mayor's chest. Avelis landed a foot from Drelm's axe, clutching his bleeding side. Demid pulled the blade out. His eyes were haunted.
I didn't mean... I just wanted to...
Elyana shushed him as Dela rushed past and threw herself down beside her father. Drelm! Please, Drelm, save him! The half-orc turned on his heel and re-entered the room.
No!
Avelis cried. His voice shook with fury, even as blood drained from his face.
He will not touch me. I will not look on a world where you...
He fell silent. Drelm, please, Dela sobbed. Save him, please.
I don't have that power,
Drelm said simply. This morning you didn't have any powers at all, Elyana thought, but those were questions for another time. The girl's head fell, and she sobbed as she draped herself over her father's body.
I'm sorry,
Drelm told her. That night, the expedition survivors gathered in the tower's hall for a strange and muted celebration. When they learned what had happened to the mayor, to a one, they announced that they didn't wish to remain for his funeral. Elyana, acting as the city's ruler for no other, stepped forward, paid each of them promptly. A few toasts were raised, and directions were exchanged among those who thought they might find their way to visit someday. Sorel made her farewells then, saying she'd be off before the dawn, and Melius said she'd be going with her. The huntswoman promised she'd turn Drutha's dog over to the halfling's relatives if they came to claim him. Drelm left next, saying he needed to go look in on Dela, and the others all filed out of the hall where they'd first made their plans to fight the beast. All save Aladel, who waited for her beside the doorway, as the servants came in to lower the wagon wheel and snuff the candles.
I'll be leaving in the morning myself,
he said.
I must make my report to Kyonan.
His gaze then was level and direct.
If you're here when I return, I'd like to take some time to get to know you better. Over candlelight, firelight, or beneath the stars, whatever you prefer.
She laughed gently.
I think we're one of a kind,
Aladel continued. You have your charms, she admitted, but you may well miss me. You can always seek me on the road.
Which one?
Wherever the wind takes me. He laughed.
You leave me a fair challenge.
Every courtship is a challenge, isn't it, Aladel? He laughed, then bowed to her and pressed her fingers to his lips.
I hope that we one day meet again, fair cousin.
With that, he walked from the keep and out into the night. She woke early herself to brush and saddle Kulda, who'd led all of the horses back to Delgar without any incident, apart from something that had come out of the water after them. Despite the magic that allowed her to speak to the animal, the horse hadn't really remembered the details, only that the entire herd had gotten away. Eliana expected there to be more goodbyes come the morning, so she wasn't surprised by the sound of footsteps in the dark stable, only by the person she saw when she looked up. Dela. The young woman's hair was disheveled, though some attempt had been made to push it into place. Her eyes were red-rimmed. The two stared at each other for a long moment, and then Dela glided forward so that she stood in the lantern light. It burnished her locks with a hint of scarlet. "Drelm said that you would be leaving," she said. "Yes." "He didn't think you'd ride out this morning. But you did?" She smiled sadly. "Drelms sometimes believe what he hopes rather than what he expects." Eliana hadn't realized the young woman was quite so perceptive. "Do you know, I was just a little jealous of you at first," Dela continued. "I knew there really was nothing between you two but friendship, but you still had something that he and I don't have." "I don't know what you mean." Dela seemed reluctant to explain, but she cleared her throat. "Well, I have many friends, but how many of them would risk their life for me? It seems like there ought to be another word for that kind of friend. He trusts you in a different way than he trusts me. I am his sister. You are to be his wife. Of course it's different, but we're both family to him." As she finished, she saw Dela's expression cloud. "Family isn't always what it seems to be." "Your father loved you," Eliana pointed out. "I know. Among all that he did. I can hold on to that. But there's a lot I don't understand. Maybe I never will. Did he really believe all those things he was saying about living in harmony and working together? Were those the lies? And all that hatred for Drelm the real truth?" Eliana hesitated, wanting to choose her answer with care. "Grief," she said at last, "can twist a person into strange shapes. I think your father wanted to believe what he said, even if he still carried hate." "He fooled me." "He fooled himself. He did a lot of fine things too, Dela. Delgar wouldn't be so well ordered without him. Or without you and Drelm. I think you two brought out the best in him." "Maybe. I think there was good in there along with the bad. And it's easy to be good when good things are happening." She frowned solemnly. "I really didn't come to talk of my father, though. I wanted to thank you for being such a fine friend to Drelm. And I hope you know that if you choose to return, you'll find another friend beside him." Eliana smiled. "I think I knew that already. It was kind of you to come, Dela. I want you to know—" She hesitated and found that the words came only with difficulty. "How delighted I am that Drelm has someone else who can see who he really is, and not what he appears to be. You're sure that you can't stay for the ceremony?" She shook her head. "I thought I should ask." Dela stepped forward, awkwardly extending her arms, and Eliana embraced her. "I'm glad he found you," Eliana told her. "Likewise." After Dela left, Eliana finished grooming Calda. She was cinching her saddle when Lizette and Elidian arrived. They looked surprised to see her. "What are you doing?" Elidian asked. "Readying to go," Eliana answered, "just like you." "But Lizette fell silent, shook her head. "The border guard can manage without me, I think," Elidian said. "I had a long talk with Elidel, and he'll turn over my resignation." "We're traveling together," Lizette added. Eliana thought she detected a blush to her cheeks. "I heard you two had a fight," she said. Elidian glanced at Lizette. "A misunderstanding. I'm learning to be flexible." "Where are you headed?" Eliana asked. "There's a bounty to claim, I gather," Elidian said, "and some gold to deliver to Carrick's cousin. But then I think we might look into a real estate venture." This utterly surprised Eliana. "Real estate?" He laughed. "There are some mansions Lizette fancies, over in Andoran." "He's beautiful and rich," Lizette said. Eliana laughed.
Thank you, Ilyana, Illidian told her, then bowed his head formally. We wouldn't have succeeded without you. Should the time come when you need me, I will come. She bowed her head in acknowledgement. I owe you my thanks as well, Lisette said. You reminded me... Her voice dropped off and she shook her head before finishing the thought. Anyway, what Illidian said. It was good working with you. Let's do it again sometime. Sure, Ilyana said, though she didn't expect she'd see either again. Lisette, when did you know you weren't going to kill him? The bounty hunter froze only for a moment, then glanced sidelong at Illidian. She didn't waste time asking how Ilyana had deduced the truth, or figured out that the mayor hadn't just tried to kill her to cover up a rejected offer. I've been wondering that myself. Sometime before I actually shot him. She laughed shortly. When I finally had the chance to do what I thought I wanted, I hesitated, and it gave the witch enough time to level me after I took him out. I'm glad I didn't. Again she glanced nervously at Illidian. I grew fond of him myself, the former captain said. So simply, Ilyana knew that he too must have deduced the truth. You have good taste in friends, Ilyana. So I see. I'm sorry for any harsh words I might have shared with you, Illidian. It's all past now, he said carelessly. The sun rises on a new day, and I ride forth with a friend. She raised her hand to them, and they moved off toward the elf's horses. She was leading Calda from the stables when Demid rode up, Drelm walking at his side. The Brevin, like herself, was packed with bulging saddlebags, blankets, sword, and travel pack. Drelm was once again wearing a clean tabard with an image of the tower. It's bad enough that you leave, Drelm told her, but why must you take Demid? He doesn't believe me, Demid told her. I keep telling him it's my idea, not yours. I believe you, the half-orc countered. I just think she could convince you otherwise. Who will be captain of my guards? I killed your father-in-law, Demid said very quietly. Dela and I both know the truth of how it happened. The Brevin shook his head. It will always lie between your wife and me, Captain. Ilyana and I will see these payments delivered to their recipients, and then I'm for the step. The half-orc shook his head, reached into a pouch at his waist, and lifted up a small bag. Here, then. What's this? Demid accepted the canvas gingerly. I need nothing. Open it, the captain ordered with the hint of a growl. Demid did as he was bid, and Ilyana saw the thrill of discovery light his eyes. Maybe now you can buy that land that you always spoke of, Ilyana said, for your horses. She and Drelm had decided to give him a cut of the gems they'd found among the mayor's belongings. And fine land it shall be, too, Demid said, as he tied the bag shut. Where did you get this, Captain? The mayor's past. Must be complex, Ilyana explained. I'll talk with Ilyana alone now, Drelm told Demid, who bowed his head to them both and guided his animal to the watering trough. I thought you were going to give that to him last night. I thought you would stay longer. Drelm removed his helm and put it in the crook of his arm. You won't stay for the wedding? She shook her head. The half-orc ran a hand through his hair and struggled then to speak. Why do you really go, my friend? You don't need me anymore, Drelm, he grunted. You're wrong. I have never had a better friend and I never shall. A man needs friends. You will rule Delgar as mayor and priest, and it will prosper. You don't need someone else giving orders. Drelm looked skeptical, but was enough of a pragmatist to recognize when an argument was lost. I'd like it if you returned, he said, then sounded oddly vulnerable as he spoke on. But don't promise if you won't do so. I will be back to visit, she said. I promise. He nodded, then turned his head and fiddled with his hand. Ilyana didn't fully realize he was fumbling with his ring until he'd half removed it. That's yours, Drelm. He extended it to her, held delicately between one thick finger and one broad thumb. You'll need it more than I. Do you think?
I know. Ilyana took the thing, then set it to her hand in the place where she'd once wore a ring of shadows. Decades before, Baron Stalon had gifted her with this shadow ring, and she'd worn it for years, hoping it meant more than it ever had. Now she accepted a different ring from a different man. The first had been from a lover who had become her friend and had led the way to strange realms of darkness. The second was from a friend whom she loved and would see her through to safety so long as it remained upon her finger. I will cherish it. As I cherish you, Drelm told her. He looked surprised when she embraced him, then folded those large arms around her middle, and they stood together for a long while. She had never truly grown used to the scent of him, but had long since given up caring. When they broke apart, he was dabbing at his eyes, and she chose not to stare, for tears had misted her own vision. She raised a hand to him, climbed into Calda's saddle, then whistled for attention. Come, Demid! She rode for the tower's open gate, the Brevin following. She looked back once, halfway down Delgar's dusty street, and saw a thick figure in a shining helm on the tower's gated wall, hand lifted in farewell. She drew Calda to a stop and returned the gesture, then waited for Demid to reach her. I'll race you to the oak grove, she told him. The Brevin grinned as she touched her heels to Calda's flanks. The horse sprang forward.
This has been an Audible Studios production of Stalking the Beast, written by Howard Andrew Jones, performed by Dina Perlman. Producer Mike Charzik. Copyright 2013 by Paizo Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2015 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc. If you enjoyed this audiobook, be sure to get more books in the Pathfinder Tales series today.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.